The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. History is being written at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. Chess may be called the game of kings, but these elite competitors aren't playing around. Like a broken record, Carissa just wins, taking down a fellow two-time champ for her 7th straight victory. Awonder Liang looks sharp coming off a bye, grabbing his 3rd win to climb within striking distance of the leader. Contenders are moving up the ranks, but to their chagrin, the reigning title holders remain firmly entrenched atop the standings. Can they be caught, or will they coast to another crown? Day 8 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 8 of the 2024 US Chess Championship and US Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the World Chess Hall of Fame as we are getting ready to receive the players. It's day 8, it's the day before the rest day, and surely the players will know exactly what they have to do. They need to leave everything over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start day 8 action.
History is being made in the women's tournament as one player has a perfect score, while the open section is still very competitive. Players are running out of games as round 8 starts right now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Good to see you.
Welcome
in studio.
Yasser, as always, a pleasure. Day before the rest day, what do we have in store for us?
Who knows? Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 U.S. Championships. Well, it's been an historical event for one Carissa Yip. Can she do it? That's the question we're all asking ourselves. Whereas in the open section, Fabi is merely leading the event. Tell us about the standings, Kate. Let's start with the ladies.
So let's take a look. Fabulous performance, Carissa, unstoppable so far, 7 out of 7. I mean, what to say more?
Right.
Clear second, Begim Togirjanova. Also, she scored a very important win in the last round, and now she's clear second with 2 points. And then there's a 3-way tie for the 3rd place. Irina Crash, Alice Lee, and Megan Lee, all with 4 points.
Welcome, Megan. That's impressive. And tell us about the standings in the open.
In the open section, we have Fabiano Caruana leading so far with 4.5 points, but closely behind. Awonder Liang won an important game with black pieces against Oparin in the previous round, and he is at 4 points. And then there's a 5-way tie for the 3rd place. Sam Shankland, Ray Robson, Sam Sevian, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann, all with 3.5 points.
Big victory yesterday for Ray. And tell us about the format for these 2 national championships.
So we play 12-player round robin, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. Classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer draws.
And the remaining schedule, Kate.
Today we have round 8. Tomorrow there is a rest day for players to recharge their batteries before their last 3 rounds. And then if there will be a tie for the 1st place, we will see playoffs on October 24th.
I think the commentators are going to recharge their batteries as well. Cristian, what to say? Just an absolutely historic performance by Carissa Yip.
To be honest,
wow.
I did not think that at this stage in the competition I would be talking to you about this. What I'm about to say, Carissa Yip right now, she's still in contention for the Bobby Fischer $64,000 prize. Just incredible. And let's take a look so that it sets in into our understanding as well as your understanding. Take a look at that line score. Just absolutely magnificent. Win after win after win. And a lot of those victories were against some of her top competitors. She defeated Grandmaster Irina Crush as well as Begim Tohirjanova, who is right now only 2 points behind. She's making only things look is exactly only 2. That's just simply ridiculous. Let's take a look at her road ahead as we enter the final stretch of the event. in round 8 today. This one is going to be a tough one. Don't get fooled by that score of Atousa, only 3 points, because she can definitely play. And she showed that in last year's competition where she gave Carissa a run for her money. In fact, she was winning in that matchup. In round 9, against Megan Lee, a player that has been impressing us so far. Round 10, excuse me, against Anna Zatonsky. And round 11, that's the one I'm looking forward to, against Alice Lee, international master. Alice Lee, guys, we have the script writers potentially throwing that final battle in round 11. Looking forward to today's rounds. What do we have in store in terms of pairings? Kate.
So we will start with the women's section here. We saw Carissa really focus on all her games.
Right.
Doing just a great job. So first board, Alice Lee against Irina Krash. These players know each other very well. They played a lot of games also in the American Cup. Then we have Begim Tokirjanova against Jennifer Yu, also an important game as Begim is trying to catch up to Carissa.
Big fight for second place going on those first 2 boards.
Tatev Abrahamian against Rose Atwell, Nazi Paikidze playing Talia Cervantes, and now the big match, Atousa Pourkashiyan against Carissa Yip. I mean, we will be watching that if Carissa can continue with her just perfect performance. And last board, Megan Lee, a little bit unexpectedly, she's really playing well and she's tied for third, and she's going to challenge the 4-time US Women's Champion, Anna Zatonsky.
Deservedly so. And the pairings in the open section.
In the open section, we have Wesley playing Fabiano Caruana.
Huge match.
Huge match, definitely the match of today. Then Awonder Liang against Sevian, another very important match. Leinier Dominguez playing Grigoriy Oparin, Hans Niemann playing Abhimanyu Mishra, and Levon Aronian playing his Olympic teammate Ray Robson. And today, Shankland has a bye round.
It's about the titles, the ego, the pride, the glory, but also
the very big prize fund. In the women's section, a total of $152,000, with first place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000. And this year there's a winner's bonus if a player is clear first, and Carissa is trying her best to be clear first. There is an additional $5,000.
And in the open?
In the open section, we have a total prize fund of $250,000. First place winning $55,000, second $43,000, third $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000, and also the winner's bonus for $7,000.
Everyone in St. Louis is excited about this next phase, the Bobby Fischer Prize. Tell us about it.
Yes, $64,000 Fischer's Prize is awarded for perfect 11-0 score in the US or the US Women's Championship. It honors Bobby Fischer's perfect 11-0 score performance in the 1964 US Championship. And Carissa is doing her best to keep those chances for this prize.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll check statistically what her chances might be later in the show. As we see the players, we join the players. The World Chess Hall of Fame chit-chatting. Apparently it's been the Awonder, Liang, Wesley comedy skits
They enjoy
before
to talk to each other before the round, make everybody laugh, or at least we saw Megan Lee enjoying the show.
Yeah, entertained. I noticed that Megan sports a baseball cap almost at all times. She's promoting her website, I believe. That's what is going on there, as we see Rose Atwell getting ready for...
Looking what's happening behind my back.
Yeah, you guys are having too much fun. Even Atousa is having smiles. And she will definitely have her handful as she plays against Carissa. You know, it's strange. You don't say must-win games when you're leading the tournament by 2 points, but wow.
I'm curious what her attitude is. If it's like, oh, at least I want to grab a draw, you know, that's my goal, just to stop her.
And this is a big battle as well. We know what happened in last year's championship when Begim met Jennifer Yu in the last round of that event. If she would have won that, she would have won the competition. She went from completely winning out of the opening, I think it was like +2, +3, to losing that.
And there was the moment where Jennifer Yu played with 1 second on her clock, moving queen from G6 to like C6, the longest move you can choose.
And I think that queen landed somewhere in between C and D5. I remember that moment perfectly. What are they doing? Are they playing
paper, scissors, baby? Rock, paper, scissors.
Amazing.
Do you know that chess players are very competitive? I bet you didn't know that.
Okay.
Wow, we need more insight from
we're not
Anastasiya
having the right
Karlovich.
angle. We're not having the right angle.
I
Who's
know.
winning?
Exactly.
We need the right angle to understand who's winning.
There we go.
Okay, that's a win for Wesley.
Right.
I think Wesley just won
Right.
Something.
Fist over
what
scissors.
in the world is just happening?
No handshake. Look at that. I mean, it didn't. I mean, didn't even shake hands. I mean,
This
a hard-fought contest.
This was an unclear sequence of events.
Exactly.
He's
Nobody
looking at
actually
hands
knows
saying,
what
we're going to
happened."
continue after the game.
Right. An unexpected. By the way, no, seriously speaking, Wesley, so 1.5 behind Fabi, but how fortunes could turn if Wesley could put together one of his trademark victories of getting advantage out of the opening, squeezing, technically grinding. Easier said than done, but again, a victory for Wesley would put him only a half a point behind Fabi.
Fabi managed yesterday to make a draw with black pieces, just kind of
Easily.
allow Sam to go for perpetual check.
And this
Yeah,
is
I
the
think
double black that Fabi is having in the middle of the tournament.
Right, because of his drawing
sitting at
lots.
the top of the tournament. But
Exactly.
that's what we're going to see today.
A big
How do you
challenge.
think Wesley is going to put the pressure on? Because you know the goal is clear. He wants to put pressure
Exactly.
on Fabi. He needs to put pressure if he wants to win this game and get close in the standings to Fabiano.
And do you think we're going to see French?
No.
No,
Fabi
1d4. 1d4, no
Okay.
French.
Recently, Wesley has really been pushing Nimzo Indians with E3.
And Bishop D2 usually.
Yes.
Let's see, because no C4 at least. So
At the
this is
moment.
already a time to think for Fabiano. Obviously C4, E6. I think they've played recently in a Nimzo. Wesley with the white pieces. Now let's see what Fabiano goes right now. He can also go C5, by the way, before E6. He decides to go for E6.
Yep. And I'm just looking. Sorry, I've got the game.
Are we
of
going to see
busy.
C4 or are we going to see G3?
If I was going to play a London,
C4, okay.
If I was going to play a London system, I would play it now, having seen the move E7, E6. At least that takes some of Black's options off the table.
D5, Knight C3, and this is a big 5, Knight C3, and this is a big moment because
Queen's Gambit declined.
Fabiano can play Bishop to B4. That's the Rogozin. He's been playing that quite a lot, but also he's been trying different things.
A7,
recently.
A6.
Bishop before is on
Bishop
the board.
Bishop
before
B4 is on the board.
Rogozin.
Back to his Rogozin.
Yeah. During the World Championship match in 1993, I was the second for Jan Timman, and he was up against Anatoly Karpov, and they decided that their battleground was going to be this Rogozin. And I got to tell you, it can go really sharp based on lines that happen with the move Bishop G5, but in the very, very sharp lines, so much development has taken place since 1993. It's like they've almost analyzed it to a kind of premature death. We'll see what Wesley can conjure up. And how does Wesley and Fabi match up?
I'm sure they played a lot of games.
Yeah.
Wow. So Wesley has
Whoa.
7 wins, 6 losses, but 37 draws.
Wow.
A lot of games between these two players. They know each other very well.
That's why I've been saying the path to the U.S. Championship lies through Wesley So, and you can see how difficult it is for players to get past him, and it goes to show why he has won 2 U.S. Championships himself. With a score like that against Fabi, you'd almost expect him to have more than just 2, but Fabi has played incredibly well in these U.S. Championships. I just want to go to the game of Awonder, Liang, and Sam Sevian for a moment.
And we do have a French here.
Surprise, 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 as Jim Neighbors might say. Awonder has stated in his interviews with Anastasiya that his goal was to make a complete perfect score of 11 draws, and that he's been thwarted by his opponents who refuse to make a draw and insist on losing. And it's really upsetting him. When I see the exchange French defense, boy, do I anticipate a draw. Now, having said that, white does have the extra half tempo. Players who like to play for a win have even played the move c4. I'm more used to the move bishop d3 if you're kind of playing for a win. But knight f3 certainly fits in. And I remember one of the highlights of my career, I was in Lone Pine, California, and I got a chance to play blitz chess with Tigran Petrosian.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's a nice opportunity.
Yes. I won the first 2 blitz games, and I lost the next 2. This is the 3rd game that I lost. I played bishop d3 here against knight c6. He played bishop g4. I thought I was doing pretty darn good at this moment. Castle, c3, queen d7, castles. And do you know what he played against me?
f6.
It was like, what? I went check like any good person would do. I went you went knight e7. And the crazy part was I was trying to play for a draw. And in virtually no time, I was fighting for my life after he played g5 and h5. So even though the exchange French has a reputation of a very drawish position, you can be lulled into some sharp stuff. What's caught your eye this early in round 8, Cristian?
Well, let's take a look at what's happening between Hans and Abhimanyu. Hans coming off of a loss, Abhimanyu a draw against Sam Shankland, a very labored draw. In fact, he was losing with the white pieces, so definitely not a player that's in great shape in this one. Hans wants to take advantage of that, wants to bounce back. And he gets his favorite, Gioco Piano.
Right.
And now bishop to b6 came in the position. This is an interesting wrinkle. It has been brought to everybody's attention more or less by Fabi in recent years. He tried it maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, and since then it's been played at top level quite a lot. Now, the idea behind the bishop on b6 is that very often you're going to go knight to e7, and you want to hide that bishop on c7. You want to switch diagonals. So in fact, even after a4 and b4, very often I'm not even going to go a6 or a5, the typical way to shield that bishop away. But in fact, I'm going to go knight to e7 followed by c6 and get this bishop on c7. Now, let's just make a few moves, right? A4 is kind of a difficult one.
You're reaching for the knight on move 2.
Let's go d2. Let's go h3, right? h3, knight d2, c6, knight to f1, right?
Right.
Bishop to c7. Now you understand d5 is coming, and it's coming quickly because rook to e8, knight to g6 are going to come to reinforce the defense of the pawn on e5, and then it's going to be very difficult to meet d5. I'm very curious to see what Hans has prepared for this one, what type of move order he's going to try to confuse his opponent, because I've analyzed this, it's very difficult to find any sort of clear way to stop black from getting this early d5 in. So I'm very curious to see what Hans is going to bring to the table today.
If you don't mind, Cristian, take a look at the game between Wesley and Fabi, because Wesley actually played a relatively rare move, I want to say, queen b3. I'm much more familiar with bishop to g5 and cd5.
Yes, queen
that
b3.
Provoked c5.
This is what I usually play in blitz games, just because I don't want to see any sort of fury. So c5, take on c5, knight to c6, bishop to g5. Okay, so this is an interesting wrinkle. It has been played. Everything has been played, and especially in the Rogozin, such a popular opening.
Nothing new under the sun.
Nothing new under the sun. Now, black can do a couple of things. h6, the very typical way to try to harass this bishop, or even queen to a5, an early queen to a5. This seems to be the main line. Bishop takes f6, g takes f6, e3, and d takes c4. We get this type of positions with an imbalanced pawn structure on the king side.
Right.
But in return, black has 2 bishops. It reminds me somewhat of the Trumpovsky. Trumpovsky, when you take on f6, black takes with the g pawn, and it's a very similar pawn structure. So that's one way to play. And the second way would be to go h6 first. Now, if you take on f6, of course, I will take back with the queen, no longer with the pawn. Big moment right now. We can see Fabiano pondering and trying to remember. Queen b3 definitely has surprised him. Queen b3 idea is not something that you see very often. And right now he has it in his files. He knows that. He's just trying to remember how to assess and how to approach this position.
And also we can say that black cannot really play d4, right? To put more pressure on that knight, because that will go into long castle.
Correct.
That one will be even maybe captured.
In fact, that's a very good point. Yes, d4 seems like it's winning a pawn, a piece, excuse me, but it's not. Because of this long castle, you get off this pin, and you're creating your own pin at the same time on the d file.
And just to repeat, something like bishop takes c3, at first blush, you might think as black, oh boy, you really messed up the pawn structure. Actually, you've helped it a great deal. The c3 pawn is now ready to capture this pawn on d4, and then suddenly the whole structure blossoms. It looks really good. So no bishop takes c3.
And you talked about that bishop on c8 being locked. Well, we always like to have it on f5 somewhere active, but
Exactly.
right now it's just not very active. So even if I have a triple pawn on the c file, it's not that easy for black to attack white's king.
Now, conversely, if you throw in the moves h6, g5, bishop g3, d4, castles, you get a feeling right away like, whoa, this is going to be hard work for both sides, because white's king is not exactly the safest. But then you ask black, well, where are you going to put your king? I understand your plan is to win back this pawn, bishop takes, but I'll play the move e2, e3, and I'll make a pretense that actually the rook on d1 is very dangerous for the black.
I agree.
So big moments here. We'll see how it continues.
And to
again,
give you kind of an
Please.
updated version of what I was talking about, you
Sure.
can also do this. After queen a5, bishop takes f6, you can also start with d takes c4. The idea being that after taking e3, white can recapture with the bishop on c4, and supposedly that's going to help his development as well. But you can start with d takes c4 first, forcing the queen to take back, and now just simply take on c5 after the move e3. e3 is one of the ways. You can also go rook to c1 to defend against taking on c3, and perhaps this is the better way just because I don't want to mess my pawn structure. Taking on c5, and now queen to f4, after which the best move, and in fact the only move to keep the balance, is king to e7, right? Not an easy one, especially if you haven't prepared it, if you haven't looked at it at home. But it makes a lot of sense because let's say you go a3, I take on c3, and then my feeling is that you're going to go to d6. At least this is, yeah, you can go to b6, which seems to be the best path forward, but also to d6. And with the king on e7, now you kind of understand why you put that king there. And the king, surprisingly, in the absence of the dark square bishop for white, is quite safe right now. You're not going to be able to break my structure. e4, e5 is going to be very slow. So you don't, in fact, have to worry about too many things in this position as black. We'll see if he goes for it.
My thought would be queen takes d6, king takes d6, g2,
And just play
g3.
this endgame, yes?
g2, g3.
Yes.
If you're a Catalan player and you put your bishop on g2, you don't achieve so much as white. And
Right.
this is probably one of the best you might be able to do. You know?
Right. Something like this,
Yeah,
bishop
yeah,
to
yeah.
d7, I get the bishop to e8, rook to
Right.
c8, the typical slight advantage for
Right.
white. Yes.
That Wesley plays so very well. We'll keep an eye on that one. Let's go
to game 11, Aronian and Ray Robson.
Oh, I was going to switch. Levon. No,
Just
it's
to
okay.
take a look, because I believe Ray Robson wanted to challenge Levon again in the dragon variation, because Levon was a little bit struggling against Sam Shankland.
Oh, that's a big one.
Okay.
That's a big one.
So knight g1 to e2. With this move, Levon is borrowing a page from Bobby Fischer's book. In 1992, Bobby hadn't played for 20 years. Hadn't played a single game in public in 20 years. Played a rematch against Boris Spassky and played the move knight e2. And the idea is you're going to play an open Sicilian, d2, d4. But you're also tricking black that maybe based on move 2, like whatever you do, I can play a close Sicilian.
With like g3.
G3 and so forth. And in fact, with the move g2, g3, he's saying, I'm going to play a close Sicilian. Well, if you're Ray Robson and you're saying, oh, I'm going to play against a close Sicilian, I'll play the dragon. a move you don't normally play. Normally you play the knight orf. And then the next thing you know, you're in an open Sicilian where you're playing a dragon with the bishop on G, and you say, wait a minute, how did that happen? So it's a very tricky, flexible move order that Bobby employed, and I thought it was very clever at the time. Today, the players have worked out their own way of playing it. The fianchetto variation against the dragon has a, I'm not going to say a singular purpose, but from White's perspective, he wants to play knight d5, trade the knights on d5, pile up on the backward pawn on e7. It's rather that simple. It's not deep.
But Black can go with rook c8, knight a5, knight c4, queen c8.
Okay, that makes a pretty picture, right? Give me the pawn.
So White is going to play king h2.
Defending the pawn on h3.
And now we can expect knight a4.
Knight a5.
Knight a5, pardon me,
That's
or knight e5. I just want to get to the c4 square.
And indeed, whoa, knight takes c6. That's a... Before you could play knight a5, I remember Grandmaster Robert Byrne, a famous columnist for the New York Times, I was going to have a game with Tigran Petrosian, and he says, you be careful about that guy. He's so strong. He plays a defensive combination before you even realize you had a chance for an attack. Before you have a chance to go knight a5 and knight c4, Levon has captured the knight. I'm assuming the recapture on c6 with the pawn is automatic. No knight a5, but a little bit more central control now. And you've stopped, White has been stopped from pursuing his main strategic
And Black will want to play maybe something like rook b8 to attack the b2 pawn and ask, what are you going to do about that pawn?
Also, another way of playing is a5, a4. So then the idea would be to attack the pawn, and after b3, you get to trade off your...
Get rid of that a7 pawn, which is a bit of weakness now when the b7 pawn went to c6.
And how do these two Olympic team players match up?
And St. Louis people.
Yes.
So Levon Aronian, 6 wins, 1 loss, and 4 draws. So Levon is favorite in this match against Ray Robson.
Well, I guess you would say that Levon's champion of history. 6 wins. That's pretty impressive there by Levon. Let's turn our attention to the ladies and just see.
Before we go to that,
I'm going to go.
Maybe we can go back to the Fabi game. Maybe we can see the bird's eye view, because they did follow exactly what we were discussing.
With rook c1.
With rook to c1, with d takes c4 first. So Fabi obviously showing that he knows this intermezzo with d takes c4. But right now, I was expecting queen to f4 from Wesley. But in fact, queen to h4 was played. Blitzed out, in fact. And once again, the only good move in the position is king to e7.
Such a counter.
A bit of a counterintuitive, right?
Right.
Queen to e7 is the thing that makes the most sense. You're getting off this file, off the c file. There's no more discovery attacks.
Right.
And then maybe even f5 to exchange the queens, right?
Sure.
Let's exchange the queens. And I keep this option of castling in my back pocket. The thing is, the king is actually much safer on e7 than on g8 or h8, because the rook very often is going to swing via the third rank towards the g or the h files. So right now I'm going to start with a3. If you don't take on c3, if you go bishop to a5, then I go queen h5. I'm starting to look at your bishop, maybe ideas of e3, knight to d4. You need to be very careful with, with the black pieces. And still the big main question is, where do you castle? Let's say you go short castle, right?
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. Now I go e3. I'm looking at bishop to d3, and I haven't committed my king to g1, which is very, very important, because I will very often, whenever you go f5, be able to hook that pawn immediately with g4, and that's going to turn into a very dangerous position for black. So it's a big moment right now after queen to h4. If Fabi does not play king to e7, the best move, but a bit counterintuitive, then he's going to be worse.
And if Fabi goes queen f5,
queen f5
with the idea to capture the knight on c3 and maybe some queen b1.
Now it's already pretty bad after e4.
That's the tempo.
Yeah, that's a tempo. It's pretty
But you
bad.
wanted that pawn on e3, no? You wanted it on...
It doesn't matter. I'm going for the development. I can switch gears.
So if I go
whenever
queen
want.
g6 now, not allowing your bishop to be developed?
You have to go queen g6, and in fact, I can develop my bishop with bishop to b5. If you take on g2, rook to g1 apparently is just game over.
And I capture the knight?
Yes, and rook to g3, and your queen is trapped.
Wow.
Nasty.
Yes,
Okay.
some nasties like this, right?
Yeah.
And you want the bishop on b5 because if the bishop would be anywhere else, let's say to c4, I would have the move knight to d4
as a
here.
rescue.
And then you cannot take on f3 because that's a double attack. So
Right.
a lot of interesting ideas, and Wesley definitely has looked at this at home. We'll see if Fabi manages to stop, let's say, Wesley's preparation.
There's not a confession booth for us commentators, but I will freely confess that if I hadn't prepared this, King E7 would not be on my
not
radar.
a very
It's not an
natural
easy
move.
move to play in the opening, just to put your king and leave it in the center. Kate, in the ladies section,
Yes,
I
let's
am
go to
going
the
to go
ladies section.
just a second. I wanted to go to the game of, not Arena Crush, I wanted to go to Carissa's game against Atousa to get a feel for, ooh, wow, okay. I played the perk defense, or what we in the Northwest would call the rat, with the move a7, a6. And this is like a walk down memory lane for me. Knight f3, and I didn't play it with the move knight d7. I played it with the intention of playing b5. So this is a new move for me, knight d7, bishop to d3, c5, bishop to e3. Okay, so it's going to start to look like a open Sicilian. To keep that perk defense flavor, you would probably want to play the move d5. Bishop e3 was Atousa's
But yeah,
choice.
so one question, how do you feel about that bishop d3 move?
I don't like it.
Because usually when there is fianchetto, we don't like the bishop to be staring at the g6 pawn.
Exactly.
Right, so we usually try to play bishop e2 only, or?
In this position, I would actually have been more attracted to the move bishop to e3 as white. If you start playing moves like c5 and d5, I like the fact that, if you play b5, for example, I like the fact that my bishop is not on d3, being potentially menaced by the pawn on coming to c4. That didn't happen. Bishop d3, knight c5, bishop e3, knight f6, and I just want to say the way I played, I'm going to use the word provocative. I really provoked my opponent. Sometimes it didn't work very well for me, provoking. But you can see that in this position, you know, like white would really just love to play the move e5. And so you find yourself attracted to the move captures on
Which
c5.
is something that happened.
If you do me a solid favor of recapturing with the pawn, then after e5, I'm assuming the knight would go to g4. White has been provoked, grabbing the center, but maybe it's really good for white. Like the knight could end up, you know, offsides on the king side. She captured on c5, did Atousa, knight g4, a nice tempo against the bishop.
By the way, when you look at Carissa's time, she's 1 hour 32 minutes. She's playing very fast.
As if all of this is a part of her repertoire, preparation, I mean to say. Bishop to g1, and I'm expecting knight takes c5. And obviously, Carissa has a perfect score, but how about Atousa in the standings?
So Atousa has currently 3 points. She is tied for the 7th place, but you know, 1 win, and she's getting to the stage.
Right, podium. So big game for, well, both players, obviously, but even more meaningful for Atousa. So I'm assuming knight takes c5. Capturing with a pawn after bishop g1 really makes no sense. So knight takes c5. I'm assuming h3. I want to just get rid of this guy. Anytime you want, you can capture on d3, so it's not a big deal. let's say, queen to d2. And how would you feel? Would you prefer one side over the other, Kate?
So as I'm looking, I'm thinking if black can do something like b5, bishop b7 quickly, but I feel like you don't have time for that.
Well, you always have to be careful about e5, right? Because if the knight moves, then I'm the one taking over what... A moment ago, you were hoping to put your bishop on b7, control the long diagonal, but because I get to play e5 with a tempo, I'm the one taking over the long diagonal.
And also white can castle alongside and control the d file.
That was the idea of queen d2, to keep that flexibility. Maybe, I'm not saying you want to do it, but there is the potential that the pawn on h4 might be under pressure after knight h5. So that's why I played queen to d2. Excuse me. Great fight, early moments, but for Carissa at least, she seems to be in her preparation. Over to you, Cristian.
Well, going back to the open section, there's one game that I have a feeling is going to be done very soon, and that is the game between Awonder and Sam Sevian. It does seem like Awonder is not looking for a fight in this one. Take a look. Knight to d7, everything symmetrical so far. Queen to c2, rook to e8. We're exchanging everything. It reminds me of his game against Hans Niemann from earlier in the tournament in the Berlin, where all the pieces were traded off and they agreed to a draw. It's very similar to this one, the same structure, the same pattern, and I don't think Sam is going to be very upset about this development. It does seem like Awonder is quite happy playing this role of, look, I have the white pieces. I'm going to defy the odds. I don't want to get an advantage. I just want to make a draw with white. And then with black, I'm going to let you try. And if you try too hard, like Grigoriy did yesterday, I'm going to take advantage of that and win some games. When Awonder did try against Ray Robson, it didn't go so well. So perhaps this is a good strategy for Awonder because he's doing amazing in this tournament so far. A bit surprising to my eyes, but this is Awonder right now.
But then again, this is
it's working for him.
It's a qualifier for the World Cup. So getting on that podium and qualifying for the knockout.
And do we know how many?
I think it's 3, but we should.
In the open section,
that.
Perhaps 3. Yes,
And
I know in the
2 for
women's
the
there's
ladies.
only 2. Yes, but we will confirm that later in the show.
Exactly.
A bit surprising once again, but I think this one is going to finish very soon. And if we continue with the games in the open section, we also stumble upon Leinier versus Grigoriy. Oparin, Grigoriy, obviously, back-to-back losses, not feeling very good about his chances right now. He needs to stop the bleeding, as we say, in the world of chess. D4, and take a look at this. Bishop to a5, this is a new move, according to my database. But immediately, Leinier knows what to do, knows the best move in the position, and that is d takes e5, because right now, if you do take back and try to keep a symmetrical pawn structure with d takes e5, after bishop b5, things are getting a bit unpleasant. Everything is sort of hanging. The pawn on a4 is hanging. If you move the knight, you're going to have to worry about losing the pawn on e5, so this is not very comfortable. You have to take back with the knight, which he did. It does seem like the players still know what they're doing, and bishop to e3. And right now, what black should do seems to be b5. First of all, somewhat defending the pawn on a4, because at the right moment I will maybe want to leave this square with my bishop, go to maybe e6 perhaps, or even give it away for the knight landing on f5, if you allow me to, of course. But these are the type of ideas that we're going to see in this one. Take, queen to f3, setting up for knight to f5, setting up for rook a d1, rook to b8, and then what I want to do is secure my queen side. And it's not as easy. I'm looking forward to see what, also from white's perspective, because Leinier is showing that he knows this position, I'm looking forward to see when his theoretical knowledge stops. Because so far, he's been doing quite well, and he's been following the best path. So is Grigoriy. So it's a very interesting opening discussion in this one.
Thank you, Cristian. It's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcast team, Anastasiya. You'd like to go to the playing hall and get that sense of what's going on there. Tell us what you picked up.
Hello, Yasser. Hello, Cristian. Hello, Kate. It's really nice to be in the playing venue and especially hang out with players before the round starts. Today was really funny because Hans and Wesley decided to play out of blue the game rock, paper, and scissors. Who knows why they decided to do so, but they played a few rounds, and Awonder Liang was actually an arbiter in this game. He was trying to count who is winning, and at the end he said it was a draw, but I'm still not sure. I'm going to check this video which I made, and literally I will post it in our social media, and we will find out who actually won this round of the game before the start of the 8th round of the US Chess Championships. It was really funny. Players were really shocked seeing them, watching them play in this game just before 1 minute before the start. They were laughing a lot, and then of course the games started and everybody became serious, and but still Wesley was still a little bit smiling coming into the game against Fabi. Of course everybody is checking the game of Carissa. Everybody is like, of course, knowing what's going on, and after 7 victories, it's very interesting what will happen in today's game. I was passing by a lobby yesterday at 11:30 in the evening, and I still saw Carissa working on, literally still working clearly on her studies, because she still studies in her university in the evening. And I mean, it was so hard-working girl. It's unbelievable. Of course, all internet is talking about her results so far. And one more thing I wanted to discuss today. I wanted to bring your attention that we have a giveaway in our social media. I don't know if we can see the post in our Twitter account. So, and I'm asking everyone, all our followers, ask questions of our commentators, and perhaps if you ask very interesting questions and they make to our show, then you can have a chance to win very nice US Chess Championship blankets, which actually players got during the drawing of lots at the opening ceremony. So these are news which I have from the playing venue. Of course, I will wait for the players at the end of the day, and I will try to ask them questions and find out what thoughts they had during the games. I'm really curious about it, and I'm wishing you a great day today. Looking forward to all the interesting games today.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Indeed, Carissa has tied the streak of Fabiano, 7 in a row that Fabi famously made in the Sinquefield Cup, and 7 in a row for Carissa. Can she make it 8 in a row? A little bit of a surprise for me. Atousa decided to play the move bishop to d4, and I more or less am approving. Again, just one of the things that I would really like to point out is if we were to get, for example, a situation like this one, oftentimes strategically speaking, the idea is to shut in the bishop on g7. So in a sense, the move bishop to d4 is saying, I'm not interested in playing and shutting down the bishop. I would like to take it in different waters. Takes on d4, knight takes c5. To my way of thinking, this knight is a very good knight. I'll look forward to playing the move knight b3 in the near future. I don't really want to suffer the consequences of castles and a knight e3, so I might start with a move like queen e2 just to protect the square.
Also, queen b6 opportunities. If you castle, there can be some stuff happening on that diagonal. Plus, the pawn on b2 is hanging.
Especially, exactly, the pawn on b2. Here, also with the move queen e2, I'm kind of intimating that I haven't committed my king. I may want to castle h2, h3. I still think that white is for slight choice in this one. We'll keep an eye, obviously.
I'm curious what happened in the game between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana.
Well, let's
take a look. Is he sacrificing a pawn on f6? Can
he did play king e7.
No, he didn't.
He did not?
No, he
excuse
didn't.
me.
He took on c3, and this is really bad news, in fact, right now.
He didn't even wait for a3?
Queen to b4. No a3, no king on e7. What is his plan after queen takes f6?
You have to move the rook g8.
Maybe you can castle, but that looks too dangerous.
I'm a bit confused. So you're going to go rook to f8. I understand. I cannot move my rook, so you will probably win that pawn back on b2. But what if I start with the move knight to g5? Maybe even the simple g3. Like let's go with the simple route. g3 and bishop to g2.
Check on A1.
Check on A1, I go king to D2. Obviously,
Check.
I put my bishop on G2 so that I can cover my rook on H1.
Check
Do
on
you
B2.
take
No,
or do you
on
go?
B2. I keep the rook pinned.
King E3 is already really bad. Really, really bad for black. You have to go. The thing is, your king is not safe.
I agree.
In fact, my king on E3 is safer than yours. And I'm going to go knight to D4 very soon. Maybe
So after
rook to
queen
D1, rook
b6,
C1.
if you go
still-
knight d4, I start trading.
Yes. The trades are not very good. The trades are not going to be good. This is a very bad endgame. Very poor endgame. My king is already in the center.
General leads his king into battle.
This bishop is, I mean, so much better than bishop on C8.
Right.
You try to go rook to B8, I can go rook to C7, I can go rook to B1 or C1. I have so many
Rook
ways to get the
C1.
advantage. In
Yeah,
this
no,
position.
this is very good.
This is not looking good. Rook C7, in fact, is +3 almost, +2.5. Just insurmountable. So this is a big development, guys, because Wesley is going to take on F6. He's kind of, his hand is forced, right?
Right.
If you want to continue and not exchange the queens, which would obviously lead to an equal position,
Right.
you take on F6. Rook to F8 is more or less forced. I don't see any other move unless you want to go castle. But after knight D2,
Rook C-
guess what? He
Yeah.
can in fact resign
Right.
with the king on G8. So don't go for that. And after G3, the very simple G3, this is a very bad position. I'm going to go with the best line according to the engine.
Okay.
You have to pick up the pawn, apparently. And now the best move, and perhaps only one, would be to go to A5.
Rook.
The idea being that you want to go to D8, you really are focused on exchanging the queens on your terms right now that you pick 2 pawns on this side. So let's say you go rook to D1, right?
Okay.
Stopping you from this move, queen to D8, bishop to D7, and this seems to be fine for black. Wild scenes right now, but it does seem that white, Wesley, has achieved what he wanted out of the opening, and that is a playable advantage against Fabiano Caruana.
Wow.
He managed to surprise him. This is quite something.
Crazy.
And Fabi's not at the board, perhaps sensing that he's
Something's
doing
wrong.
something wrong, because Wesley should not be thinking if this was the best path according to the engine,
well-
according to their preparation.
I have all kinds of theories and corollaries about chess. One is that when the bishop is pinning a knight and it's an absolute pin, you always wait for the question. You don't voluntarily capture the knight because
Attack the bishop and just ask, do you want to take or not?
Right, exactly. You don't on your own play the move bishop takes c3 because the knight's not moving. King e7, I agree, that's a tough one. My focus might have been on the moves f5 or queen e7, but definitely not bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, and definitely not queen b4. I'm looking at queen takes f6, and let's say rook f8. I thought rook g8 made a little bit more sense. Putting the king on e3, again, hearty congratulations to the computer, is not exactly my cup of tea. I would have probably been more let's say just e3, yeah? And something like queen takes and something more sedate, trying to get ready to castle or things of that nature. I don't like this at all.
Just the king is stuck on e8. You cannot castle anymore on the short side. You're never going to castle, or unlikely going to castle soon on the queen side.
Right.
And white just wants to finish development, and then knight g5 is a possibility.
Exactly. In fact, just on that note, I'd also find myself attracted to the move knight g5. You would take. I need to give some luft, room for my king. So moves like f4, king f2. Knight takes h7. These are all very attractive moves for white. Like, by the way, I'm a pawn up.
Yeah.
I feel like I have posted up my queen on a really powerful square. This looks like a huge advantage. Really shocking developments early in this 8th round. And again, it's the day before the free day, and I think a lot of players want to leave everything on the battlefield, but wow, could be that Fabi has mixed up some lines.
It is possible.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel right, on a couple levels. Again, over to you, Cristian.
And I'm a bit surprised by what Hans is doing right now as well in his game against Abhimanyu. We left it off after, I believe, bishop to b6. We were discussing the ideas and how black wants to go knight e7, c6, bishop c7. Let's see what happened. h3, h6, knight d2, knight e7. The knight is coming on the other side, getting ready to play the move c6. c6, d4, knight to g6, controlling the center. Knight to c4, bishop to c7, and now d5 is starting to become a threat. Maybe even taking on d4 and then d5. So you have to react in a certain way, and he decided, Hans that is, to take on e5. But now this queen trade, this looks a little bit artificial. And does black have any remaining problems in this position? Unfortunately for you, you cannot go bishop to e3, try to take advantage of that and go knight to b6 because you're losing the pawn on e4. So what does Hans have in his mind? Also bishop to e3, I don't even need to take on e4 first. I can pin you down with bishop to e6 first. So it seems to be, and the engine agrees with me, black already is slightly better in this position, a bit uncomfortable with the knight on c4. For white, you cannot transition via this e3 square towards the king side via f5 or g4 because you're losing the pawn on e4. So it's a very difficult situation. I think Abhimanyu not only equalized, but perhaps has the initiative out of the opening against Hans.
Jump past the equality.
Slightly better. Look, it's still a very equalish endgame, but
Right.
it's slightly more comfortable for Abhimanyu. And we sort of understand that from Hans's time expenditure as well. He's not comfortable. 1 hour and 15 minutes against Abhimanyu's 1 hour and 20 minutes. So he's falling behind on the clock as well.
Thank you, Cristian. Just taking a look at the Olympic clash between Levon and Ray. When we left it, knight takes c6, captures b takes c6, and this pawn on c6. And I was saying, the funny thing is, capturing on c6 is not natural for me because it neutralizes my one strategic threat, which is to put my knight in the center of the board with knight d5, king h2, rook b8, rook b1, and of course c5. I'm like, what? Because that invites once again, yeah, exactly. I can't do it immediately. Remember the game of Rose Atwell and Irina Krush, where Rose invited Irina to capture her pawn on b7, and Irina said, "Sure, I'll take the pawn on b7." You can't play knight d5 right away because the pawn on b2 would be hanging. Rook e1. I was about to say I thought there was another move for black. We haven't yet caught up with the players, but I'm expecting that slowly, queen to d2, b2, b3, and at a certain moment, Levon is going to look forward to playing the move knight d5. Can't do it immediately, has to clear the diagonal first. If he can get a pawn on d5, he might have a nibble of an advantage. Right now, it looks very balanced to my eyes. Back to the ladies.
Maybe let's look around there. What are the games? How are they developing?
Yep. I wanted to see, once again, Carissa. Yep, for just a second. I'll just refresh my board. After the move, knight takes d4. Knight takes c5. Atousa did play suggested move, queen e2, castles, and we're up to date.
Because now she's thinking, if she castles short side,
well, you had mentioned
is there that queen b6 move?
Maybe not in this exact position because there is knight to d5, right? So I'm attacking the queen. I'm virtually forcing you to play queen takes b2. We're trading off the e7 pawn for the b2 pawn.
King g7 or h8 maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the queen needs a retreat square on the day. I'm not sure. Say knight b3, right? Let's just let's not hang the knight, and let's not hang it with check.
Yes, and that knight will come back to d5, and it damaged the pawn structure for black.
Exactly. Although I must say the split pawns as well, right? So queen b6 is a move I might fret over So let's say castle's long. If you take, you might be doing me a favor. I'm not thinking so much about rook h3, but yes, it does cross my mind that you have helped me make a rook lift. Yeah. So castle, of course, we're going to keep a very watchful eye. Let's take a look at Ben Underwood's statistics, his statistics models, and see the chances of winning.
So after round 5, Carissa had 76.9% to win the tournament. By the way, it's based on 15,000 tournament simulations.
Right. What happened after round 6? It got better.
80%. 80.7. Alice Lee behind her with 8.5%.
Let me guess, it goes up again after round 7?
I imagine it does. Wow, but that's
Wow.
a big jump. 98.5%.
There's a sliver of a chance for Begum, but nobody else. That clinches the deal. And in the open?
The open section, it was Fabiano Caruana after round 5 with 73.9%.
Something I objected to. I didn't think it was that high. And then?
Then after round
Ooh,
6, let's take a look.
It got better.
81.2%.
Big objections from me.
And we have Hans Niemann behind him, but only 7.9, and he
Hans
going
loses
down.
to Ray Robson. Wow. How the mighty fell, and Awonder Liang.
11.5%.
Wesley at 2.3.
That seems
well,
but
a bit
he's
too
drawn
low,
all of his
especially if he
game.
wins today. I mean,
But he drew coming into the round. This is with the stats.
right. No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But he does have the white pieces, and he does have a better score against Fabiano, right?
Slightly
as
better.
we've seen,
It's
slightly.
6, yeah.
But if he wins this one, he's getting much closer than 2%, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm a bit surprised by those averages, but
The stats.
that's Ben for us.
Exactly. I was a bit surprised by Atousa's choice. She did play the move. She didn't castle long. She didn't castle short. She did, in fact, play the move h2, h3, and I would question that move. Obviously, it's always nice to kick your opponent's pieces back, and the temptation sometimes to do that is really, really strong. But at the moment, this is like a guerrilla attack. The knight isn't going to beat you by itself, right? And, you know, there's a part of me that says, well, in fact, the knight's a tactical target there. Like, it relies upon the support of the bishop, right? So it starts to make me think that I could play the move f5 with a gain of tempo. It starts to make me think that you can't play bishop e6 and develop because of knight takes. So
I think one thing that maybe black can do with the knight on g4 is to play e5.
Okay.
So I'm going to play e5. I want to try you to recapture that pawn and then position my knight in the center.
So, yeah, something like e5 and capture with the knight.
Yes.
Yeah, something like this. So it's like one of those things. And this is really, really tough. The other day we had this amazing example of a poor bishop. Bobby had this light squared bishop that really didn't look that impressive against a good knight for Grigoriy. And then the judgment call was absolutely marvelous. And
Like
on
move
point
that
for,
knight to c8 very passively.
Yeah, on point for Fabi, the bishop ended up dominating the knight. Here's a judgment call. The knight on e5 is very well placed in the middle of the board. Eventually, another knight is going to go to the d5 square. Let me just put a move on the board. So at a certain moment, you have to make a judgment call. Whose knight stands better? You have a very good knight on e5, but will I have a better knight on
Because
d5?
you are targeting that f6 square. I don't have the fianchetto bishop there.
Exactly. Because the dark square bishops are off the board, the possibility of exploiting and
we have first result, draw between Awonder Liang and Sevian.
Awonder's job
Sort of
as
predicted.
arbiter for the paper, rock, scissors was harder than the game. Quick draw between these two. Atousa played the move h2, h3, and actually I would like to get the engines of eval and the current position between after Now, by the way, Atousa has just castled. So she's sidestepped your e5 idea. You know, that's no longer valid.
Right, so she kicked the knight away, so there is no e5, and now castle.
And now castles.
And you can still play e5 as black, but
Yeah,
it
if you
doesn't
want.
come with the same move, right? Because
Well, you don't get
take with
knight
the
takes e5 on the
Yes.
board. Right.
No, this is probably the best path forward for Atousa after the opening phase. And castle right now, black needs to respond quickly because e5 is a big threat, right?
Right,
You
the
need
rook
to
on
get your own
d1.
game going, especially with this rook on d1.
Right.
Right now, the best path forward, e5 is the third best move in the position, but it does give white the advantage. b5 should be played, but this is not an easy one because you're allowing e5.
That's the
And
money
these are
move,
some
right?
crazy complications that are
Right.
going to be ensuing right now. Apparently, d takes e5 is still fine, with the idea that after knight to b3, obviously you don't want to take because queen takes d4. Now you go queen to b6, the best move in the position, and good luck assessing this type of situations. Sure, the knight is looking at f4 and g3 squares, but if I manage to control those, maybe also I have knight to d5 coming
Knight to
in the position.
d5, easy move
Look,
to be afraid.
optically, I'm looking at this position. I'm very afraid with the black pieces. Seeing knight d5 hitting my queen like this, hitting e7, and the knight on c5 is still unpre. The only move probably is queen a7 in this position.
Wow.
Not easy to understand this. So at this point, Carissa has to make a judgment call.
Besides
My guess,
e5,
I think she's going to go e5. I really don't.
I
Well,
think
that
she
was
just
the
made
third
the move. She
choice.
just played b5.
Which
she's
one?
played b5.
She played b5.
Yeah.
My goodness.
And look at her clock, 1 hour, 30
She
minutes.
must know. She must know something. She must know the best moves because b5 is the best move, but it's not an
It's
easy
a
one.
real dangerous move to
This is
play.
incredible. She's playing so fast. She knows the theory that does not exist. This has not been played before for a long time, for many, many moves. In fact, let's see where that finished.
When did the novelty occur?
Bishop to e3, okay. Take on c5, still within theory. Take, knight takes c5, still within theory. Queen to e2 already is a novelty at move 11. f5 being the best move in the position. Now, queen to e2, this is move 11, but she already analyzed this somewhat,
Crazy.
sideline, right? But
Right.
to be honest, before queen to e2, you can play so many other moves, right? You can go queen f3, you can go queen d2, you can go f5, which was played. You can go h3 first. So it's not clear that you're going to analyze at home the move queen to e2. But
Right.
apparently she did because she's blitzing out her moves. And these are the best moves. b5, we're expecting e5. I think Atousa at this point, she has to continue with her attack.
Right.
But if Carissa knows, take knight to b3, not that easy of a move. You could be tempted by taking on e5.
Right.
The problem is queen takes d4, might be problematic, bishop to e4, and guess what? A queen sacrifice.
Yeah.
Queen takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and this one is really good for black. We might, in fact, see this one appear on the board. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, I also like queen takes c3. Looks like a very good queen
But
sacrifice.
guys, I mean, Carissa is so impressive right now. Anastasiya was
good.
talking about her doing homework
Right.
in the lobby of the hotel alongside Awonder.
Right.
But she's been doing her homework over the chessboard also with her coaches because right now she's overpowering her much more experienced opponent in the opening phase.
And remember in her interview with Anastasiya Karlovich, she was saying, I still feel like I'm young. I have a lot of energy, so that can be an advantage.
Carissa? Yeah, she is young. She is very young.
So
I
she
feel
has
like
time to
I'm
be
young, yeah.
focusing on
21.
chess, doing school, and still having that
Right.
stamina to continue her fight.
Great stamina, yes.
Plus, she's campaigning for the governorship of California. That's also a problem, too. I mean, how much energy... No. B5. Well, okay, we're going to keep an eye on that. I just want to go around the lady sections for just a moment, picking up on a game that I thought might well be for first place at the start of the tournament. Alice Lee versus Irina Krush. You will, of course, all remember the American Cup Championships, where these two players have been playing in the finals all the time. Well, it looks like another one of the King's Indian / Czech Benonis that Irina, on occasion, slides into. She likes these blocked structures, as she can very often play for maneuvering games. She's found that she's one of her great strengths against her rivals is her knowledge, her experience in maneuvering games is so much better. King to h8, you might ask, what is that doing? Well, it's a prelude. Black would like to play the move f7, f5, which is very typical of King's Indian structures, but the knight is in the way. So on the one hand, you could say, I've got to move the knight. Why don't I move the knight here? Oops, well, asked and answered, right? Okay.
What about knight e8?
Yes, so the next question is, why don't I move the knight
Guys,
to e8?
Before you get into that, and I'll throw it back to you in just a second, breaking news, Wesley did not take on f6. He took on b4. Huge decision, and all Fabi fans can breathe a sigh of relief.
Wow.
Because after knight takes b4, this just seems to be a more or less equal endgame. I'm going to get my knight to d5, bishop to d7. It doesn't seem to be very problematic for Black. A big, contentious decision by Wesley not taking on f6. He will beat himself up for not going for it when he sees the engine's eval.
Shocking.
Shocking, yes, indeed.
Wow, a real...
Back to the analysis of Irina's game, because this one is going to continue. This one is an end game right now. Again, I don't see any separation being created anytime soon.
Your reputation overwhelms the opposition.
But sorry to jump in, just thinking very interesting decision. Like Wesley, he played everything very fast, right?
Yes.
He had 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Yes.
So he knows that Fabi played something that was outside his preparation, which is very often likely to be a mistake since these grandmasters, they prepare for everything.
Yes.
But still, he didn't think he can capture that pawn.
Look, perhaps he saw his king going on a walk all the way to e3 and he didn't trust his judgment at that point. He should have, but it's not that easy. When you see your king on e3 and you know who you're facing Fabiano, right? At the same time, Fabi has slowed down. Generally, when he knows what he's doing, he plays very quickly. He doesn't give you any time to breathe. But in this case, he was spending his time and trying to figure things out, made a huge mistake, and his opponent trusted him.
It's nice when that happens, for sure.
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy.
I wish I had that reputation.
Yeah,
Nobody
exactly.
trusts me over there.
Yeah, they'll challenge every single decision that you ever made. Just going back, so why don't we play knight e8 in order to play the move f7, f5? Well, there is a variation. I believe it's called a Mar del Plata variation, where you play the move g2, g4. At first blush, you go, oh my gosh, look, that pawn on g2 was protecting your king. How dare you play a move like g4? I'll play f5, and your king side gets opened up. Actually, both players' king sides get opened up. The difference is white often plays bishop to g4, king h1, rook g1, and gets a good square for their knight on e4. It's a variation. What Irina did, however, is she played the move king h8, preparing to move her knight, play f5, but at the same time, if I play for a Mar del Plata variation with g2, g4, firstly, I'm not yet committed to playing f5. I will have to do it to get some breathing room. But the other thing I'm having is a passive bishop.
Right.
With the knight on g8, at least I kind of provoke the exchange on dark squares. For example, if I could play bishop h6, not necessarily to trade the bishop, but to put the bishop on f4,
and maybe queen h4,
and maybe knight e5. That's why she wants her knight on g8. Let me just refresh my board for a moment. And against king h8, Alice determines, well, my advantage is in the center, and on the queen side, let me go over there and expand g4, and we're more or less caught up with the players now. From the standings point of view, this isn't for the championship, this game.
Yes,
Kate.
they are tied for the third place.
Right.
A little bit unexpectedly, but we see that they both lost in the 7th round. Alice lost to Megan Lee.
Megan Lee. Yeah.
Megan Lee, very clear game with white pieces, just very nicely won that game. And Irina Krush lost to, what did she lose to? Jennifer Yu. That was that very crazy kind of ending with tactics.
Exactly. Yeah, this isn't the big game that we thought it might be. Nonetheless, the fight for second and that World Cup position is crucial, I would say, especially for Alice. Alice is, really breaking her way into the arena, chasing the Cairns prize of becoming the second Grandmaster. She needs more opportunities to play in the World Cup. Is a great opportunity for players. F2, F3. I might have been a little bit tempted to actually capture on F5 in these moments. Captures. The idea is I have given black the half open G file. Normally speaking, I can cover with King H1. And I'm going to go for my play on the queen side. She has invited the move F4. And for a lot of King's Indian defense players, they just
go
thrive on these positions. They go for G5, G4. Sometimes they'll put the pawn on B6 and knight to F3. And white goes crazy on the queen side, black goes crazy on the king side, and it's quite the Donnybrook. Let's just go around the horn and see the other remaining games for the ladies. Nasi versus Talia. Come on, Nasi. You can do it.
Are we going to see a strategic sacrifice here of a pawn?
Strategic what?
Strategic
sacrifice.
D2. So
yes.
your pawn is hanging on E5, on E4. It's already twice attacked now.
You can't defend it. So
E3 just to give it up and at least double the pawns.
Exactly. Well, if you got a lemon, you might as well try to make lemonade. So if you're going to lose the pawn, at least you want to damage the opponent's pawn structure. Not the only move. There might be other moves here, but queen back to E7. My first instinct would be, yeah, you got compensation, and maybe even very good compensation. I don't think Talia is going to be so upset. She's a Grunfeld defense player. She's used to being
and she's going to develop that bishop from C8 maybe to G4, then put the rooks on an open file, maybe on D8, E8.
Exactly. We'll keep an eye here. Begum, who comes in, clear second place. She's up against former U.S. champion Jennifer Yu, twice champion Jennifer Yu, by the way. C5, rook D1. I'm a bit surprised by the recapture with the pawn. With the bishop on B2, my thinking would be like, I'd like to keep that diagonal open just so that, and especially with the rook already on D1, this is not a good sacrifice, but it is demonstrative of the type of move that I would like to make as white. Thanks to my rook already being on D1, I can heroically plant my knight on D6 and maybe leverage it for an attack. Of course, I would recapture the pawn first, but that would be on my agenda. None of that happened because Begum recaptured with the pawn. Knight to E4, bishop to D3, knight takes C3, queen takes C3. Again, I'm not a big fan of either the hanging pawns, or if you take with the bishop in order to, if you take with the pawn, this would just send a chill down my spine. I mean, I would not want to do this.
And also it follows with like knight C5 because there is the spin with the bishop.
Exactly. So if I'm going to play a isolated queen pawn, I don't like the configuration of white's pieces. Why is my bishop on B2 and not on G5? Why is my queen on C3 and not on E2?
Well, this is just simply very strange, right?
Right,
very
strange.
From Begum. Taking on D4, recapturing with the pawn, that does make a lot of sense. Generally, you take with the knight when c takes D4 comes, and especially right now, if you're forced to take with the queen, which you are, by the way. If you take with the bishop, you're
forced to take with the queen?
Yes. Taking on C3 with the queen is pretty much a forced move. Good move by Begum, but already the situation is pretty dire. If you take with the bishop, maybe we can show that on your board, Yasser.
Bishop takes D2. Yeah.
Just taking on C4 would be quite bad. You take with the B pawn, let's say. Now I can take on F3. I will give away that bishop, but your king is becoming extremely unsafe.
And Queen H4 immediately
Queen
going
H4
to that king side.
You can go bishop F1 and you're still not losing a pawn.
Material.
But then knight F6 is coming, knight F6, knight H5, knight F4. you don't have anything as compensation for the very bad structure and the weakness on d4, because it is a weakness right now.
Absolutely.
And, there's absolutely nothing for black to worry about her king's safety right now.
Yeah.
So it's looking really good. She had to take with the queen on c3, and she did. Very good. But right now, what if I just continue with natural moves? Let's say rook to c8.
Rook c8 is fine. If I capture, by the way?
Oh, that's fine as well.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think it has been played. Queen takes c3. This is what she's thinking about. Of course, you can
Take on c4,
you can
rook to
definitely
c8
capture.
is a very good move. I agree wholeheartedly.
Rook c8 now, maybe even rook to e8. Very often you're going for ideas of e5 as well in this position to break the center. But also just simple knight to f6, knight to d5, get full control of the important squares. This one is looking really good for Jennifer out of the opening.
Okay. And how do these two match up in the standings? I know Jennifer got off to just an atrocious start. Oh.
Yeah, so Begim doing very well, 5 points out of 7, clear second. And Jennifer, she won an important game in the previous round against
Yes.
Irina Krush.
Huge.
So she has now 3 points, but still a little bit struggling.
Oh, yeah, no, she started atrociously in the tournament. She's fighting her way, and she is a fighter, in fact, Begim as well. Just to continue back to Atousa just for a moment, we saw b7, b5. Atousa is going to be under the pressure of the ticking clock. Tata versus Rose. Atwell, they are in a theoretical position. Nothing's going on there. And the fastest 1 hour in chess television has just passed, and we're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. Let's see what they have for us. What are their
What's the
specials?
special today?
Okay, here we go. Conquer the elements with our 2024 U.S. Chess Championship rain jacket. I have one, and it's really nice, by the way, featuring the St. Louis Chess Club logo and tournament logo. This limited edition jacket lets you show off your love for the game while staying dry. That's very important for me, by the way, to staying dry. Don't miss out on this opportunity to level up your chess style.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya asks how the men prepare for a major tournament. So enjoy the interviews, and we will be right back.
Okay.
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments or matches?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it's good to make time to prepare. You start looking at your opponent's games, you start thinking about what you want to do against each of them. I guess preparing for tournaments, a lot of it is like opening work and, partly also just trying to stay sharp, trying to play sometimes I play training games beforehand or play with the computer, do tactics.
I feel like before important chess tournaments, I tend to spend more time on chess, especially nearing chess tournaments, so I can refresh my calculation, especially and my openings. But yeah, I think a lot of the work that I do happens during the tournament, where I'm just completely focused and focused on trying to each individual game, especially for these important tournaments. There's only one game a day, so I have a lot of time to prepare, and preparation is an extremely important part.
How do I prepare? Usually I do a lot of tactics, opening prep, and I think mostly I prepare mentally. At least for a month, I don't really do anything else but just focus on chess.
Honestly, I try to solve some puzzles and play training games, as well as check my opponents if I know their names. Other than that, just prepare my openings.
Yeah, so I think an important thing for prep is just getting into the right mentality before the tournament. Making sure that I'm in shape, and then generally a bit of specific prep work, but not so much, I think.
Mostly looking at what my opponents play, and then also doing a lot of tactics to study beforehand.
That's a complicated question because I'm also a university student right now. I'm in my senior year, so that takes a lot of my time. But I try to minimize everything else whenever I have a big tournament coming up, and I try to focus as much as I can on improving my calculation, getting to play some training games, working on my openings, and there's always a little bit of luck too.
Just no secrets, solving tactics, repeating openings. Every tournament is different, so for a tournament like this where I more or less know who I'm going to be playing ahead of time, I look up my opponents, I try to fix up some of the holes in my openings. Generally in chess right now, there's a lot of focus on opening, so there's going to be a lot of targeted preparation, so that's the main focus. And lately I've been switching up my preparation a bit. I've been focusing more on playing games before the tournament, playing against my training partners, and then looking up the openings and trying to fix that. So I've been shifting a little more towards that. And of course, as you get closer to the tournament, you start working on your calculation, make sure you're sharp right before the tournament.
Well, I train a lot of time on openings and calculation mostly. Just work a lot on chess.
I think it's really dependent on like my current state. So, right now I'm in school, so it really depends. But I try my best to look at every opponent beforehand and then just get warmed up in general. I think I used to take it a lot differently before I came to college, like 4 years ago. But now I'm just, trying to do as much as I can before.
For a tournament like US Championship, you need to prepare mentally first, because last year it was my first time. And even though I was prepared, I couldn't, show my best. So I think it's very important that you get familiar with the environment and just have a positive, mindset going to the games. So I think, more or less like opening preparation, tactics, and just mental preparation for it.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! There's my boy, look at that
kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitloan.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 8.
Yes.
And let's take a look at the games.
Indeed. The standings first for the women.
So Carissa, it is her show now, 7 out of 7. Fantastic performance. Clear second. Bekim Tokirchanova also playing really well and winning her last round. So she's at 5 points now. And then a 3-way tie with Irina Crash, Alice Lee, and Megan Lee with 4 points.
And in the Open, the standings there.
Here we have Fabiano Caruana now tied with Awonder, Liang, who just made a draw with Sevian. So they both have 4.5 points, but Fabiano is still playing his game. And Sevian cleared third now with 4 points.
And a big tie with 3.5. It is the Carissa Yip Show, and we've got to go to that game. When we have left it, we have just seen the moves H3 and castles long by white. H3 drove the knight back to the F6 square. Castles B5, the sharpest, and we had been focusing our attention on the move E4, E5, which looks the most natural to be sure. Atousa said, please, I would like to resolve this knight. Would you capture on a D3 or would you prefer to capture on B3? Carissa said, we can trade knights, but on my terms, I would like to trade the knights on the A4 square. And that's a remarkable move, but I think it's the right move. I think it's the move that really puts the most pressure on the position. For example, if you do capture on B3, and I'm not saying for one moment that this is the best way to recapture. Mm-hmm. Normally we always capture towards the center, but you can see that after knight takes B3, C2, king B, I am going to be safe.
And then E5 is coming in because I would really like to open that D file.
But the king is going to be really, really safe. Similarly, I won't say it's an absolutely, completely safe king, but it's pretty safe after knight takes D3. Conversely, Carissa is saying, look, I want to damage your king. I want to play knight takes C3, double up your pawns, and your king's not going to be safe. If you capture on, I'm capturing with a tempo. And
D4.
Knight is going to go back to D4. And I'm either going to be playing Queen B6 and Rook B8, or I'm even going to be playing for the dark squares, right? Queen A5. And suddenly the double pawns are actually annoying. It's like, and I think the move Knight A4 is
but Yasser,
provoking.
What if I go knight d5? I'm going to say, like, I'm going to ignore your knight on a4 and I'm just going to jump to the center.
Might be the best move, knight to d5. Let's say I go e6, just having fun. if you take, you can see what I have in mind. I'm a pawn grubber.
Right, and
Kate.
queen b2. I know you're tricking me into defending that f4 pawn.
Exactly.
So I'm maybe gonna just move back, knight e3.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but then there was a good reason behind the move b7, b5, and again, it just feels like here White's a little bit on the back foot. I mean, the initiative has passed over to Carissa. Knight a4, however, according to my screen, he gets a big fat question mark. I overlooked something. Cristian, what have I overlooked?
Yes. So knight to a4, first of all, it does seem like this is perhaps Carissa's first think of the match.
Okay.
And that's because knight to b3 is not a great move, but you have to react appropriately. And the best way to do so is with the move b4. You have to start with b4. Now, knight to d5 and knight takes d5, e takes d5 and knight takes d3. And the idea being that, and it's not an easy one to understand, is that you're going to be first with your attack. a5, a4 is coming very quickly in the position, especially if you take in the most natural way with the rook, right? You want to double up or maybe even triple up on the e file with rook to e3 and rook to e1. But now the problem is after a5, I have two threats in the position, one of them being bishop to a6, of course, to create the pin and win the exchange, but the other one to continue with a4. So in fact, you're sort of in trouble in this position. b4 was the best move, knight to a4, a big fat question mark, as you just mentioned. But the thing is, you need to be very precise as White, and it's not that easy. I've been looking through the lines, not so easy to understand. In fact, you need to leave the knight on c3. Allow black to take on c3 and break your pawn structure with the move, very aggressive move, bishop e5, excuse me. Knight takes c3, take on c3. And now the question is, where do you put the knight? If you go to h5, I'm just simply going to defend the pawn on f4, either with queen to f3 or queen to e3, and then I'm going to go g4. And then if you need to reroute your knight via g7, that's going to be very slow. And you don't have as many resources on the queen side. Take advantage of my broken pawn structure. So
can you go to the d5 instead of h5?
You could, yes, you could. But I think after knight to d5, in fact, bishop takes g6 is going to come. That's a discovery attack. Question is, what do you take? Do you take on f4 or do you take on c3? Which
no, I
one
just
would you
recapture
like to go
the
to?
bishop because you always have that check on h7. I just take the bishop.
Okay.
Bishop e6.
But that's a pawn, right? That's a pawn up for me. I'm happy with the pawn. And by the way, I have this very nice little tactic, taking on d6. You cannot take on d5 because I take on e7, and I take your rook as well. But you can, in fact, take on d6 back, rook to d4. It's just a pawn up right now. You don't have as much as black. I mean, you don't have enough resources. You do have to go a5, a4, and sure, you'll get an attack, but it's not as aggressive. And guess what? If I manage to open up the h file, you're getting checkmated as well. So it's a very fast-paced action in which both players will need to time their attack very well in order to be successful. So yeah, that's about it for this one. Guys, do we have a special guest? Is that correct?
Yes, we do. The Executive Director of the United States Chess Federation, Renee, is joining us. Good afternoon, Renee. Thank you for coming on the show.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how are things in the U.S. Chess Federation these days? What are you guys up to?
Hey, we are really busy here at US Chess. We have two big events scheduled for this year that I'd like to talk to you about. The first is our grade nationals this December 6th through 8th at National Harbor. And Monday is the first early registration deadline for that event. So I want to make sure that your listeners know about grade nationals. And the second event, the biggest event I think that will be in the history of US Chess, will be the upcoming Super Nationals 8, and that's in May, and that replaces the elementary, middle, and high school championships. We do this once every 4 years, and so we're super excited about hosting this event in May.
Well, Renee, I have visited the Super Nationals when it was maybe the first event, I know, in Nashville, and I must say, it was overwhelming. I'm not joking. There was over 5,000 children competing, and they had their parents and coaches, and it was a chess festival. I've never seen so many trophies in my life. How many competitors are you expecting in that
Well,
Supernational?
Yeah, let me first remind your listeners that the last time from May that we have held a Supernationals was 8 years ago because we had to cancel during COVID. So we think that the interest in this event is going to be huge. The last Supernationals that we held in 2017 had 5,600 participants.
Wow.
If we had been able to hold it during COVID, we were anticipating over 6,000. So we think we'll definitely hit over 6,000 this time.
I was present at those nationals 8 years ago. And, I grew up playing chess in the Czech Republic, but also, national championships. I've never seen something like that. Like the floors on every hotel were full with chess boards and kids running around playing chess. It was just fantastic.
And the trophies that I saw, the
They're
kids,
bigger than the kids.
Yeah, the kids' eyes were huge, huge. That is a very, very, very big deal. Fantastic. And the scholastics, I know that is a huge part of the entire USCF's program and education as well. Talk a bit about the scholastic side of the USCF, if you don't mind.
You bet. One of the things that we have open right now are applications for our Title I travel grants. This will help students who are attending Title I schools and participating in chess programs to travel to both grade nationals or supernationals. And the deadline to complete that application is November 1st. And so US Chess is committed to serving at-risk populations, and we hope to see a lot of applications filled out for these travel grants that are coming up.
Exactly. Once again, we want to put up that graphic for viewers that didn't get a chance to see it the first times. Here it is, the National K through 12s as well, the grade championships. Wow.
It's going to be fantastic, and I hope to be there as well because it's spectacular.
What are you doing? Are you doing some lectures?
We will gonna see
Wow.
about that. But yes, it's really great event. If you have kids, like to go there, I think it's a really nice experience for kids to see so many other kids competing at the game of chess.
Absolutely fantastic. And Renee, that's the scholastic side. Just turning it to the other side for a quick second. The U.S. Olympic teams have just competed.
We had just fantastic performance. How much proud USCF is for this accomplishment.
Yes. We are incredibly proud of both our open and women's team. I have to say this was my first time to travel to an Olympiad to help support our teams. It was so much fun and to see how well they did, both teams performing well. We had a number of challenges just in transportation, getting the teams to the playing venue, particularly when we received torrential rain, unfortunately some flooding in Budapest. And so we were all getting our apps open, trying to order Ubers and Bolts to get our teams there. And you might have seen the video of Magnus Carlsen having trouble having to catch a bike in order to get to the venue. I mean, the challenges were real. And so it was exciting to see how well they performed. And speaking of Supernationals, I spoke to Carissa while we were there. And she told me that she had competed the last time we held Supernationals in 2017. So she's looking forward to getting to come. I'm hoping to get her there as a special guest.
Wonderful, like a previous star, and now she's a superstar of today. Maybe more stars will be born. Coming up this weekend, U.S. Chess is teaming up with St. Louis Chess Club and the Kasparov Foundation for a conference here. Tell us about that one, Renee.
Sure. US Chess is proud to be one of the presenting sponsors for this event. This is the first time that we've held an event like this on this scale in the US. And of course, we have keynote speakers that are going to be great attractions for everyone who's in attendance. We have GM Maurice Ashley, GM Judith Polgar, and GM Garry Kasparov. And so in addition to the keynote speakers, we have some really interesting plenary sessions that are planned. We have one on chess and cheating. We have another one with research on chess and gender. We have a lot of concurrent sessions that will cover everything from research, classroom teachers, or people who are just trying to start their own chess club in their own communities.
Wow, that's a very nice lineup with the keynote speakers.
I would say
and
so.
forward to the sessions. I'm going to actually be moderating the chess and gender one. So it's going to be a great, great event to discuss chess on an academic sphere.
Renee, thank you so very much for joining us. Is there any final thoughts that you'd like to leave our viewers with from US Chess?
Sure. I'd just like to tell you that it was so exciting for our delegation to be in Hungary to support our World Olympiad team. And now we're seeing a lot of these competitors here at the U.S. Championship. So we're looking forward to being there at the closing ceremony to cheer everyone off and then also to start the St. Louis Chess Conference.
Renee, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your leadership and to your staff for everything you do at US Chess. We're very, very appreciative.
Thanks so much.
All right. And let's get back into the play. Has Carissa answered, has Atousa answered knight a4?
No, yes, she did, but not in the right way. Not in the right way. She played the move knight to b1, which receives this little Swiss mark right here, Swiss cross. Knight to b1 is just simply too passive. You want to keep the knight on c3. And again, it's all about speed in these type of positions. You need to get your attack going. Knight to b1 does not accomplish that. And after bishop to b7, a very natural move, it does seem like black is just simply starting to get ahead in terms of speed of the attack. The knight on b1, really bad piece. Now the knight on a4, without, let's say, a counterpart on c3, is just controlling the position. And at the right moment, I will go queen to c7, maybe even knight to c5 to eliminate the other knight, or the bishop on d3. And with the knight on b1, sometimes you will want to get off the c file with the king. Unfortunately, you're not able to do so. You're going to lose another tempo to do that with the move knight to d2. You're just simply too slow. I do believe, no, we don't. Yes, we do have a move, queen to b6. It's all about the speed of the attack. And right now, it is black who has the fastest attack in the position.
And also talking about speed, Carissa, she has 1 hour and 17 minutes, whereas Atousa only 28 minutes, and we are just move 15.
Exactly. We're just starting the middle game right now. It's going to get wild. It's going to become much more complicated than it is right now. You will need time to spend it on your calculation and make the precise moves. And unfortunately, right now, Atousa does not have that luxury. And it will pay dividends for Carissa. This has been her strategy this whole tournament. She's playing very fast. She's putting a lot of pressure on her opponent's clock. And we've seen it with Irina Krush as well. She blundered in those last few moments. She played that move queen to b5, after which Carissa just took over. Right now, she's feeling good. She's confident. She's following the path of Bobby Fischer. She wants to get 11 out of 11 and get that $64,000 bonus.
Nice. Yeah, as we can see from the position, black is enjoying all the pluses of an open Sicilian with actually none of the deficits after the move queen b6. I mean, it's clear that bishop b7, and it's just a migration towards the queen side. h4, not coming anytime soon because of bishop g4. g4, g5, it's going to be hard to dislodge the knight when it gets there. So I'm seeing a clear advantage for Carissa. Where would you like to take this?
So by the way, Atousa played that move g4, so she is starting the attack on the king side, but without the dark square bishop,
I just don't see it.
Next one, maybe let's take a look at the game of Nazi Pajkice and Talia Cervantes. What developed there?
When we left it, I more or less thought that we were going to see a pawn sacrifice by Talia, but Nazi wasn't interested in capturing the pawn. She wanted the initiative, so she went for knight e4, allowing e3 takes f2. I think we've all done this more or less in our careers. Our opponents have played a move like queen e3. We went for f4, and then we forgot to win the pawn on e3. And the pawn on e3 ended up biting us. Yeah, exactly. No, Talia said, if you're not going to win my pawn, I'll happily damage your pawns, because now the structure is that it's an isolated pawn on e2, but Nazi has very fast development, And the move rook c1, bishop e6, we've caught up with the players.
So if I play knight c5, very natural move.
I'm almost certain with the move rook c1, she wants to play queen d6.
Queen d6 to exchange queens.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because if we exchange, I recapture with the knight, and I'm also opening up the bishop from g2 to attack on that diagonal.
Exactly. Sorry, you were going to say.
I thought knight c5 looks
knight
also
to
very
c5.
interesting.
Okay, and then I guess I would make a tempo against the queen. Here, I understand that the knight on c5 wants to hit e6, it wants to hit b7, and I'm readying the brilliant defensive retreat.
Just retreating the bishop, but when your rook is out of the corner,
yes,
everything's
then
good.
It's a little bit better. But let's go to an interview with Anastasiya.
I'm here with Thalia Cervantes, who just won this crazy game against Tati Fabrahamian. I mean, I don't know even what to ask you because there were so many different moments and so many critical lines. But just your general feeling, how did it go the whole game?
It was a roller coaster for sure, not just in the game, but emotions too. And I feel like I like my position going into the time trouble, the pair of bishops going for the attack with h4. I was very happy with my position then. I'm assuming that my sacrifice worked, but I missed a few things in calculation. I missed like this queen h6 that was played at one point, and then, since we're so low on time, I just thought, okay, let me just sacrifice everything and see if something sticks. And thankfully, we got into an endgame where I had some chances, and I don't know if it was the best way, the way that I played, but it got the job done, thankfully, so happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, you played with so much inspiration and creativity. Like, if you can compare your games, like, from where normally you try to get this kind of inspirations, who comes to your mind, which players, and who are your favorites? I mean, I'm talking about the players you could kind of get inspired.
I've always had Bobby Fischer as my favorite chess player, but the funny thing is that I don't feel like my games usually go in this aggressive route, but it's kind of an ongoing joke in my team that whenever we're playing blitz games, I play like this. Whenever I play serious game, I play more tame, and I call it, just like having fun. So I guess this game was a lot of luck and having fun doing sacrifices, yeah. But
why do you think it happened like this way? Is it something like about the tournament situation? Maybe it's the fact that you don't feel that much pressure on your shoulders anymore, considering how it was before.
To be honest, I had 2 very tough losses in the previous rounds, and I really wanted to score today. And I think also the fact that we were so deep into time trouble made me choose the moves that I chose. So it was all very practical too, and just the typical mess that you can't predict in time trouble. So yeah,
absolutely, we like the mess. It's I'm sure all fans were happy.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm sure at the studio they're having a lot of fun.
I'm sure about this too. So let's go back to the studio and enjoy.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Boy, Talia, I know your experience so very well. I studied the games of Alexander Alekhine, and I soared to his mastery. I thought he was a tactical genius. I ended up playing like Tigran Petrosian, and my inner Alekhine was subdued. But I know what it feels like. Bobby Fischer inspired many, but very, very few could imitate him. Yeah. He was quite unique. I wanted to turn our attention to a game between Alice Lee, Irina Krush, and a different simulation. This might be for the first prize based on their American Cup results.
By the way,
right?
I liked how Talia was saying, but I know the people in the studio like the messy position, so we can have fun.
Right. Having fun is a very important part of chess. You should be enjoying yourself at the board, not just suffering, taking bad positions, but playing for the initiative. We have a situation between Alice Lee and Irina Krush at the board. I think both players might like their positions. For me, what has happened is White has just created a big weakness, the pawn on b6. And now, I'm going to target that weakness. Irina Krush.
Also, Black has strong knight on c5.
Yes. Arena Crush has played the move f5, and an indication, at least for me, that on a good day she's thinking h5, g5, g4. Her last move, bishop f6, also kind of intimating that she's looking forward to trading bishops as well. In other words, I'm seeing play for black on the king side, play for white on the queen side. Alice captured the rook on a1. On the one hand, you might say that, well, that's a good move because you're taking away an attacker, so I won't be too critical. On the other hand, I would say what you've done, Alice, is create a weakness. Attack the darn thing. Just go rook a1, rook b4, queen b1, etc., etc. Go for it. She has captured on a1.
And after this trade, she's
queen.
going to attack that weakness.
Exactly, and focus her attention on it.
But if I go rook a6, how are you going to continue attacking it?
Probably with the same simple ideas of trading the rooks on the A file so that, again, focusing on the B6 pawn. The big question is, how would I answer a move like bishop H4? Should I play G3? In principle, I'd like to leave my structure alone, right? But
if I manage to trade the dark square bishop, you're going to be left with that light square bishop, which is very bad in these structures.
Yeah. So here, again, we talk about the player's really great judgment, right? Like, how would you judge this position? Would the trade of bishops, would you see that as a bad thing, or would you prefer to play, for example, a position? I'm just putting a different one on the board, G3 bishop, and almost I really want to play G3 back to G2. We'll keep an eye on this one, and what have you got for us, Cristian?
Well, a lot of things have happened.
Wow, I'll say.
Everything has changed in the game between Wesley, so with the white pieces, and Fabi. We started off with this endgame, and I was saying, look, this looks very equal.
Very balanced,
to my eyes.
Yeah.
The engine, in fact, after a few more moves, rook to c8, rook to c1, it was already giving white a very significant advantage. And to be honest, I'm very surprised by this. Rook to c8, 0.7, close to that. That's a significant advantage. Rook takes c8.
7/10 of a pawn.
Yes, that's a lot. That's a lot. And in this position, apparently, the idea of knight to f1, which makes a lot of sense, get the knight to e3. From there, you can jump, or at least look at the d5 square as well as the f5 square. And then the plan seems to be getting the king towards the h7 pawn. This is where you have the advantage. This is the only place where you have the advantage as white. This pawn on h7 needs to be targeted, and you need to get the king to that place to be able to get some sort of an advantage. That was the best path forward. He decided to go king to e3, and in fact, the players are blitzing out their moves, so it seems like they already sort of agreed that this is not going to be much. This is most likely going to end in a draw. And right now, this is what we have, the position that you see on the board right now, and there's only one way to go wrong for Fabiano, as you can see on the clock. For Wesley, 29. G6. It's in the spirit of the. Let's. Pawn, because my king gets to h6. That's the idea. My king goes to g5. That sort of blocks your position. You cannot attack me with f6 because you lose the pawn on g6. And then slowly but surely, I will utilize my pawns on the g and h files, go g4, h4, h5, create the passed pawn. And that's something that you don't want to see.
Maybe not so slowly.
It's probably still a draw, but you have to be really careful as black. Don't go for it. Just go f6,
right.
Attack the knight, push it back, and then go with a move knight to g6. You don't really have too many weaknesses in the position. In fact,
still, the pawns are split. I mean,
yes,
if anybody has
anything,
I mean, it's not much.
It's almost nothing. in the position.
Can I also go a6 just to kick the bishop away and see
Sure.
where it's going to go?
Yes, you can definitely do that. You can definitely do that.
Maybe bishop d5.
Well, again, I'm not
Might
making
be
any...
the same
any,
idea with bishop takes g6 and try to create an h pawn.
Yeah, I won't make any pretensions that, you know, I've got a winning advantage or something like that, but I do feel the split pawns, again, maybe the engine
I have to
will
be
play
a bit careful. For
Yeah.
example, I don't know if I want to push your bishop back with a6.
Like, you do make me at least stop to consider the idea of g4.
Yes, and then we have to
h5.
calculate, is bishop takes f3 fine for black? Probably not, right?
But whose pawns are more dangerous?
Yeah, king d5, g4, and it seems like white is getting something.
Right. But from the current position, you're just saying, don't play knight. Don't get
Absolutely
yourself
no
into
reason
trouble
to do
with
that.
knight to g6.
No, just go f6, get the knight to g6. You can get the bishop on d5. f5 as well might be a good idea at some point.
But can I ignore the king side, just go a6, b5, king d5, and pretend like I want to do something on the queen side?
I'm not sure about
Because
that.
you're not threatening anything. You cannot go king g5, king h6, your knight is hanging.
Okay, I will...
knight f6 is a threat.
I will try to tickle your kingside structure with the move.
f6 is on the board.
f6.
Best move in the position.
If I can get knight f6 and king g5, I can press. Again,
so
I'm not
a7
saying...
is a weakness that you're going to target this way.
Right? It just feels like the split pawns should be a determinant of who's playing for an advantage. I was so happy a moment ago. You know, the chess engine seemed to rewrite all my knowledge. I feel like I no longer know anything about chess because every time I say, in my day, this position was considered bad or something like that, the engine goes 0, 0, 0s. I'm thinking of the game of Mishra recently where there was a bishop on d5 in an open Sicilian, and I said, well, strategically, it's winning. Strategically, this was considered winning in my day. People would play the move knight to f1. They would play the move knight to e3. They would trade the light square bishops, and they would expect to win because the famous game of Kiba Rubinstein where he goes king to h5 and king to h6, and he makes a pawn breakthrough and electrified the entire chess world. These positions with the doubled pawns were considered very bad. Conversely, if you push this f7 pawn to g7, everybody says draw.
Right.
Just draw. But the double pawns were supposed to be terrible, like really bad. I'm so happy when he said 7/10 of a pawn.
I was shocked, to be honest. I was shocked.
But then the players all kind of just went.
They played really fast. I think they both
Really
thought that
fast.
position is extremely equal.
Right. And we do have f7, f6 on the board. Again, this game is for the U.S. Championship lead. If Wesley were to win and upset Fabi,
knight to f3, knight to g6 check.
He would be only a half a point behind. And again, we do have the knight f3, knight g6.
Well, it would be for the lead because I believe Awonder would in fact catch Fabiano.
With a loss by Fabi.
With a loss by Fabi.
Yes. So still something for Wesley to play for at this moment.
I don't think right now he's even thinking about it anymore. I think the way he sees this position...
Well, the way he went king e3, f4, e5...
I think he's okay with the draw at this point.
He's kind of wrecked. But that would be all draws. We'll keep an eye on this one. What else have you got for us, Cristian?
Well, let's take a look at what's happening with Atousa and Carissa. And in fact, some things have been happening, and quickly, because Atousa, as we already mentioned, she needs to be fast. Otherwise, she's going to fall under severe time pressure. And she played the speed, bishop b7. Things are going as well. This is the position that we have right now. h5 is coming, queen to h2. Give me a few more moves. I'm checkmating you, right? So what black needs to do right now is go knight to c5 start. f6. the pawn on e5, knight takes e5. Threat me. You don't have time to continue your attack. So you have to go c3. But now I go rook a to d8. Again, I'm having some ideas. Rook takes d3, follow 3. Doing probably be a very good position for white, despite the fact that you're a pawn down. But this knight is completely out of play, and it doesn't do anything.
So
it's
bishop
not even
C2.
defending the king anymore.
So bishop c2 instead of allowing h5.
That's right.
So bishop c2.
Bishop to c2 probably would be best, and then I will continue. Everything with tempo. I really need to be fast as black because you're one move away. Let's make a random move. Let's go a5.
Right.
Let's say the attack continues. Guess what? Look at the bar jumping up.
h5 advantage.
h5. Now I have the advantage. You gave me one tempo. Now I'm the first one to deliver the checkmate, or at least get close to that. Get close to creating the threats. You're the reactive one right now, which is the name of the game in this position. Make your opponent be reactive in this one, and that's what Carissa should be focused on. If she can get past today, guess what? If she wins this one, she would be on 8 out of 8. She would only have Megan Lee, Anna Zatonski, who's having a terrible event so far, and of course in the final round, Alice Lee. But she's in with a shout for the $64,000 bonus, Fisher bonus.
Right. We used to have a TV show, I think it was called the $64,000 Pyramid or something like that, $64,000 question. And so can she make the $64,000 bonus? We have H2, H3, H4. Again, Atousa is looking at H5, just as Cristian described it, capturing on G6, playing Queen H2, away you go. Is Knight C5 an intuitive move for you?
I don't think it is. And I'm looking also at other moves, because Cristian said that's the only move. So I was thinking H5 or even D5.
H5, D5. D5, you start to wonder about this, right? Because
right,
this
but Knight E4?
Yes, takes,
H5.
I don't know. I'm just saying I could understand why players would be nervous. I mean, because seriously, HG and Queen H2 is landing, right? And at the
but
moment,
I can be recapturing it with Queen on G6, kind of not allowing you to play. So let's say I go Rook C8.
Rook C8, yes. HG.
Queen takes.
It's just not nice. It's just, no, seriously, you're, I hate the H7 weakness. If your pawn was on G6 and you could go Rook F7 here.
Right.
Here it just feels like,
maybe this Rook H5.
I'm not enthusiastic. I'm not feeling.
I agree.
I'm not feeling happy. Conversely, the move Knight C5, it's one of those things you do look at. It's H4, Knight C5. I was looking at it in that whole sequence that Cristian gave us. I was looking at a different move. I hated the move C3. I just thought that was way, way, way too passive. I thought we were going to go C4, captures, bishop C2. Now, at a certain moment, there was the move Queen E6. Queen E6 landed with a nasty blow.
Double attack.
Yes, when the pawn was on C3, it was pawn was on E4, pawn was on A2. Woe is me. Here, I do give myself at least the move Knight C3. I know G4 is hanging. I'm hoping to make the position a little chaotic. What are the clock times? Because I know
so Carissa is playing very fast, but she actually slowed down. So now she has 58 minutes, while Atousa has 26 minutes.
And a big moment in the game. We've just seen the move once again, for those who are joining us late. H3, H4, Atousa saying, I want to make your king at least uncomfortable.
Can I try one more move?
Please,
Can I try
please.
e5? Because I feel like if you push all the pawns on the king side, I should respond maybe in the center to blockade some of those pawns.
Fair. Let's take.
Okay, I take. By the way, knight c5 on the board.
Carissa finding an engine-approved move, h4, h5, and I'm dreaming. I don't know what is my dream. HG perhaps, and G5 maybe to sacrifice an exchange.
I go queen e6 again?
Yeah, and kind of covering, if you will, covering up on the king side. Tough stuff. But knight c5 on the board by Carissa. I think that was an excellent move. These moves are not that easy. Another move for Atousa just to consider. Then I despise the knight on b1. By the way,
of course, it's very passive.
Let me bring the knight back into civilization. How about knight to d2? I think that a while ago Cristian was saying many times white wants to play the move king b1. Let me give Atousa the chance to do that, to play king b1. How would you prosecute Carissa's attack after knight d2? Would you take on d3? Would you play a5? a5 I could take on c5, so
right.
That might not be the best. Because a moment ago, and I really want to emphasize this, Cristian said, give Atousa a single move, like play a soft move, rook b8, and h5, and suddenly Atousa's back in the game. So this might be one of those moments where you have to be precise. Sorry. You had a...
No, I'm actually not sure. I'm thinking maybe capturing the pawn on d3 and then playing h5, just to blockade it once your bishop is out of the picture.
Right. I'm pausing. I'll take just with the pawn for the moment. And h5, yeah? You know, Bobby Fischer once said, push, push, sack, sack, mate. Right? I'm gonna show my inner Bobby. Push, push, sack, sack, mate. Knight takes g4, rook takes g4, h takes g4. Probably my inner Bobby is not that good.
That looks good.
I don't know. King g7.
But I would throw rook c8 there just to give a check on the king.
Sure, anytime you like. You will tell me later which rook you prefer. But yeah.
Yeah, I understand this attack Atousa is pursuing on the king side.
I would think that knight b1 to d2 might be a good move for her. Sorry, once again, you told me it's
Atousa, 24 minutes. We have, I think, move 17.
Wow, that's slow.
And Carissa, she has 58 minutes, on the clock. So she spent about 20 minutes, I believe, on that move, knight c5.
Can we make it 8 in a row? Will the streak continue? But let's take a pause because we love it when our social media tries to stump the masters with a question. Let's see what we've got.
What is the question?
This one is from Steven on Twitter or on X.
Do you ever wish during commentary that you are playing in the tournament? And what are your thoughts on the no draw offer rule?
Yes, all the time. Every time I watch them play, I think, come on, coach, let me in there. Then I go, nah, these guys are rough. For me, it's so intuitively obvious there should never have been a draw offer rule in the first place. There should never have been a draw offer rule in the first place. No other sport do the two teams look at each other.
In soccer, let's call it a draw.
Hey guys, we played so well. It's been, we actually kicked the ball twice against each other. We better call it 0-0. So yeah, rip that up and just take that away. We grew up with it, but it's not a good rule. I'm glad it's gone.
And I also don't think it helped players to improve, because they need that experience. They need to kind of think, okay, am I better, am I worse? Not just like, okay, I'm scared, I don't want to play this.
Yeah, it had the opposite effect. It really, I think, hurt players, because really, when the draw offer rule is in effect, I think for a lot of players, they thought, okay, today I'm black, I'm playing against Kate. She's so good in the opening. The moment I equalize, that's when I'm going to offer her a draw. Or the moment when she's behind on the clock, then I'm going to offer her a draw. So they're actually thinking not about their moves, they're thinking about the strategic moment to offer the draw. Jump in on the conversation there, Cristian. First of all, are you missing the competitive side?
Always.
Always.
Yes, of course, always. Whenever I see these players playing and whenever I see some of my students play as well, I always want to play as well. But unfortunately, I just don't have the time to prepare the openings necessary. And you do need to have an opening repertoire, which is very stable, but also very well refined. And I'm working for other players mostly nowadays. I don't have as much as a well-established opening repertoire for myself anymore. And that hurts whenever you play because you don't get out of the opening.
You feel like you're behind.
It's unfortunate, but yes, these are the feelings that I'm experiencing. Now, in terms of the draw rule, it just simply shouldn't be there. I don't understand it. And it, as you mentioned, Katerina, it hurts players because you're even thinking about potentially offering a draw, or maybe your opponent offers a draw. That shouldn't even be there. Like I have a student, I'm not going to give any names, but very often whenever he or she plays against 2500, so that you don't know who I'm talking about, they offer a draw. And I'm asking them, hey, how many games against Grandmasters do you have every single year? 5?
How many opportunities?
10? Maybe maximum. Those are 10 opportunities. If you finish them in 5 minutes, all of them, or if you finish them whenever you have a better position, you're not gaining any experience, you're not learning anything from those games, and you're just simply not going to get any better. You're going to stagnate. Is that what you want out of your career and the process of playing chess and improving in chess? That shouldn't be there, the drawing rule. I don't like it.
For me, once again, I want to say that the first time that I started to think, hey, I'm a good player, like I know what I'm doing, is when my opponents had to play well to beat me. You know, I wasn't just blundering a piece, but they actually, you know, ground me down strategically, like that technical position that Fabi won against Grigoriy. You know, if I'm in Grigori's shoes, you know, I salute my opponent, I'm going to come back, I'm going to be a little bit better, but you played a great game to win. I didn't kill myself. You know,
by the way, me personally, I think that I was very happy to take a break from competitive chess and actually got the opportunity to be with you guys here on this team. But now, after 2-3 years, I'm
you're missing.
Maybe I want to get back to the
That's good.
competition.
I'm glad to hear that, Kate. We miss you in the competition very much. So, where would you like to take us?
Let's take a look
Thank
around.
you for the question.
Absolutely, very good question. In the women's section, let's see what Begim is doing with Jennifer Yu, because we were discussing that maybe Jennifer Yu is suddenly getting that advantage.
Exactly. Again, Begim comes into today's round in clear second place. Her immediate rivals, Irina, Alice, both lost. She's up against Jennifer Yu. A7, A6. That feels a little soft to me. I like the move Rook C8.
Very natural.
I like the move Knight F6. A6, A4, Knight F6, Knight E5, Knight E4. We're kind of catching up with the players.
Look at those jumps with the knights. With the knights. So Jennifer went to F6, E4, and now parking it on D6, or maybe going even to F5.
Exactly. I like it. Because, frankly speaking, I thought the knight on d7 was passive. I like the knight on d6. Firstly, because winning the two bishops not a bad deal. Secondly, for what you said, knight f5. The one thing I'm missing from Jennifer is the rooks. I would really like to see her rooks also in the center. Usually what that means is you got to get your queen out of the way, find queen h4, put your rook on d8, and target the d4 pawn. For the moment, if I'm in a Begim's shoes, by the way, I think to myself, what are my trumps in the position? There's not a lot of them, by the way. If there are trumps, I think a lot of it is based on the move d5, somehow trying to leverage f6. Lastly, You always have to think about these positions, right?
That was one of the things that I actually liked why the knight is standing on d6, because it's guarding that f7 square.
Right. Knight takes f7, knight takes d6, kind of puts a kibosh on the piece sacrifices. Okay.
Maybe, Yasser, let's take a look at the game between Tatev Abrahamian and Rose Atwell.
A game that we haven't
Very
seen
unexpected
too much.
king f8 move there.
I think everything was more or less theory. Knight b5 takes on b5. Check.
King f8. I'm not blocking the check. I'm just moving the king to the king side. Sometimes you can do it because you can develop the rook via h-file, but it looks like maybe it was a necessity here.
Seriously, I would have probably blocked the check myself. I'm one of those players who like the opportunity to castle, put my king away. F2, F3, defending e4, d5, king b1, captures. Tatev is making a pawn sacrifice. Exactly for what, I don't know.
I mean, there is a pawn hanging on a7, so maybe in the future I can recapture it. But the knights can be very strong in the center.
I don't think you can.
No, I'm not going to recapture it right now.
Right, it's the cookie that you don't want. But for the moment, why aren't I just a pawn up? I'm going to capture, and I'm going to play knight d5. Probably.
So what if I go bishop f4?
Okay.
So I'm going to pin that knight with your queen.
A decent move. I probably want to break. I can't think. I want to stop the pin. I want to get out of the pin. Knight h5. You can take on e4 if you like.
I can take, but if I go, let's say I take, but I don't want to be trading, right? I want to be attacking. In general, but also here.
Yeah, I do have an idea of knight takes and queen takes c2. I don't see the compensation. Cristian, jump in with the open section, if you will.
Yes, absolutely, and I'll give you all the time to analyze that position in just a second, but I do want to tell you that Hans is in fact outplaying Mishra. As we entered this endgame, we were saying that perhaps it's even black who is better in this position. And after g3, what he had to do, Abhimanyu that is, was to support the move b5. He went too fast with this move b5. What he had to do was first prepare that with the move rook d to b8. You can also go rook a to b8. All of these are very natural moves. He jumped the gun a little bit with this move a b5 because right now, white is not forced to take on b5, but what he can do is play the move that was played in the game, knight to a3, and now you have to react. Now you have to either go b4 or take on a4. In both cases, you're going to give me the c4 square, which is crucial for this position and the assessment of it. After taking on a4, knight to c4 came back in the position, knight to d7, bishop to e3, controlling this diagonal. And what I don't want to see is you exchanging this knight with the move knight to b6. Bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, bishop to b6, and a very crafty move by Hans in this one. In fact, you don't want to exchange the bishops. You want to go either bishop to d2 or bishop to c1. I like this move bishop to c1 by Hans for the simple fact that in addition to the move knight bishop to d2, you're also allowing the knight to go back and reroute itself towards c4. This is where I want to land, on c4 with the knight. I really like this move, bishop to c1. Knight to c5, h4, trying to put some pressure on the knight on g6, and knight to d3, which is already considered a pretty big mistake. After king to g2, bishop to c7, this is the position. Knight to d2, the plans are very easy, especially for white. I'm going to pick up the pawn on a4. I'm going to pressure whenever I want. I don't have to do it right now. I can do it next move. I can do it in 2 moves. There's no way for you to defend the pawn on a4. You're going to lose that. I'm going to take on a4, and then you're going to have the only weakness in the position, and that is the pawn on a5. In addition to that, white is not having any weaknesses in the position. You can exert as much pressure as you want. This is play on 1 goal, and right now Hans is outplaying his younger opponent, Abhimanyu, Mishra Abhimanyu, in big trouble, and this would be a great bounce back victory for Hans after yesterday's defeat.
Absolutely. No, I love everything strategically for white here. It
Yeah.
really
Take on
does look
a4.
good.
I mean, it looks so beautiful.
I was just looking at the bishop on c1. If it was parked there the whole time, but it actually went to e3
Exactly.
at one moment and then put back to keep defending that pawn on b2.
You make the comparison between the pieces, right? The
I
knight
do.
on g6 versus the knight on c4. You can clearly see the winner in that one. Bishop on c1, it's not a great piece for the moment, but it does protect against the invasion via d2 by the rook. Also, it protects the b2 pawn, so it has a very stable job in the position. The bishop on c7, not so much. I mean, you're defending the weaknesses, but you don't have any other reasons to be there. So if you compare every single piece to each counterpart, you can understand white is clearly better in this one.
Thank you, Cristian. I want to turn our attention to Carissa. After all, can she do it? Can she be the first player since Bobby Fischer in the modern era to win all of her games in a national championship? Carissa had played the move knight c5, and we were looking at knight d2. We were looking at knight c5. Possibly we should have even investigated a pawn sacrifice based on h5. Atousa captured and made an error. Right here, we were looking at moves c2, c3, as well as c3, c4, in order to give the bishop room to breathe. She went aggressively e5, c4, captures on d3, and oops.
Carissa is waiting with capturing that rook on h1, and I think that's maybe something Atousa was looking at if Carissa captures that rook immediately.
White takes in this moment, and then I'm assuming white gets at least the opportunity to capture on e7. But I would, with both hands, play queen takes f6.
Right. You're attacking that pawn on f4. You're also, again, attacking that rook on h1.
And the knight on b1. But wait a minute. This is such a good position for black. I mean, I've played the dragon variations. I mean, there's a queen on e3 check. So could I even start something gross like rook to d8? Like where would you go with the queen? I'm hoping that I'll get a queen e1 check, a bishop takes h1. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that very, very nasty pin on
and
the
if I just go
diagonal.
queen e2?
Queen e2. Yeah. Bishop takes h1 now.
Oh,
now
after take on e7, you can capture rook and retreat with your bishop.
Yes.
And that's just a healthy rook up.
I like the way you said that. Very healthy rook up. When retreat with the bishop. I'm sure there are other moves as well, but yes. So now you would actually have to take on h1, which is what you didn't want to do. And queen takes, and it's an extra exchange.
But
well,
open files on the king, the rooks are perfect.
It's completely winning. She is going to beat Fabiano's streak of 7-0. She will have her 8th in a row. And when we did the Ben Underwood statistics, by the way...
We were very unhappy last time, right? It was only like
very
1% after
unhappy.
round 6, winning everything.
What was the probability that Carissa Yip might win the Bobby Fischer Prize? And yesterday, it was
1%.
like 1.9 or something ridiculous. Well... envelope, let's take a look. And according to the statistics, this is before today's round, by the way, everybody, before Carissa goes 8-0, her chance of winning all of her remaining games, statistically speaking, were just slightly below 7%.
How is it going to be after today's round?
Somehow, I'm getting a certain sense of inevitability that we might be seeing Alice Lee against Carissa in a last round game where Alice Lee says, okay, I'm going to shut things down. I'm not going to let you get the Bobby Fischer Prize. Wow. We keep talking about it. What is it, Kate? Educate me.
Very special Bobby Fischer's Prize of $64,000, which is awarded for a perfect 11-0 score that only Carissa has a chance now to get in the both section US and US Women's Championships. And it honors Bobby Fischer's perfect performance in the 1964 US Championship.
Dr. Anthony Sadie, he likes to tell me the story. He was the last victim of that U.S. championship, and they had adjourned. Tony had a drawn position with Bobby, and Bobby was like, had been analyzing the adjourned position, and Bobby knew it was a draw, except Tony had sealed a blunder. And when the arbiter opened up the sealed move envelope, made the move that Tony knew he was sunk. Bobby was like, bang, 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 bang. No.
But Carissa, I think she knows she's winning by now.
Yes.
But she's still very calm, very patient.
She didn't play rook d8, by the way. She just went, give me the exchange.
She's focusing on the board.
I'm assuming we've got to take.
Happy.
And a moment ago, I had included rook d8. I think that might have been a more precise move. I don't really think it makes that much of a difference, frankly. Yes, white now has a pawn.
And also time advantage. Carissa has 55 minutes, Atousa only 13 minutes. So it's exchange and almost 40 minutes.
Exactly. If I gave Atousa 2 moves, brought that knight on b1, back into the game vis-a-vis knight c3, knight d5, put my pawn on g5, I might feel a little bit more optimistic about her chances of saving the game. But for the moment, it sure looks like Carissa has this game in the bag. Wesley's game.
Yeah, let's go to that one. Let's go to that one because
draw.
they're about to repeat the moves most likely.
King e4 was Wesley's last move.
Yes. Expecting king to d6. That's exactly what he's going for. And you can see it in the body language of the players as well.
Exactly.
That's most likely going to be it. Let's see how they choose to repeat the position. They always find a way.
Well, once again, the lifetime scores between these two gladiators is pretty impressive.
You can throw in a check on g6.
Very, very close. I thought it was 7 wins for Wesley, 6 for Fabi, with lots of draws.
It was like 37 draws.
Yeah, huge. Yeah. They know each other very, very well. But this one looks like it's going to go into their draw column. King
Knight to
f4.
g6, most likely going to come on the board. King to e4, followed by knight to e5. That would seem, at least to my eyes, most natural way to repeat the position.
And I think Fabi is going to be very happy for this draw.
Of course, yes.
No, it was quite the test. He was coming into today's game with the second black running, playing Wesley. And by the way, for those of you who are joining us late, Wesley might have been winning, just winning out of the opening. He
definitely had the sizable
queen
advantage.
takes
I wouldn't
F6.
call it necessarily winning, but a sizable advantage for sure.
Sure. I would say a bullet got dodged.
Oh yes, for sure, absolutely.
Fabi in this game. Where would you like to take us, game?
Let's stay with this one just because we do believe it's going to be a
handshake?
repetition. Perhaps we should see the handshake. It's such a consequential game.
The hand.
Might as well stay with it.
And afterwards, maybe we can look at Levon's game.
For sure.
And Fabi's still pondering his next move for what seems like eternity right now. But knight to g6, that's a check. You cannot approach the h6 pawn with king to g4. He decides to go for bishop to d5. Okay.
Bishop to d5.
Doesn't seem to faze Wesley in any way, and I'm not really sure why knight g6 was not played. Knight to e4, okay. All right, so no repetition. We're going to continue this one.
Okay.
Perhaps we can move to another one.
I just actually have on my screen the game between Alice Lee and Irina Krush. Irina's attack on the king side actually never took off. In fact, what we're about to see is Alice trading off yet another attacker.
I think Katerina wanted to stay with this Levon game, right?
Sure.
Levon versus Ray. Perhaps we can pull that up.
We'll get there. I just wanted to say that there's an opportunity for maybe grabbing a pawn.
Grabbing a pawn, yes. And we thought that you wanted to play bishop h4 much sooner, right? Irina just
Ages
transfer that knight, maybe wasting some time.
Exactly. Okay, we'll switch gears and go to the open section and ferret out Levon versus Ray Robson. Again, a matchup between two of the heavyweights as our Olympic team members do battle with each other. We left it more or less around these parts, knight d5, and Levon saying, I know these positions very well. b4.
That's a very committal move, right? We know what Ray is doing. Ray is trying to bring the other rook to the b file.
Absolutely.
Then maybe something like knight d7 or knight e8 to activate that bishop from g7 and target the b2 pawn.
Exactly. In anticipation of that, targeting of the b2 pawn, Levon plays the move b4, hoping to play b takes c5 and yum yum. Let's win a
That's
pawn.
a yummy pawn.
Exactly. Queen takes a3. I'm sure Levon would have been very happy to see that capture. Ray did not. Ray played rook b8, pinning the pawn to the rook on b1, rook to b3, defending the pawn, takes, queen post up on c4, gift me the pawn.
What is this king g1 move?
G1. If I gave myself this position for the first time, I'm seeing it with fresh eyes and and I look across the board and I say, well, what am I going to do? I mean, the very first move that comes into my mind is like, hey, you're targeting my pawn. I'm an idiot. I'll defend the pawn. You know. Oh, I understand.
But I understand now they want to be sneaky.
I don't have to defend the pawn. I've got a7 and I've got my rook beautifully posted on the e-file, so I don't have to do anything.
But also, the pawn on b4 is actually not really hanging, because anytime you capture on b4, there is bishop f1. I'm going to force the queen to go away, and then I'm going to actually capture your rook on b4. Right? So I'm playing king g1.
King g1.
And if you capture the pawn on b4 with your rook,
okay,
I have bishop f1.
Bishop f1. And what you're saying is my queen cannot maintain connection.
You can go queen e4, but then I continue with bishop d4, d3. I'm going to target your queen again, and now you have to go to a square where you are no longer defending the rook. But of course, maybe I have something better, maybe even discover that.
Gotcha. So the bottom line is the pawn can't be captured, but so you've got this free hand, so to speak, to improve your position. But king g1, I kind of like the king on h2. So you got a chance to improve your position. In other words, maybe you think in your mind it would be better if my pawn were on g5. Maybe it would be better if my pawn were on n4. Maybe I should be playing rook a3. King g1. Help me.
But I understand, because in the future maybe you're going to trade rooks, and you want to have that bishop f1 move. So I think you want the king to be there to defend the bishop when you play maybe one day in the future bishop f1.
Yeah, for me, that, wow.
No, not enough.
Not even close. A question I might have, if you're telling me that the pawn on b4 is maybe something you shouldn't even be grabbing, rook a3, help me out. Whenever I look at, there are two players, I can't comment on their games. Levon is one, and Vasily Ivanchuk is another. I just really, they come up with some amazing ideas that seem contrarian. King g1, could you explain? Probably it's the engine's top move.
It's not. It's
not the top move of the engine?
I was trying to understand the reasoning as well, and I'm struggling to find it, obviously.
Right.
The only thing that I can come up with is that at one point in time, so let's say after rook to c8, rook to e2, at one point in time you're going to try to go h4 and control the square c8 by playing bishop to h3. That's very far away from this moment, because by placing the bishop on h3, you're also losing the pawn on d5, so it doesn't really make as much sense. And h4, of course, with the king on h2, you do allow knight to g4 check. But again, that's that's not a reason necessarily to play the move king to g1, because bishop h3 is not coming anytime soon. Perhaps it's a way to pass the time, pass the move, and saying that I don't see a way to make progress. Do you see a way for yourself to make progress? and perhaps none of the players do, and we're going to see a
Neither
repetition soon. But yes, I cannot really explain logically this move, king to g1, outside of this h4, bishop h3 idea.
Right.
But I think there is a progress for black. No, we want to transfer
Where's the
that knight.
Okay.
Knight d7, knight e5.
Yes. No, that
Because
makes
I
a
want
lot
to
of
land
sense.
that knight on c4 if I can.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Black perhaps has the slightly better position right now. Slightly more pleasant, right, position. Let's say I go a bit crazy. I go f4 trying to, stop you from going knight to e5. This is already bad after bishop to c3. So you do have some ideas. Knight to d7, I think it's the first right step forward in this position that will put some additional pressure on white. Maybe bishop to f1 right now. Bishop to f1, try to provoke, maybe attempt ideas of rook to e1, pawn sacrifice, and then maybe
But
bishop
knight
to
e5,
e6.
now I'm looking at knight f3.
Yes. It's really not easy. Queen to d1, apparently it's fine. Knight to f3. From an optical perspective, from a human's perspective, you generally don't like whenever a knight starts messing around your king, right? And especially intuitively, you don't go bishop f1, king to g1. I don't know what he's doing. I really don't know what he's doing. Ray Robson is having a pleasant position with the black pieces in this one. And just to give you an update on what's happening in Hans's game, because things are getting from bad to worse. And right now, I'm not seeing a way to save the pawn. So rook takes a4 was played, rook to b5 and bishop to e3. How exactly do you stop me going rook to a1, rook to a2 to defend the pawn on b2, and then just simply knight takes a5?
Exactly.
So I'm not seeing the moves. For example, let's say you go knight to e6, right? You just play the move knight to f8. It only makes sense that you're trying to go knight to e6. I go rook to a1.
Right.
You go h5. Sometimes you even want to stop me from going h5 myself. I go rook to a2. How do you defend? Maybe
Cristian, can I try a rook endgame if I go knight c5?
But how do you get... okay.
So you're going to trade.
Yes.
I'm going to take back.
Now I take.
Now start with rook d2.
You want to go rook d2
rook
first.
D2,
Rook d2, knight b3. Unfortunately, I don't think that works. This knight is
That's a nasty
extremely
fork.
powerful. Extremely powerful.
Nasty
So you
fork.
have to take. But now you need to defend this as well. And this is just, it seems like a completely winning.
No, I wanted the rook on d2 to be active, but if I don't have that move.
Yeah. No, this one seems to be a winning endgame for white. Not good. Not good news for Abhimanyu right now and his fans. Hans seems to be bouncing back. And in a way, it looks effortless right now. Since the endgame began, it seems like it's all Hans. He's outplaying his much younger opponent.
And we see that he's playing pretty fast again.
Yes,
he has 15
yes.
minutes, Abhimanyu only 17.
Yes. Exactly. Leinier and Grigoriy, a similar 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3 type of structure. Leinier has 1 to 2 bishops. I'd say that position's much more even. Wesley, so going back to Wesley and Fabi, because again, such a crucial heavyweight matchup between these two. Knight has just come back to c3. From the player's body language, I think they've reconciled themselves to a draw, but they're still at work, Kate.
So can we play bishop c4 to trade the bishops?
Yep. But
I know that these simplifications sometimes help maybe white because knight b5 and stuff.
no, I was thinking from a different point of view. Whenever I get into these knight endings, I really think of them, I associate them very, very closely with king and pawn endings. So if I took the knights off the board, you would be very reluctant to step into a king and pawn endgame. I put the knights on the board, maybe your reluctance is less so, but it's still, it's more clearly advantage white. With the bishops on the board, the advantage of white's advantage is a little more cloudy.
Because it's not that easy to progress, right? The bishop is going to control all of squares.
Yeah, so I might just sit.
So I'm just not going to trade. You
Yeah, I
explained it very
kind
well.
of chill for just a moment and just say, you go ahead. I mean, if you start running, if you start to try to run your king this away, I can meet you maybe with a bishop e8, maybe with a king f7. But I would say to white, how are you going to press?
So I start bishop a6.
Yep.
I do want to get to that f5 square with my king. So I want to check your king and then get closer.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I think we've seen something like this, by the way. The players have maybe played a king to f5. I remember there was a bishop on e6. We were flashing in on the game, and maybe we're seeing something like this. By the way, bishop c4, your move from
I
Fabi.
didn't like it after you told me about the end game.
Well, let's just take a look, because we're there. Bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, a4. We're here. I'm not saying king g4, king h5 is the end of the world. Just saying, attention.
So I'm going to start with knight a3. Maybe I want to force your pawns to
b4 or not.
The question is if I want to start with a6, actually, as black, because I know that I will force you to play b5 one day, and I want to trade the pawns.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What about a5?
a5.
Do you want to go a5?
a5. Yes. Pause, because whose pawn is weaker? The b6. So if I take, you probably can take with the pawn or the knight. I'm not sure that particular
you go b5,
trade.
I go f5, for sure.
Okay.
Oh, I want to play f5 to keep you away from king to e4 and knight d5, the idea that you mentioned.
Right.
Try to stop that knight from going anywhere else.
Knight b2. But so if I go for...
Then I can always go for knight b2. I don't think this is good for you.
I
really
understand.
I don't believe in this king f6.
I took a pawn.
I take a pawn as well.
You take a pawn as well.
You can take another pawn, but
don't
knight
want
c3.
Knight c3.
Do you really want to play against that
No.
a
And
pawn?
Wesley is not capturing that bishop. He just moved bishop c1.
Remarkable.
It's a bit risky.
Yeah, to go after the pawn. Bishop c1. Wow. A quick question, Cristian. In this position...
It's very equal.
Yeah, it's very, very
Anything
equal. I understand. Bishop g4 check. Is knight takes g4 a bad move? Or is that...
Knight takes g4 is a move in which you're already in trouble as white.
As white?
Yes, because I'm first. It's going to be a race now. It turns into a race. I go king e5.
Right. This is and because my knight is just bad. Yeah.
You don't have knight d1 either because of bishop to e2.
Excuse me.
So you're completely stuck.
Yeah, that's an oversight. Yeah. Yep. No. So bishop c5. Pardon me. Bishop c4. Bishop to d1 is on the board. Intriguing position. Intriguing position. Where would you like to guide us?
Let's go back to Tatev Abrahamian's game against Rose Atwell, because she did sacrifice the pawn. We weren't sure how we feel about that, or you actually didn't like it too much for Tatev.
I did not.
But it looks like maybe Rose blundered.
Poor Rose, because she certainly had her opportunities in this tournament to get a lot more points. She was winning against Begin. She was just a piece up.
Just one move spoiled all the advantage.
Knight takes e4. Okay,
it's a very bold decision.
Pawn, a6, bishop f4. There was a moment there you were playing bishop h4. I was playing knight h5 to deal with issues. Rose seems to have made a traffic jam problem.
And once I activate my next rook, or maybe double on the d file, like you still have that awkward looking look on rook on h8.
Definitely. If I were castled,
So let's say you capture the bishop on b5.
Okay.
You capture the knight on e4.
Okay.
Bishop f6.
Okay.
Maybe rook d2. Maybe even something stronger, but rook d2 looks natural.
There's rook d7 also a move that catches my eye just because there it is a pin. You would like rook
queen
d2.
takes rook d7.
What am I thinking? That was blindness. I apologize. I was like my bishop was on d5. I'm sorry. In this position, it was sort of like I was thinking, I have a threat
Got it.
of rook d7. You took my bishop, I took yours, and the threat disappeared. Bishop f6, rook d2. Sorry, please continue.
Maybe rook d2 here.
Yeah.
And I just want to double the rooks. Maybe even queen b4 in the future, just to give check.
But you were educating me that when you have a pin piece,
to put more pressure on it.
Put more pressure on the piece that you've pinned. In this case, the knight on e5 is pinned, and you said as soon as I bring my rook into the game, maybe this rook on h8 is feeling left out.
Right. I thought that maybe c2 pawn is going to be weak, but no, that's just a piece. You're right. Rook e1 just winning a piece.
Wins a piece. Rose might have blundered the move bishop f4. I mean,
because if you don't have that move, and after a6 you have to move the bishop,
then I could capture the bishop.
Then it's a different story.
Right. I think she's missed the strength of this move, bishop f4. This looks like a really strong move. In Rose's, can I do something a little bit different? Could I play bishop to g5? I'm relying upon tactics to try to save myself here, and I'm not sure. Okay, what's my difference? My difference is that in this position, I can play f6 when you play rook to d1, or rook to e1. I can. My bishop's not stuck on f6.
So I think there are two options after this move. First, I can capture the knight on e5 with bishop.
Okay.
And after you capture, I go bishop d3.
Finally, I feel like a little bit, I'm not losing my stuff.
But c3? Oh, so now you are defending your queen and you can remove the knight. Got
it. Like, whew, a real...
That's a nice break with this bishop f6.
Yeah, a real sense of relief just washed over me there for a moment. So maybe bishop, by the way, I see the blue balloon, the exclam balloon. Bishop g5, maybe that's... What was the other move that you had in mind? Sorry.
I was looking at the rook d7 that you suggested previously.
Okay, yes. That looks like a really strong move. I'm not sure how am I supposed to deal with this one, Kate?
Just so many pins.
If I go back, queen takes e4. This is a completely different kettle of fish. I feel like as black, I'm leaving pieces all over the board. All kinds of bad things are happening to Rose in this particular case. Before we go on break, one last look at Atousa and Carissa. When we left it, Carissa was cruising to her 8th victory in a row. Is that still the case? It does appear to be the case, right?
So knight d5, attacking the queen and potentially looking at knight f6 move.
A dream. A dream. What can Carissa do in this case?
So we can do queen e6. Well, wait a second.
Can you just take on d1 and go queen e6?
We take on
maybe
d1.
even queen e6 first.
Now, due to the queen g1 check, I simply have no choice. I could take, and you could go, where would you like to go, e6?
Definitely not f2 because of knight f6. I need to stay close to that knight f6.
You just have to, in fact, that's my one and only cheapo. I don't have knight c7. That's a check, and black is completely
The thing is,
winning.
once I exchange the queens, so for example, even after checking to b1.
Oh, no, I can't play knight to c7. I'm going to go.
This is over.
I have to,
You're praying.
Yes. My one hope is to play knight f6.
And if I go king to f8?
For those of you who have been hiding under a rock for the last 7 rounds, take it away.
Spectacular ride of Carissa, winning round after round, 7 out of 7, still looking at that 64,000 Bobby Fischer prize.
Yep.
And now she's probably going to get another point, 8 out of 8.
Wow, she'll have beaten Fabi's amazing streak, and really just historic result. Bravo, Carissa. The whole of the Central West End here in St. Louis are all aflutter. Can she do it? But as we go on break, the World Chess Hall of Fame is having an exhibition. It is called Clash for the Crowns. It's celebrating chess champions. Admission is complimentary. Visit the worldchesshalloffame.org for more information.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya asked the men what resources they use to prepare for their matches. So enjoy, and we will be right back.
What chess resources, books, applications, or websites you find the most helpful for improving your game?
Obviously, everyone is using ChessBase. The last year and a half, I've been using Chessify, which helped me a lot in my work on chess. So they provide a huge range of chess engines, and they've also been improving in some other areas. Their database is very good. And even if you just go on their website, you can literally just analyze on your phone. Books-wise, I've read Improve Your Chess Calculation book by Ramesh. Apart from that, I mean, it comes up like randomly. Just I see some book, I can check it out.
I guess I just follow games on Chess or chess.com. Some tournaments are easier to follow on different websites, like so the team tournaments are very hard to follow on chess.com, but then Chess. So anyways, and then ChessBase you can use to sort of organize your games. So those are the main things that you use. Also, I like watching chess interviews. I find them very informative. I think I follow like the interviews and the press conferences of many chess tournaments. So that's YouTube is a good educational source. Some of your interviews.
I'm sort of at a point where there aren't much in the way of public resources that help me a ton. I work with, certain individuals, my coach Jakob Ogard, and then some people I do openings with who I won't name. But there was once a time when I was looking a lot at Quality Chess or Chessable, for example, and I've written for both of them before. But now that I'm at a level where there's not much you can do that in terms of publicly available training materials that will help me a lot.
I like doing online tactics in general, and for books, Ogard always has had really nice positional, strategic, and tactical concepts. I still use Turetsky for endgames. It's old, but it works.
A lot of stuff now is online. When I was a kid, I remember it was mostly books and a chessboard and the coach in front of you, and everything was very manual. And now a lot of it is on the computer, sometimes with a coach as well. But yeah, very, very digital now, and a lot of games are played on the internet. So yeah, a lot of our resources, especially engines, we kind of rely on very strong processing power that we get online.
ChessBase, specifically big database or mega database, because they got millions of games. I don't really read chess books that much anymore. Not sure how useful chess books are nowadays, because unfortunately the chess engines are getting stronger, and so they quickly become outdated. But I mostly learn from my opponents' games, try to study their openings.
Well, you have so many things nowadays. I think it's a great time to, for example, to be a young player with ambition and talent, because you really have everything available. And I think that's one of the reasons why we see nowadays so many great players at a very young age. But I feel that, I'm a little bit old-fashioned also in the sense that I enjoy a lot of chess books, maybe because I grew up with them. And I feel that you can still learn a lot from books, even if you are, let's say, a strong player or very experienced player, because there is always some wisdom, especially if it's a good author, and sometimes you learn things, or sometimes you are reminded of things that are important. So just also for me, just for the pleasure of reading about chess and see what other good player has to say, I think it's quite enjoyable for me. But yeah, that's the main thing.
Mostly I just use ChessBase still, ChessBase, and just using the database and engines. Like that's basically the main thing I use still, which I guess has been used for like the past, I don't know, 15 years or so. I mean, books can still be helpful, but I don't use them nearly as much on a day-to-day basis as like just ChessBase.
Honestly, I don't really improve my games, so I think people should do whatever the opposite of what I do is. So yeah, I think normally I just do some random things and play and pray for the best. So that would probably be my number one advice. Just do a quick prayer before the game, and hopefully things will turn out well.
Yeah, ChessBase is a great one especially for tournament preparation. That you have this mega database where you have like millions of games where you can search through whatever your opponent plays, and this helps you prepare in a very great way.
You can use almost everything because there are many resources or books. I mostly use Chessify because I am their brand ambassador, so they give me possibility to use all their products. And from books, I love reading new books when they come about chess. I think the last one that I really loved was Sadler's book on I mean, it came a long time ago, but I mean, as a book that impressed me is the book of Sadler about AlphaGo. I think that was a great book.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys!
That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitloan.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 8, and Carissa is just continuing with her amazing performance. She's going to have out of 8.
Yes, and really it's getting better and better for Carissa. When we left it, we saw the move G5. There was a trade of rooks on D1. King F8 as just simply a winning move. You're stepping out of the knight fork, knight F6. I kind of expected Atousa to play a move like a B3 and go down, not necessarily in a blaze of glory, but simply lose the game after
But it's
B3.
easily lost, right? Rook H1, you start picking up those pawns.
Agreed. C4 really didn't help matters. In fact, that was an accelerant. Thank you for the extra pawn, knight F6, queen E3 check, king E2. At any moment that she'd like, she can just go a queen trade if you like, but I'm looking at queen E2, queen F2 check. I'll get it right. I'm looking at queen F2 check and bring my rook into the attack. Exactly. Yeah. If you step back with your king, there goes your queen. If you step up with your king, rook check, and we're going to go on a king hunt, and it's not going to end very well for white. King B2
So here, if you go, king B4, I'm going to capture the pawn on B2.
Exactly.
And if you, here, that pawn is hanging.
Exactly.
If you capture on C4 first,
Yep.
I'm going to capture on F4.
Yes, you are.
This is just going to be game over very soon.
Exactly. And that was my thinking as well. So almost we'll likely see a resignation in case of queen F2. Also, it was always the case. Almost from the early, I think the first dozen moves, Carissa played with 92 minutes instead of 90 minutes, so she was way ahead on the clock, and that's the case now.
But Yasser, I'm feeling like the opponents are just falling apart in front of Carissa.
Collapsing.
Like Atousa is a very strong player. She can play excellent games. She was winning against Carissa last year.
Right.
But now, just game over, 15-20 moves.
And we're seeing, one lady after another. Again, we talk about this aura of invincibility.
I mean, with Tatev, that was even move like 10 or 15, and Carissa was winning.
Yeah, and Tatev had the special preparation with B4 in an Evans gambit.
I mean, when tournament is going your way, Carissa is just like, just
everything.
Gonna continue my thing. And
so we're expecting 8 out of 8, the Bobby Fischer Prize. She'll need to win her last 3 games. According to our stats, she's up to 10% of doing it.
Our chances are higher.
And I mean, I always see this, it's a 98% probability. Whenever they say to me in football, there's a 98% chance of the Cowboys losing, I think I'm about to see the 2% right there.
I also like how we stopped talking that she's going to win the tournament. We are just looking at the Bobby Fischer's prize.
Look, when you're ahead 2 points with 4 rounds to go, and most likely you're going to be 2 points ahead with 3 rounds to go at least.
Right.
Begim needs to win this one to stay within a 2-point margin.
Yeah.
Get the check ready.
Right.
Rex, get the check ready.
Exactly.
It's time because it's coming.
Exactly.
It seems inevitable right now.
One of the great lines from that 1964 U.S. Championship that Bobby Fischer did win with the 11-0 score was the arbiter, Hans Kamak, at the closing ceremony. He said to Grandmaster Larry Evans, who was second, congratulations on winning the tournament. Turned to Bobby Fischer and said, and congratulations to you on your exhibition. because that's what we're seeing right now is an exhibition, and we do have Queen F2 check.
Before the tournament, we were joking with some of the players that if Carissa continues her performance from the Olympiad, we are not talking about winning the championship. We are only talking about the qualification second spot to the World Cup.
Right.
That's what is at stake.
Exactly.
And it looks like this is really happening here.
Queen takes F4 check.
And she's not making a Grandmaster norm. I don't think she's making a Grandmaster norm with this performance if she goes 11 out of 11 because she doesn't have enough Grandmasters in this competition.
That's the problem.
But she's getting closer and closer in terms of rating. She's won 40 rating points at the Olympiad. If she wins 11 out of 11, right now she's about 24-20 FIDE, I believe. And she's winning about 25 rating points. She might be getting another 40 rating points.
Yeah.
She's getting very close to 2,500. That's the threshold that she needs alongside the norms to be able to claim the Grandmaster title. And if she does that, there's another prize waiting for her. There's another incentive. She's having a great year right now. Carissa knows it, knows she's in the best form of her life right now. She's peaking in this tournament.
And the award we are talking about is the Chess Queen's Cairns Award, which is another $100,000.
Yes.
That's not bad.
For the next 5 American ladies who get the Grandmaster, the normal male Grandmaster's title, Irina Krush, having done it. Irina was there in the audience when Dr. Jeannie Sinkfeld made her announcement, and Irina was thinking to herself, how can I make the Grandmaster title again? And then she was the happy recipient of the very first award and $100,000. So for Carissa,
and she's the only one
and she's
right
the
now
only one
out
so
of
far.
U.S. women's.
So I'm assuming, yes, Atousa has just played the move Queen D4 on the board. Now,
I think the easiest is to just take. Okay, sure. You can probably find the checkmate somehow. But just simply take, right? And rook H3.
Queen F1 looks
Queen F1 looks
very promising.
Really.
Because if you go to B4, I have immediate checkmate, Queen B5.
Only move King C5, yes.
Well, and once you go to C5, I still continue with Queen B5.
And rook D3. Yeah, that's it.
Funny you saw rook D3. I saw rook E6. And I was seeing
that's probably
Let's go for checkmate. We don't want the queen anymore.
That's probably a mate.
No,
we don't want
C7.
we don't want no
Rook C6.
stinking queen. We want a checkmate.
King D8, Queen B8, King D7, Queen C8. I think that's the mate.
Yes. That's very efficient.
It's
Queen
forceful.
F1.
Let's stay with this one because she's once she spots it, we know she's very fast. She's very, very fast. She's not going to spend any time. And the thing is, Atousa does not have any alternatives after Queen to F1. It's a forced checkmate right now.
Mm-hmm. And she's traded queens.
She's trading.
Trading queens.
That's a bit surprising. Keeping the game going, but not for long after rook to H3. Rook to E2, okay.
But that's surprising. We saw Carissa, I think, against Begim. She could have captured a bunch of pawns, but she went that A7 just to finish the game quickly. I was expecting her here to also go for that quick finish
Queen
with
F1
Queen F1.
Looked like the most efficient.
It's still absolutely
this is
completely winning. I mean, there's no coming
splitting
back from
hairs.
this. Yes.
Yeah, splitting hairs here. This is for sure. Where would you like to guide us, Kate?
What about the open section? We were
All
with Levon's Aronian game, and maybe we can check on Hans Niemann's game against Abhimanyu Mishra.
So, Levon first, would you say? Levon versus Ray, when we left it, a very balanced position. The knight jumped to E4, captures. There was a capture on F2. The players are in a 4-rook ending. Slightly better for white. In these positions, in these rook endings, you're always looking at the pawns. Who just has the more scary looking pawns? There's a pawn on H7. It's not very scary. There's a pawn on C4. That's kind of scary.
That's so scary, especially C5. The pawn on D5 is there.
Right. I should have said, you take the F7 pawn, you take the C4 pawns off the board. There's nothing to be afraid about. They're just all in. But the C4 pawn's a little bit more scary than the F7 pawn. Nothing much. I want to say I don't see any massive or major advantage whatsoever for Levon. slightly prefer his position.
I do prefer his position because now my idea is very simple. I want to go king f3.
Yep.
Just to force the rook to go away. You can go to d4, but I have king e3 then.
I like this move by Ray, by the way. Just, stop any advances, b5, a4, b5, c5. There's going to be captures. Here's the question, though. You go king f3, which I think is a very good move. I go f5. I think you're playing g4. I go king f7. And it's always one of those questions, like, who benefited the most? You gave me a passer, and my rook does have, I don't know, I can swing around. Again, I'm seeing a very balanced position.
It's just very difficult for white to push c5. It doesn't work, and if I cannot push c5, there is unclear way to progress for white.
Exactly. If I don't play c5, if I don't play these types of things, and I'm hanging b4, and yeah, I understand.
And the black king is very close to stop that white
Exactly. We're looking at a draw in this game. We're going to go to the game between Hans and Mishra. When we left it, and as Cristian's been describing it, it was one-way traffic. But now I'm looking, I don't know how he's done it, but Mishra has a nibble. There's a pawn on h5.
Does he, though?
But aren't
I don't know.
Losing pawn on c6?
Probably.
So if I go b4 now?
b4.
After king takes h5, or?
Oh,
it's black to move, so I will take.
So if you take that pawn, I'm going to play b4.
Yum.
Okay, take.
Takes.
How is this one?
Yum.
Rook b3. I have to defend that pawn on c3.
And my heroic struggle.
But then I'm going to trap your rook. I'm going to go king d3.
That might be a problem.
And then play c4, and you're never going to move that rook.
Okay. So my great blockading rook.
Okay, rook b2.
Rook b1.
No,
rook b1. Rook b1. Oh, that's very nice.
No.
So I'm going to pin your bishop once you capture that pawn.
No.
Don't cry so much, Yasser.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Look, it's just a game.
Yeah, I thought, okay, I won a pawn for an exchange. I got my king to this really great square. I was hoping I'd have sufficient compensation, but an exchange is too strong. I would, bishop e1. I loved your rook b1 move, by the way. That was really painful.
So,
yeah.
Can we find something else, maybe?
Sure.
After rook to b3, maybe we have a better way to stay in the game.
Sorry, so b4, more or less a threat.
Right. It does seem like after... Can we take on a5? Okay, how is this endgame?
Terrible.
How bad is it?
Terrible.
I should redraft my question. How bad is it? Because I understand it's bad.
Well, the problem is
at the risk of repeating myself.
After
rookie.
Cristian ask again.
I have to ask the questions. Rook e8, let's see.
Rook e8.
Look, I'm doing my best.
So I'm going to go rook a7.
Rook a7.
Okay, but just to be clear, right?
I don't think that's good for you.
I understand. You take or take, what do you do?
No, I'll take on h5. I need to be fast. King g4.
And?
Who's fast?
G3.
King g3. Yeah, it should be good.
Let me just...
I see what you're doing.
You want to...
You're tricky.
Give a check.
Oh, hold on, but are you in the square? No. You're not in the square, right? For a moment there, I was afraid that you were...
No, but you don't have any checks. So I take on b5, and I get my pawn to h2, and you don't have any checks at the end of it.
Oh, so the other pawn is blocking you, actually.
Yeah. I was so clever. Look at me. I thought I was brilliant.
That pawn on e4.
I mean, that is
doesn't
funny.
help you.
Funny. Okay. It's a strange business. Okay. I was being flippant, but it's what I calculate. Because if I'm material ahead, the first variations I calculate are the most forcing variations to trade material. So for me, f4 check, rook takes e5 check. Those are the first moves I would consider.
I think rook a7 is very convincing.
Which is convincing?
Rook a7. I'm just targeting your f7 pawn. Once you push it, I'm going to get that G7 pawn, which is
that's-
super important.
That's terrible.
Not only that you're taking my pawn, but you're not allowing my king to get active. There's no more king g4.
And then,
It's
I start
over.
running with those pawns on the queen side.
Exactly. Yeah. No, this one is looking pretty, not done, obviously, but looks like a technical task right
It's
now.
grim.
By the way, look at the time difference.
Bishop takes a5 is on the board.
Hans Niemann, 1 hour, 17 minutes, and Abhimanyu, 23 minutes.
They're going straight for this endgame. Rook takes a5. We expect rook takes a5, rook takes a5 to come on the board.
Rook takes a5, last move. Forced, actually. Rook takes a5.
I mean, you can go rook b5, but I don't think it's going to help you much.
Not a big difference. True.
No, rook b5, I think you are too slow, because then I go b4 and c4. Oh, I thought after capturing.
No, I was thinking the other rook, but yes, you're right. If you go with the other rook, then b4 is even stronger.
That's a tempo. Oof.
And rook c4, king d3, that the rook is trapped.
That's
Actually
much more embarrassing.
Quite sad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very embarrassing sequence there. So we have been looking at rook takes, rook takes. Could I do it a different way? Could I go f6?
And once I start again rook a7?
And then I want to go rook g8. It's not.
It's not pretty.
It's not pretty at all, but at least.
But you're going to give me those 2 pawns running?
Yes, it's terrible. It's
Okay, so rook c7.
Yeah, king takes,
Captures.
rook takes, king to g4. I'm dreaming. 1, 2, 3, 5.
Okay, you know what?
Takes
Maybe.
8 moves.
Can I first try to transfer my king to e3, not to allow anything?
Anything you'd like to do, yeah. So far we got here, right? We're kind of agreed, because you could have taken a timeout for f3
Right.
too. So, and we do see rook takes a5. I'm pretty sure Mishra's going to go for this because this is his best chance. Everything
Right.
else has looked
Okay,
really.
but let's say I go straight forward. Sorry, I'm just going to go capture that pawn and run with my pawns.
Okay, again, you can play f3 whenever you like, and you're just going to run and going to beat me in the race.
b4,
Okay, king,
b5,
gift me the pawn.
b6.
Gift me the pawn. c4. b7, I'm going to play rook b8. I have to play rook b8.
Right.
Then you'd have to play rook c7. But c4, you should be winning,
Yes,
right?
go
h5.
c5.
Although I do remember Michael telling us that 1 pawn was faster than 2.
Rook d6.
Rook d6 or b7? Rook d6. Fine.
I thought I can let the 2 pawns run by themselves.
I think
So
you're right.
rook d3 check or?
Yeah, and rook d1, yeah. And the 2 pawns run by themselves.
So once they reach the 6th rank, those
Yeah.
pawns don't need help.
When did you discover for the first time that 2 pawns were better than the rook? That the 2 pawns, 2 squares away from promotion, are better than the rook?
Yasser, you always have these memorable moments.
That
I
was-
don't remember. I just learned it somewhere. It wasn't like a
And it didn't
special
just
day
like
for me.
explode your mind. Didn't it just like, wow.
Don't remember.
I mean, for me, that was a really a revelation because I really didn't. I loved the pieces. I loved the queen. The queen was the strongest piece. And I thought the pawns were just little guys that were getting in the way of the great pieces. And then the 2 pawns overcoming a rook. That was just, for me, that was just a moment. Cristian, where's the action? Carissa, we think.
I know where the action is not. And that is the game between Wesley and Fabiano. And I'm not sure why this game is still continuing or how this game is still continuing, because I was sure that about 5-10 moves ago they would have repeated. We were on that moment. We thought that they would repeat. There was no time
Many
trouble.
times.
Nothing was happening.
Right.
And still nothing is happening. Bishop to f1, h4 is on the board. Knight to c6 is a move to try to consolidate on this side, force the move b5, which would put another pawn on light squares. That should favor black's light square bishop.
Yeah.
a6 is also a move to just stop any sort of advancement, or at least whenever you do advance, we're exchanging more and more pawns on this side. Pretty much anything can be played at this point. There's not a lot of risk. The players still seem very focused. I'm not sure who's playing for an advantage in this one. Again, I was expecting this one to be over a long time ago. They know they have a rest day, And perhaps that's why they're just finishing this one off. They're giving everything they can. Wesley seems to be zoning out, thinking perhaps what he missed, whether he was supposed to take on b4 or take on f6. Maybe he's calculating that missed opportunity with queen takes f6 at the beginning of the game. Golden opportunity. Whenever he goes back to his hotel room and checks it with an engine, maybe even sees it within his files, he will understand. He had Fabiano on the ropes in this one.
Absolutely. Picking up the action of Carissa, yep.
That one is not over still?
That
Okay,
one's somehow
okay.
not over. We reached this position where Carissa actually had a forced king hunt that would have ended in a checkmate with the move queen f1. She went for an absolutely winning ending, but you always think to yourself, like ending the game as early as possible. a4, okay, for Atousa, she's just hoping against hope that she'll have some play.
H5, that's a nice move. So you cannot take it en passant because your knight is hanging. And then Carissa, game over. And then Carissa is blocking, or not blocking, she's getting a passer because she wants to capture that pawn on h4. And then she finally has that h5 pawn that is going to be just running.
Exactly. Let me just refresh the board because more moves happened after h5, b4, let's go. Rook h2, check, king, knight, the best chance, check, king, d2. Are we about to see a5?
Or I'm thinking rook a3.
Rook a3
no, but
is a
rook
very
a3,
good move.
a5. No, I don't think it's actually good.
Right. I was just thinking a5. And in case we capture, takes, right? And then I get to whoop. And as soon as I get a runner, nothing to be done. Rook takes. No, Carissa has her own ideas. Rook takes, knight takes. What else? And I guess she wants... No. What do you think she wants? I'm not really too sure. Bringing her king
I
over
think
to the
bringing
queen?
her king.
Yeah.
No, she wants to grab the other pawn.
You reassured me that I would... Okay.
Well, because the idea you cannot push your b5 pawn now because you're going to lose that pawn. So I can wait.
And then you would push.
Yes.
And then you would push?
No, I think I would capture that pawn on g5.
Now it's time to push.
Now it's time to push.
Wait. Can I be crafty? Can I take on b5?
Whoa.
h3.
And
catch me if you can.
Leonardo DiCaprio, catch me if you can. No, I can't catch you. And
wait,
I can't
H2?
match you.
But if I get my knight to c7, let's take a look. So h6, a6, h2, a7, you promote. I'm going to go knight c7.
No. Queen g2. I will be able to find the check with...
To pick up
that value. So king d3.
Check. Yes, king d3. That's another check.
King c4.
Queen c6. The best case scenario, I'm going to take...
It's not a best case. It's not a good case.
The case for white. The best case scenario for white.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
That is not happening. H4 on the board, and Carissa, I want to say, is cruising. But she's getting the job done. She's definitely getting the job done.
I think she calculated this exact same line that we just went through.
And I see that Atousa got her extra 30 minutes because they reached the time control. So what if we switch a little bit to the game of Megan Lee and Anna Zatonsky?
Very big game.
I see a really nice move on the board. Knight takes c3. I'm not sure if it's winning, but it looks promising.
Our apologies to the players because it's been a while since we got to the... It's funny. I thought it was a French defense, but it kind of has echoes of a Sicilian going on here. And knight takes c3.
I really like the move knight takes c3, but I now see that it's a question mark move. But let's just look at the idea. If you recapture that knight with a pawn, I'm going to play bishop takes a4.
Bishop takes a4. Gotcha.
Yes. And now if you take that bishop with the queen, then I have queen takes c3, and I'm going to checkmate you on the next move. Because even if you block with... Oh, you can block with the bishop. But if you block with the queen, then I have... Oh, queen b2 is not a checkmate. What am I thinking?
I know.
Queen b2
It's
is
tricky,
not a checkmate.
tricky.
Because you can run with the king to d2. Okay, and I'm worried I gave a lot of material.
You gave a lot of material.
So now I understand.
So
Maybe
you gave
it's-
one piece. Bishop takes a4. You know, I hate marching to my opponent's agenda. And I immediately thought, let me throw in bishop takes a7 check, just because I like to be a little bit the contrarian. So check out what I had planned for you on a different level.
King
Bishop
H.
takes.
King h8.
Knight takes. You're going to take my queen,
Queen,
because
yes.
what else can you do? And
Becoming a little worried.
exactly. A little worried, but maybe not.
Now I'm going to capture that knight.
Yeah. So I've got the bishop.
No, I'm just going to capture the knight on e5.
Oh! I don't have time to knight g6. Sorry.
You know,
so
I think
it's
we are
all
also
wrong.
getting tired. I can totally
I'm looking
imagine
forward to the rest day.
players blundering this round because it's been a long tournament.
Oh, indeed. And I believe it was Wesley So who said, look, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And he knows what he's talking about. So I guess I have to go march to your drum. Let me try it this way. Check. And let me take your bishop.
But now I'm happy that your bishop on e3 is going to be hanging. So queen takes c3.
Gotcha. I have to drop back with my bishop.
Now I'm going to capture the bishop on e3 with a check.
Okay, now I pause because this looks like a dead end. I'm just kind of putting my king in harm's way. Rook here? Rook to d2, I mean. By the way, whoa, look, Megan's throwing a completely different spanner, monkey wrench. Knight takes c3.
Oh, she's not capturing that knight, she's ignoring it. She's trying to create a counterattack immediately on the king's side. And we understand, she wants to capture on g7, she has the rook ready to attack the king. So if I block it, if I play g6?
Oops.
And I'm like,
I
I'm
think
happy
G6
that pawn is on h6 because it's stopping all your attacks.
A moment ago, your bishop was defending your queen. Now it's no longer defending the queen, and
Right.
suddenly a discovered check, and without bishop takes it. So g6 looks crushing. I think that ends the game, actually.
And also remember that knight on c3 is attacking the rook on d1.
Precisely. Bishop takes g6. You've got knight takes d1. You've got bishop takes g6.
I got bishop takes a4.
A moment ago you wanted to do that, and now this is even stronger. Yeah, then you were capturing a knight a moment ago. Now, yeah, g6 wins. g6 is just winning. I want to jump to, I thought the heavyweight matchup of the round was going to be between Alice Lee and Arena Crush. Maybe it's still the case, but when we left it here, and I thought that Alice was for choice. g3, bishop g5, knight f1. You know, Bent Larson famously said, you know, with a knight on f1, you can't checkmate me, you know. And knight on f1, and it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but at the same time, I've learned to really appreciate a knight on
But
f1.
you have to remove it from the diagonal, right?
Yes.
Irina Krush, she had a tactical trick. She wanted to capture on g3 while she's attacking your bishop and then attacking the knight.
Precisely.
I think this is game over, guys.
Okay, I'm catching up. Hold on. Catching up. Don't get ahead of me. Take. B6 is hanging. H4. Let's go. There goes. Okay. Attacks the bishop. Irina's fishing. You know, these King's Indian. Ooh.
That's a very nice move, actually.
Whoa. F3 is hanging. Bishop on D7 is hanging. My spidey sense is tingling.
Why not taking on e6?
I think you have to be worried that
Like, what's
after
the-
I capture with my pawn, so bishop takes e6,
Yes.
pawn
think
takes
that was
e6,
forced.
Queen takes e6.
but then I'm going to be trapping your knight, no? Queen a1.
Queen to a1, okay.
Whoa.
Oh, maybe you have d5?
I mean, I do feel like I should
Whoa.
have somewhat compensation on the king side.
Maybe there is d5 move, actually.
Yeah.
That's
Because
a crazy.
that's a nice move.
I'm just in time to create some counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
You're scooping up my knight, but I do get some tricks.
Well, the problem is, after queen f3, queen d7, I think you're just about to resign.
Well, in fact, queen takes f3 on the board, queen takes d7 on the board, arena to play. I mean, it's funny, right? Because if I'm black at this exact moment, I'm thinking I got h3 and mate, except
Except that there's queen
G-
e8
queen e8.
and queen takes f7. Very nice tactics.
That's the puzzle rush.
She missed it. I
Yes.
think she just missed it.
That, okay, I'm checkmating. I'm one move away from checkmate. Sign my score sheet. You're lost. No, I'm not. Check. My king
All
is...
forcing moves. We always need to be considering checks and captures when
The-
calculating variations.
The old royal fork gets him again.
And 2 extra bishops.
Yeah, that's over after that.
That's the cherry that goes with the sundae. Queen e8 check. Oh.
Yeah, that's...
I think, have we seen h3 on the board?
No, not yet.
h3 was my attempt to...
I mean, right now, Irina must be in complete shock. Because
But
she
the
took on
thing is-
f3, she thought that she's winning. And after queen d7, she realized the cold shower. You're
And
in fact
even if you
completely
capture
losing.
on g3, like the trick is still there.
Yes.
I still want to give check on e8, capture that knight, and simplify the position.
No,
into-
that's a big threat. And in fact, you cannot shy away from it. It's
well,
just impossible.
just going back for just the moment, I mean, if you're black in this moment and you're down on the clock, right? The moment you see queen f3 and h3, you think to yourself, I've got the game, because your king looks perfectly safe, I want to say. And then you get to this position and you see queen e8 takes f7. And you don't even you don't even know how to react. You're just stunned.
But we just said it, right? It's a real long tournament. It's so easy to blunder, to just miss a move.
Of course.
Because players are getting tired.
No question. And unfortunately, I don't think I can, mix it up either. I can't play like a move like bishop e3 check, bishop takes, knight takes.
I do the same thing again.
Precisely so. It doesn't matter that your bishop is not in capture.
I had two. I mean, I had extra piece. I was getting another one. Now I'm just gonna have one bishop
Right.
extra, but that's enough.
Still enough. And well, bishop h6, I think Arena's just come to terms with the incredibly bad news that queen e8 is winning. She's dropped her bishop back to h6 so that that whole setup with that tactic with knight g5 isn't on. But now I'm just a piece up. Should be a number of
Now I have to be careful not to blunder, because h3 now there is this possibility to play it now. If I'm black, I'm gonna go for h3.
Right. Right. So what is
what
this?
do I do?
What is the clinching? The best way to clinch the game.
Bishop to h6. Okay, so how do we finish this one, guys?
We'll think about this. I just want to go to the Carissa Yip show because we haven't sated ourselves. She has played. She has pushed the H pawn for all of its worth.
That's good enough.
Wow.
Actually, much better, because b7 is met with rook to d4, rook to d8.
B7
Oh, that's a very nice
is met.
transfer of the rook.
Yes.
Check.
And now I'm promoting.
You get your
What a
queen.
game.
Wow. Bravo, Carissa.
In fact, I think we're going to see resignation soon. So
Bravo, Carissa. This will be 8 in a row. It beats Fabi's win streak of 7. My best streaks, I did it 3 times in a row. I defeated 7 grandmasters in a row.
That's pretty good.
That's very good.
That is pretty good.
I never got an 8. I never did what Carissa is doing. This is really hats off. Very, very impressive play by this young lady.
And rook d4 immediately on the board.
Yeah.
Rook to d4, followed by rook to d8. The clock will be stopped. This game will finish in a matter of seconds, maybe a few minutes.
Yeah.
This is it. 8 out of 8, guys. 8 out of 8.
That was one of my greatest cheapos of all time. So I was speaking with Anatoly Karpov, and we were talking about Bobby Fischer's win streak of 20 in a row, including one forfeit win, would have been 21 in a row against Oscar Pano. And I asked Talia what his biggest win streak was, and he said 6. I once won 6 Grandmaster games in a row. I said, very good. And he said, how about you? And I said, 7. He goes, yeah, but they weren't very good Grandmasters. So I said, yeah, you were one of them. That was one of my great cheapos. King E3, Rook D8 is about to land on the board. And we are seeing something. I don't know if we'll ever see this again. We're in round 8, and we're still talking about the Bobby Fischer Prize.
Incredible.
Incredible.
But we never thought that we're going to see this again.
No.
When this prize has been introduced.
Right.
Many years ago.
Many years ago.
I believe 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Or close to
I mean, she
in
still
the
has a lot.
section, first round, everybody made a draw.
Yeah, right.
That's it.
Yeah, and that's kind of common in the national championships on the opening round. People kind of feeling the new event, getting used and adjusted. So you do see a lot of draws in rounds 1 and 2.
To be honest, this is a sign that Carissa right now is in a league of her own. In this tournament, perhaps in US Women's Chess right now. She's in a league of her own, she's carving her own path, and she's getting this type of feats done.
Yeah. That's why we call the Open Chess Championship the Open Chess Championship. Carissa's going to need to get to another level, but hey, if she qualifies for the Open Championship, we may see her in the Open Championship. We once saw Irina Krush playing also in the Open Championship.
And Carissa, she did play once the junior championship.
She did indeed.
Exactly.
Yes.
Meaning the boys as well as the girls. Yeah.
So we see
King C3.
Rook D8.
King D3, King C3, pardon me.
I think that's going to be a handshake now because that promotion is coming. The queen can fly over to the other part of the board very quickly. Just capture the knight, capture the pawn.
Yes. Yes, you're too far behind. In fact, even if the pawn would be on A7.
Fly over to the other side of the board, capture the knight, capture the pawn. That's exactly right.
And that's if you don't want to do it with checks, with Queen F3.
Right.
By the way, afterwards, maybe let's go to the game of Alice Lee because I really like what she did, how she simplified the position.
Okay.
Let's stay with this one just because it's going to be...
Yeah, let's wait for the handshake.
A handshake.
Just again, it's just these, historic moments that when I think about the St. Louis Chess Club hosting these U.S. championships, I think we started, didn't we start in 2008 or 9,
I believe so.
Something like that? And it's sort of like the events have been built up with ever better prizes. More players have transferred and playing in these U.S. championships for both the ladies and the Open. I mean, when we think of Atousa, she's coming from Iran, many times champion of Iran, and the tournaments are getting stronger and stronger.
Absolutely.
And then suddenly a Bobby Fischer Prize? Like, where did that come from? That was so unexpected.
I mean, we know Carissa is a very strong player, right? She's the defending champion. She won it last year. But still, like 8 out of 8, that's just incredible performance.
And when she's combining what she's doing with her studies as well, you go, okay, that's a little too much. That's really impressive. Wow. No.
Knight to c5.
Not
a last gasp.
Not the resignation, but knight.
Immediately, Carissa is promoting to her queen because now she has a queen and a rook. She is going to try to just checkmate the king.
Knight to c5. Queen a6. Okay, so what's your first thought? Is it a check?
Yes, queen c1.
It's a check, yeah. Another thought might be
queen c6.
Queen c6. I like that. Too many good moves, actually, is the problem. Queen d5, queen c1, and this
By the way, Alice Lee has won her game.
While we were waiting
Aronian
for the handshake and one, we missed the other. When we left it, Irina had overlooked.
I think we'll go back to the game after we see the handshake here.
Okay.
Because really,
there has to be a handshake soon, right? Queen to c6, like what?
What's going on? Queen c6.
On?
Queen c6.
It's the first time Carissa is taking a thing, but she just looked at
a couple of ways
Atousa.
to finish this one,
right?
Queen to c6, queen c1, queen d5, queen pretty much anywhere would be winning.
For sure.
It's a big material advantage. It truly is.
Just because I'm looking at a line that goes like queen c1 check, king here, and rook check, and rook to d5. You know what? I might just start king g7 in order to go for a line where you're about, I'll let you make a queen, but you know what I mean, at the cost of your knight, right? Something of this nature, right? Queen to c6.
Queen c6.
Many, many ways to victory in this one, but this looks very good. And again, this is one of those lines where you'd love to just play rook to d5, except this does come with a check. And once again, you start to think, king g7, a7, rook to d5.
You probably just go queen b6 now and just look at your opponent like, you're in Zhuang, what do you want to do?
That's exactly what she did.
On the board.
Yeah.
That's exactly what she did.
Do you have another move?
You cannot push either of those pawns. If you move your knight anywhere, now the rook is going to go, or I'm going to capture on a6.
No more moves.
Capture on a6. Zugzwang. Can't move the king, can't move the knight, can't move the pawns. Zugzwang. Tom, our producer, by the way, loves Zugzwang. He likes the swish and zugs of the Zugzwang.
What is going through Carissa's head now? She must be like, wow,
what
I just made it again.
My exams. Yes, there we go. And the handshake. Bravo. Simply bravo. 8 in a row. Wry smile there from Atousa, as she says. Woof.
But Atousa against gambled. She gave up an exchange when she didn't have to.
Yes, she went with this whole e5, and it simply boomeranged. Let's take a look at how Alice Lee finished her business against Irina Krush, because Irina played the move bishop h6, and we didn't see the finish in this one.
So let's go back a few moves, because I think, sometimes you are having a winning position. So queen takes d7.
Yep.
Now Irina Krush plays bishop h6, and now you need to figure out how you're going to win. And I really like this move, bishop e2, because it's simplifying position. You're forcing the queen to take, and then I'm going to take the knight with a check.
That's a nice.
So they are not allowing you to play that h3 move.
That's a nice swish and zug. And she picks up the pawn on g6 with a tempo also. This bishop on b6, I mean, it's a curse for Irina. The f2 squares and the e3 squares are both nicely protected, and that was it.
Because once you recapture with the knight,
yep,
I have still queen h6,
yep,
king g8. I thought I'm going to capture the knight, but you know what? I'm going to checkmate on g7.
and Queen G7 at once. Our congratulations to Alice Lee. And let's remind everybody about the Carissa Yip story as the picket fence just got a little wider.
Look at this line score. I mean, it's incredible. Beautiful wins every single round.
Absolutely.
And who does she have next?
She's going to play Megan Lee tomorrow, who is having a really good tournament so far.
Except we think Megan...
today, she's going to probably lose to Anna Zatonsky. Then she has Anna Zatonsky, and then Alice Lee, who is picking up the pace.
Right.
I believe she won the 4 last round.
Right. What? Yes.
But she's going to have the white pieces against
Alice
Alice
just
Lee.
lost, though. She lost the previous round, as did Arena Crush.
Oh,
She had-
right.
She lost to Megan.
She's 3 points behind right now.
Right.
She's 3
this
points
is where
behind.
we stand.
I mean, look at that. 8 points, clear first, fantastic performance. She is 3 points ahead of Alice. I mean,
Don't forget, Begum is still playing.
Still playing, that's
right.
true.
With
But
3
we were
points
talking maybe Begum having worse position, but we will see about that. But I mean, still, the statistics are saying that she has 98% chance of winning the tournament, and I think after this win, it's going to be
100.
maybe even higher.
The question statistically is Alice Lee is only got a 10% chance of winning all of her games, getting the $64,000 Bobby Fischer prize. We're holding our breaths here. She's made it 8 in a row. Cristian, over to you. What's going on?
Well, first of all, Anna Zatonsky seems to have won her game.
Did she?
Against Megan Lee. But let's go to this one. Hans-Moke Niemann versus Abhimanyu Mishra. And I think we left it off somewhere around here after the rook trade on a5. And we were wondering, hey, how are you going to continue? Are you going to go rook to e8, allowing rook to a7, f6, rook to a7 is a problem as well. It's all about the g7 pawn. If I can get to it, you're in trouble, especially after taking on h5, because you cannot go back to g4. You cannot continue your king march towards my pawn. So he decided to take first, but this allows rook to e5, followed by rook to f5, stopping you from going to f3. It's very important that your king doesn't get to my pawns. f6 was played, b4. Now I have some time to get my pawns going down the board, but I do have to be a bit careful. c4, h5 was played, king to c3, and rook to d6. Now I'm starting to look at ideas of g6 or g5 perhaps.
Maybe
g5 is a big move right now because my only hope in the position is to create a passed pawn, and that is the h pawn. I need to get h4 going with the support of the pawn on g5. That's why he played the move rook to d6. And I think he's still thinking right now. It's looking good for Hans-Moke Niemann. Rook to f4 is a nice way to kick the king away, king to h3, and then you again continue your pawn march with c5. c5, rook to d1. If you stay passive, king to c4 is pretty much going to finish the game very swiftly, maybe even king to d4 to defend the pawn on e4. There's no way for you to create any counterplay in the position. It's looking really good, trying to put the finishing touches. Rook to f4 is one of them. c5 is another one. Don't go b5. This is a slight trap, because right now I can take and then continue with the move g5. And this turns into a race. You don't want to calculate this. You're going to try to go to c5 and push your pawn, but I'm going to push my pawn as well. At the same time, Tatev is back to her winning ways after a painful defeat yesterday against Talia Cervantes. She won her game against Rose Atwell.
Congratulations to Tatev.
Well played.
On her victory. Just going through, as you were talking about Hans's game, the position of Megan Lee versus Anna Zatonsky. Anna Zatonsky, an exchange up. I feel like White is winning, and White is winning, but boy, I'm really surprised that Megan lasted this long. I saw that move g6, what you showed us, and I thought
that's going to be over.
That it was going to be over much faster than it is. Again, Anna Zatonsky is winning, but Megan is doing her best to hang in there.
And you know what's happening in this game? Nazi Paikidze. Yes, this is the game I want to stay at, because we liked kind of Nazi's position. She was pushing strategically or around
for
equal,
quite some time.
But now she's a pawn down.
Whoa.
And how strong is that a pawn, especially after this rook e5 move, when
Not
I'm not allowing
you
to move?
No, I mean, so long as you've got it under active surveillance, what Nimzovich might call restraint. You know, it's not that strong. And now I think Nasi is the one who would be grateful to have a draw.
So rook e7, if we capture those rooks, then I think this is not a thing you want for white, right? Because then black pawns are running, my king is going to be activated.
The only good news is that your knight has to stay, let's say, far away. I suspect this might be a draw, though.
But you want to trade the rooks? You don't want to keep them on the board? Okay, so rook trade we see on the board. Right. Nazi captured that rook on e7.
And captures, and king e4. So the idea behind what I'm doing, let's say you play g6. I'm not saying it's a good move or a bad move. The idea is I want you to keep your knight over there, and I want to play king, knight, and 1 pawn versus king and 3 pawns over there. Like, get something like this, and provided that your knight has to stay passive, I should be able to draw this. But definitely Begim is a favorite.
Talia, right?
Oh, pardon me. This is Talia's game. I was thinking of Begim's game when I'd wanted to go to, but yes. Talia is definitely a favorite to make a draw. It's a 2-result game. Black's
and by the way, we
losing.
see this king e4 move, so Nazi is activating her king, forcing the knight to go to the queen side.
Right. And we'll keep an eye on this. Let's go to the game of Begim.
Begim is playing Jenny for you?
Yeah, I got sidetracked on that one. My apologies. Draw.
And we're going to see a draw.
Yeah, I mean, I went,
there is nothing
going
you
on.
Can do.
Okay, so for Begim at least, that will mean that she remains in clear second place. She'll be 2.5 points behind Carissa, because she was 2 points behind Carissa coming into today's round.
Right, and
so
half a point ahead of Alice Lee.
Yes, absolutely. Fabi, for the longest time, is supposed to have made a draw.
The game is still going on there?
I mean, you know, I feel like, is that game still going on?
Yes. It's still going on.
The one game that we were absolutely assured of
2 hours ago.
2 hours ago of a draw. I mean,
I have a feeling both of these players think the same, but none of them want to actually force the draw, force the repetition.
Neither.
And both of them perhaps trying to create chances in the position. Now, one player that's starting to get some chances is Levon.
Really?
Yes. We did not expect this, but this is the position that we currently have in Levon's game. And there's only a couple of ways in which you can continue maintaining the balance, and they're all tactical. For example, h6 seems to be the best move in the position. The idea being that I take back with the rook, obviously not with the king, because rook to h8 would come, and you lose the rook on h3. So you have to take back with the rook. And the thing is, you're protecting the d6 pawn at the same time, because after rook takes d6, you go discovery check. g5 with rook on h6, you can defend, but this doesn't mean much. And it's not losing for white. This is still fine for white. It seems to be a draw after king d4, taking on d6 and b7, but you're never going to win this one as white. So what you have to do after h6 rook takes h6, which is not that easy to find, is in fact, once again, going back to the Zuzwang situation,
king g4.
Just lose a tempo.
Your turn.
With rook to b2. What's your next move? If you get the rook off the 6th rank, then I can pick up the pawn on d6.
Right.
If you go to f6, obviously I will pick up the pawn on d6. So now you have to go rook to h3, rook takes d6, rook to e7, which seems to be one of the only moves in the position. It's starting to get very dangerous. You're allowing b7.
That's
indeed.
what I mean.
And you have to go for these type of ideas. Rook e to e3 to give the perpetual check. Yes. If you get a queen, it's just perpetual check, 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 check. And I keep following. Obviously, I think I missed a checkmate along the way, but you get the point.
No. Go back just a few moves before I queen. Just before I queen.
Yes.
Take on g6 check. Take queen.
King takes.
Queen. Oh, you go f5. I get it. There was no rook g3 check.
Yes.
Because I was ready to go queen takes g3.
And it's a very good point, because if you do take with the f pawn, then this is the idea. You control the g3 square.
Right.
And then you just simply pick up the 2 rooks.
Right.
And you're a rook ahead.
So rook takes g6 is a 50-50 move?
All of these things need to be calculated, guys.
Right.
And if you don't find all of these things, it's not that easy to hold on to the position. I think Ray might, in fact, be in some serious danger. Guess what? He's also running out of time. Down to his last 15 minutes.
One more time for this h5 or h6 capture?
Yes. Let's see.
And
I pause. Yes.
Yes.
What would you like to do?
Wait, I had an idea.
Okay.
It was a good one.
Yes, king f6.
King f6. You're allowing me to check on
yes.
d6. Okay,
king
I'll
e7,
take it. Okay, king
rook c6,
only
g5.
move. Check.
Check, and rook d6. No, take the pawn.
No.
Be nice.
Yes.
Take the pawn.
Okay, I'll take the pawn.
And rook d6.
I'll take the pawn.
And
it's
rook
still...
to d5.
And king d7.
Yeah, but I think this is just a win, right?
Oh, okay.
Just take king f6. No, you go king d7, I take the pawn.
Yeah, then it just doesn't work.
You push,
at all.
I go d7. I push all the time.
These rook endings, especially...
They're tricky. They're tricky, guys.
The 4 rook endings, you always compare the pawns and say which one is the more dangerous.
I'm starting to feel a bit concerned.
B6.
If I would be in Ray's shoes, I would start seeing some ghosts, right? And you really need to see all those perpetual checks, allowing white to queen. This is not easy, also psychologically, to start calculating variations in which your opponent queens and you need to find some sort of magical perpetual. Not easy.
And by the way, you kind of get lulled into this false sense of security. If you go back to this whole middle game, it was like Ray was comfortable. He was fine. He was always doing fine. I really liked his move a6. I think when he went into this rook ending, he thought it was a 3 result game, not
I'm
a
also
2
thinking,
result.
Can I go rook e7 here, Yasser?
Yes, the FIDE rules allow it.
And I want to go just rook e3 and then the perpetual check.
Okay, let's see.
I know you can do b7 and then maybe rook g8 to get the queen, but I don't think that's going to be enough, right?
So let's just see. So b7.
Rook 7, e3. Now you're going to throw...
now you've got the perpetual checks in mind.
By the way, Ray played the best move, h5. So
and now I was going to... Oh, I get to go queen takes d6.
Oh,
that's
then
the
you're going to be guarding that g3 square, and I don't have the f5 checkmate as in the previous. So that's why we need to get rid of that pawn on g5 so we can have the f5 push.
Interesting.
And Ray saw it all. So he plays h5, and I believe you do have to capture en passant, otherwise this pawn can be dangerous.
But now that we're here, h5 check.
Yes.
You have to en passant.
Yes.
Remember a moment ago when we were
right, but I have
studying?
queen f8 check.
Okay, I still have the perpet.
No, rook e4.
No perpetual check?
No, because I'd go rook b4.
King f... Okay, rook b4, and you go to g5, something like this? No? Oh, you go rook g4.
Rook g4, yes.
Yes. Woo!
I'm just looking at f6 here.
And by the way, we did see in the game h5. We did see in the game h5, and Levon very quickly played en passant. He did not capture on d6. Very quickly played en passant. Probably he was thinking you play h6 or h5, and maybe he had it in mind, this idea of giving his opponent the move. Please, your turn. What would you like to do? You've kind of reached this zugzwang. Wow.
And what was Cristian saying about this? Is this winning for white? No, he said there is a tactical thing that black has to go for.
Yeah, it was like rook e7, and it was
right,
really
and then
crazy.
Set up the same thing with rook on third rank and try to checkmate the black king.
White queen, and it was super double-edged. We're seeing Begum's game. What are we missing in terms of the open section? We have seen a draw between Awonder, Liang, and Sevian, Wesley, and Fabiano.
Never ending. I thought they're gonna, finish quickly, have kind of a day off,
still
tomorrow day off.
It's a big fight.
There was a Hollywood movie, The Never-Ending Story, and I think that this is the Chesic version of that classic movie.
We really thought this game would be over. And to be honest, if he takes on b6,
the game will be
over.
Right?
The game will be over if he does
knight
take on
takes
b6.
bishop takes b6.
Finally.
And we can be...
Well, who knows? Maybe they can try for another hour.
Right? Okay, so king d6 on the board. Leinier, Dominguez, and Grigoriy. I thought that Leinier was nursing an advantage some time ago. He had the two bishops. I thought it would be enough still for Grigoriy to draw.
Looks
98.
very even, right?
We are expecting like a4 or c4, right?
I would
Do you
go
want
with
to do one
C4.
of those pushes because your pawn structure is kind of weak?
Exactly.
And of course, black is not going to capture. If black captured that pawn on c4,
you're doing me a favor.
Super happy that I have this passer on a pawn.
Probably I have to go after c4, maybe just bishop c5, right?
Bishop
pawn
c5.
on a3. I really want to get that pawn on a3 off the board.
That is a very good move indeed. One thing I might just ask, is this absolute? Yeah, that knight is just in time. I mean, I was thinking that the pawn on b5 might be vulnerable, but the knight actually gets to a6, and no problem. A draw would. It would be somewhat ironic if Grigoriy would again find himself in a situation of a bad knight versus good bishop. I mean,
take on b5.
Yeah,
it seems to be
okay.
fairly straightforward.
What about Hans Niemann?
Hans
hasn't changed at all. He hasn't played since the last time we looked at his game.
I liked b5. I liked c5.
No, b5 was not good.
b5 was not good.
No, b5 was not good.
Why?
b5 was really not good. Yasser, you got to pay attention to the show sometimes, you know?
You want to go g5? It's a good show?
No, I would take on b5 right now.
Okay.
That's the only reason why I have
passers.
And then g5?
And then g5, yes.
That's
and then
g5.
it's becoming somewhat of a race.
Somewhat of a race.
And I'll show you how you can lose it. So, for example, you go king c4.
It looks like a decent move.
And now I go h4 and you go king c5.
Oh.
Let's say you go king c5.
Sure.
Now I go h3.
And now my rook is
I'm not sure if you're catching that pawn anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You take on d6, I go h2, and then...
And yeah.
By the way, we have developments in Levon Aronian's game against
Let's go there. Okay, so when we left it, we had seen the move h5. Whoa. So en passant.
Now king g3.
Okay, this was losing the tempo. But we didn't want to see the move g5. We thought losing the tempo with rook b2 so that we could at least capture the pawn on g5. Ray said, okay, g5, aren't I doing well? I'm a pawn up. I defend my pawn. You may be a pawn up.
The rook c7 is coming. Got to be careful.
Rook c7 is on my agenda.
You have to be careful.
Do I go rook h8?
Yes, certainly.
Because for your rook c7, I want to have the response of rook b8.
That or just either way, you can't, as white, you can't win the rook on your own. I mean, you need your king.
So let's say rook h8 I take, right?
Sorry?
Let's say rook h8 I take.
Oh, you want to activate your king now very quickly?
Right. How is this?
So king g5?
You probably have to give me that pawn. I don't think you want to defend, because then the king goes to e6.
Yeah.
This seems too fast.
Is it one of those cases of being too fast?
Yeah, king c6 now. g2, rook b1.
And you're just in time. Yep.
The pawns are too strong. Pawns are too advanced.
Agreed. Okay, so we have to go back. Takes on h8, takes on h8,
king g4, and just king g7.
King g7, I take on g5.
King f8.
I'm feeling like I'm getting terribly
king
squeezed.
e8.
Rook somewhere. b2, b1.
And now rook b8.
Rook b8, you allow me to go b7? No. I don't think. I think that's how you lose.
But then I go king d7 here. Oh,
Take.
that's a lost end.
I take, yeah.
That's a lost endgame. Okay. Yeah, no, this pawn endgame is lost. If I
And
go
if you
king
go
c7,
king f8, rook c1 just finishes the job.
so I can't be this passive.
Yeah, exactly. Oops, excuse me. King e8, rook.
It's a very tricky endgame, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, I would lose it like 3 different ways.
It's very difficult.
Very instructive, Kate.
He's running out of time also. He's down to his last 7 minutes.
Which makes me think less and less about the move rook h8. How about a different approach? Can I play rook h1? Same idea. If you play rook c7, I want to take, and I want to bring my rook this time.
Which is much better, right? It's a very active position for this rook.
Agreed.
So let's just go for your pawn. Rook h1, I go rook c6. Try and take your pawn.
Rook c6. Okay, but so you're going to have two. I don't know, guys. This is not that clear, is it? Where do I
King
go with
e5.
my?
Let's be active.
You want to be active?
Let's be brave. Let's
go rook c6.
Yeah. This is fun stuff. I don't know. You're going to go d6 check.
And then rook c7, yes.
And then I'm going to...
Actually, I might even go d6, d7.
But am I that scared?
Maybe we
with
are.
rook d1?
Maybe we played it a little too flippantly here. Okay, you played rook c6. Great. Should I play f5 and rook g... Rook g1 check? Where are you going? Where are we going?
And the thing is, you cannot defend with rook h6 because of rook c7.
You were showing me some setups where I could make perpetual
I'm not sure you still
checks.
have it, because now I can go rook c3, right?
Well, I wanted to say...
Where's the setup, though? That's the problem.
I'll go here.
Okay, I take the
You
pawn.
took a pawn. I'll go here.
Okay.
Crazy stuff going on here. Let's pause our analysis for a second, Kate.
And Anastasiya, she is with international master Alice Lee, who just won against Irina Krush.
I'm here with Alice Lee, who just won against Irina Krush. Congratulations, Alice. Always you have very interesting games and battles against Irina. What was your mindset coming into this game?
Yeah, honestly, so I saw her game yesterday was probably very difficult for her. So I thought like today what I wanted to do was try to get into some complications. Because I noticed that she plays very well in simple positions, but I thought like she would play some d5 system, but she went for the King's Indian. And I didn't really know how to play the opening, but I thought like the middle game I got was quite pleasant. And yeah, near time trouble, she started making a few mistakes, and I think that's how they were doing.
But speaking about the mindset, you said that Irina had a difficult game. What about yourself? I mean, you also had quite a difficult game, and the result wasn't that pleasant yesterday. Like, how did you manage to come back and, put yourself together?
I mean, whenever I lose, for me, it's not really too hard to come back. I'm just like, okay, I lost. Now I have like no chance in the tournament. My tournament is going horribly. It can only get better. So yeah, like today I was just like, okay, I mean, I'll try to win and go into the rest day happy. And yeah, I mean, Irina's always a difficult opponent, so I'm glad I was able to.
Absolutely. And let's speak about one critical moment, definitely when she took on f3. Like, what did you feel at this moment? Like, was it obvious for you that this is the moment you are winning, or like, how did it feel for you?
Yeah, my heart rate like went up. I was like, did I miss anything? But I didn't think so. Like, I thought like taking on f3 just should be, it should be winning for me. I thought she should have taken the knight on e6. And it would be very complicated. I could trap her knight after exchanges with some move like queen a1, but she seems to be fine. I mean, it's very unclear, but yeah, I think taking on f3 was definitely the critical mistake.
Absolutely, yes. And now you mentioned the free day. What are you going to do? How are you going to approach the last 3 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still in like contention for fighting for second. It looks like Begum was drawing, so I'm only half a point behind her. I'm playing her, I think in the 10th round. So yeah, I'm just gonna try to hopefully like not do what I did yesterday. But yeah, I'll try to win, I guess.
That's a very good plan. Thank you, Alice, so much for your time, and all the best of luck for you, and have a great rest day.
Thank you.
Good plan indeed. I'll try to win. And then the fight for second is really intense. Where would you like to take us? During that interview, you showed me a tactic.
Yes, I want to look at the game between Megan Lee and Anna Zatonsky because we call it a win for Anna, thinking it's going to finish very soon.
Right.
But Megan did something incredible, and she just, I don't even know how, but she's having
surviving.
A position that still is not that easy to win for Anna Zatonsky.
Okay, where are...
So I want to go to the move. I'm going to tell you, Yasser. 25th move.
Okay.
Yes.
Here it is. Yeah, move 25. This is the G6 move, that moment where we thought G6 was a win, right here. And we saw bishop takes G6.
And now we thought you're just going to recapture that bishop. Bishop takes G6.
Right. Queen takes G6. What else can I do?
Well, that's the thing. You cannot capture the knight that's defended with the bishop. If you move the queen somewhere, it's discover attack, just game over. And now I just have knight e4.
Check. I can't cover the c file. I have to move my king.
And
Check.
queen c2 and queen takes b2.
Checkmate. So she did have an easy checkmate. She did.
Are we missing something? Or just
No.
bishop takes g6? Do you have anything tricky here?
Well, you wanted to take on d1 when you played knight takes c3. You wanted to take on a4. I think Anna's kind of was blindsided by this possibility of bishop h7 and h6, and so she just grabbed the exchange. But as you were saying, the current position suddenly, well...
Right, I have this pawn on h6. I have
It's
some tricks
annoying.
with rook h7 check, g7 check. Like you have to be careful about that perpetual check. And if I trade one pair of rooks, that's a draw.
Yeah, if I get a pawn. A great fighter, Megan. Over to you.
We have a move, guys. We have a move in this Levon versus Ray Robson. Ray with 2 minutes and 50 seconds right now. And a very difficult position, by the way. He played the move rook to h8.
He did.
Yes. And now the big question is,
What
how is
about
this
this?
endgame, right?
Yeah.
And apparently it's a draw, but you need to calculate very precisely. And there's only one way to make a draw, in fact. King f8, that's the start. King to e8, we left it off somewhere around here, right?
We thought zugzwang.
Rook to b2, now it's zugzwang. If you go to f8, you're losing.
Rook c2.
Because now I go rook to c2, you go back, I go rook to c6, it's over.
Clear.
This is over. But what I can do, in fact, in this position, after rook to b2, this is the position, rook to b2, I keep going. King to d8. And at this point, unfortunately for white, you don't have any way to improve the position anymore. And I think he calculated this. Unless you guys can see something that I don't, which I don't think is the case, I'm just simply going to move
back and
around
forth.
between these two squares. King to e8 and king to d8. Not to c8. Because if I go to c8, rook to c3
Check
comes.
and rook
Once
c6.
again, I get my rook to c6, this is over. Right?
Gotcha.
So I have to stay on d8 and e8.
And so if I go rook a3,
Rook a3 here.
yes, I'm going to give you that pawn.
Sure, I'll take it.
I'm going to give check.
Yes, I'll have to go to
I'm going to
d7.
capture that pawn.
Yes.
And you have rook
then-
b7.
Well,
No,
I
if you go
think
rook b5, then I'm going to check on b7 and play king e6.
So
But then
let's-
we don't have Philidor's
I think I
position.
draw.
Yeah.
So,
So
just
even
to show
this,
that,
just-
check, king d8, king, yeah, and that's the draw.
Rook
The
h2.
Yeah, I'm in front of the pawn.
Because you take, I go rook h6 check, and this is the Philidor position.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So then I just basically wait for you to go d6. I go back and I give you perpetual check.
Let me just pause the analysis to say that we have Anastasiya with the Carissa. Yep, a very happy Carissa, yep.
And here we are again together with Carissa Ip. Once again, Carissa, my congratulations. 8 out of 8. I mean, amazing. Cannot believe it. Can you believe it? You know, such a great result. And what do you think about today's game? Was it easy for you, or how was it?
I thought it was a pretty smooth game overall. So I played like the modern, basically just get her out of prep. And then we had like a normal position out of the opening. But she was just low on time, right, after figuring out what to do. And I just had like this huge time advantage. I think I was up almost an hour on the clock at some point. And it was just pretty smooth from there. I just got I think I got a very nice position out of the opening. And then she kind of just, she probably missed something when she played E5. Maybe she missed C4. But I just picked up an exchange, and I thought it was pretty smooth after that.
Yes, it felt a little bit, scary when she put all these pawns, like H4, G4, everything was there, but it seemed like everything, you felt everything was under control from your side, was it?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty. There are a number of ways to win. I think I probably didn't pick the cleanest one, but got the job done.
Absolutely, you got the job done, definitely. Yesterday you tweeted that it's about Fabi era. It was yesterday. It was 7 out of 7. What about today?
Gukesh era? Yeah, Olympia 2022, right?
Wow, yes, 8 out of 8 you mean.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Twitter famous now, so.
Yeah, so do you feel extra pressure because of all this, sometimes to be a leader, it's also kind of pressure, or it's better to be a leader than something else?
It's definitely better to be a leader. I feel no, not much pressure. I just kind of take it one game at a time. It's kind of hard to register that I've already played 8 games and also won all of them. But, tomorrow's a rest day. But, day after is a new game, and the one after that, and the one after that, and then I'm done.
Absolutely. But yesterday I was passing by the lobby and I saw you at 11 o'clock still working. I was shocked. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Yeah, working on chess.
You were working on chess
definitely.
At this moment. Yes,
of course,
it seemed like you were still doing something connected to college, or
no, definitely not. Just chess.
Just chess.
Sure.
That was.
No,
chess.
I was doing my physics homework. My piece that was due last night. Yeah,
okay.
But I got that in. It's my only class basically this quarter, so my opponents better watch out for my crazy prep from now on.
That's great, yes. So it seems like you're in good mood, everything goes fine. Are you checking also a little bit still the social media? I think it's really difficult to stay away from news and from everything what's going on. Did you see comments of Garry Kasparov?
I did see Gary tweeting about me. I was like, oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's huge. Gary, if you're watching this, huge shout out to you. I love you.
It's amazing, yes. Okay, all the best of luck. Have a so-deserved rest day, and wish you all the best, Carissa.
Thank you.
We'll go back to the studio.
Why do I find myself to be a man out of the times? What was the Garry Kasparov? What did he say?
I actually don't know.
You're done.
I am also out of social media for a bit.
I'm the last to know. Well, there you go. Thank you, Garry, for watching the show, and congratulations, Carissa. We're going to take a break. Nothing special on this break. We'll just see you on the other side. Wow. 8 out of
10. The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
You guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, Now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. We made it, guys! Yay! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show.
Go, go, go!
That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 8.
Yes.
Carissa won yet another game, so let's take a look at standings.
Wow. It feels like Groundhog Day as each day.
No blemish in this performance. 8 out of the 8. I mean,
just
fantastic. And really the play. Alice Lee, very important win. She won against the only Grandmaster in America, Irina Krush, and she's clear. Actually, no, she is tied for the second place with Begim Togirchanova, who still has a game in progress. And then clear fourth after a win against Rose Atwell, that is Tatev Abrahamian.
And in the open section, the results and the current standings there.
So here we have Fabiano Caruana tied for the first place with Awonder Liang, who drew a quick game with Sevian. And then there is a 4-way tie for the fourth place: Sam Shankland, Ray Robson, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann.
Sam Shankland getting the bye today. Fabi at work in his game with Wesley. We think that's been a draw for some time, but during the break, Darus said, Wesley's getting a little bit of an upper hand. A player who seems to have lost his advantage. We thought Hans was having a very, very convincing ending with Mishra. That's no longer the case. We have seen this young man, Mishra, defending bad positions, and it's still the case. But at the moment, Mishra's chances of drawing have actually increased a great deal. Last move was rook to g7. I'm expecting the move rook to b8. Ideas involving rook takes b4 and f5, and then I get to go king g5 and rook c4. And suddenly black's pieces are
18 seconds, guys. 18 seconds for Mishra right now.
Mishra. Okay,
rook b8 is not the right move.
It's not the move?
No, he has to go rook h8 or h3.
Rook h8 or h3. That's
yes,
not
h3.
He's
on
H3.
the board.
Oh, That's not an easy move to play.
No.
So what is the idea? If you go rook h7 to simply capture that
now
extra
I will
pawn?
give you that pawn, king to g6, rook to h3, and now I go rook to b8. There's no way to defend
Now
Okay,
you go
now
rook
you
that
attack
b8.
this
b4 pawn
pawn.
anymore. Yes.
It was funny. I was thinking in a different way. I was thinking rook b8 then followed by h3, but h3 first. This is on the board.
So you want to distract that active rook to a much worse, much passive position and then pick up the pawn on b4. Okay.
Wow. Okay, I'm just checking it out. Okay. If I go king f4, Cristian?
It's not a terrible move. Can I... First of all, I have some ideas of rook to h8, right?
Yes, you do. You could continue.
I could continue, yes.
Because
Let's just continue. Let's just continue, see how it goes.
If we go into this line, I still can't play rook b2 against rook b8, right?
But you do have rook to g2, right?
Yes.
But why is that a problem? So king f7?
King f5, you take my pawn, and then I go rook h2.
Or rook g6.
Or rook to g6, actually, yes.
Yes. Ooh,
maybe this is the way.
I mean, and with no time on the clock, tell me again, Mishra?
So Hans has a lot of time, 40
Tons.
minutes, but Abhimanyu only 36 seconds.
So he played his last move, h4, h3, with 6 seconds on the clock.
In fact, king f4 is a very tricky, very crafty move right now, try to get the advantage back. The only move after king f4 is, in fact, rook to h8.
Not an intuitively obvious move to play because you start thinking, okay.
King f4 has to be played right now by Hans if he wants to get some chances.
And for quite some time, Begum and Jennifer have had an equal position.
And now I see only kings on the board, so that's insufficient material. That's a draw.
Hard-fought game. And for Begum, that was a very important half point because that keeps her in clear second place. She's a half a point ahead of Alice Lee. We're going to stay with the game of Hans Niemann.
Let's stay with
Mishra
that one for a little bit.
For a moment,
yes.
because even though he's got 40 minutes, this is a key moment for Hans Niemann in this game.
Especially given that Abhimanyu only has 36 seconds.
He has to
his position
respond almost immediately to
and
king
his
f4.
chances to make a draw have increased substantially. In fact, objectively, right now, this is a draw. But it's not going to be easy because you know Hans is going to try to find the most practical ways to try to get the advantage back.
And the thing is, Abhimanyu is never receiving extra time, right? They
No.
passed the 48 moves. He already got that extra 30 minutes. So he's going to be in trouble for the rest of the game.
Exactly. Relying upon those 30 seconds increments.
So how do we do it, guys? How do we do it? Do we go king to f4?
When my opponent is in time trouble, what I especially try to do is calculate a forcing line deeply, because then I want to play 3, 4, 5, 6 moves in a row. Not necessarily bang, 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 but I want to try to get the pressure, keep the pressure on my opponent's clock, especially the move. I would find the move king f4 extremely compelling because that's the trickiest move in the position that I could think of, right?
So what you are saying that even if Hans is convinced he's going to play king f4, he
Don't
wants
play
to
it right away.
calculate it further. So
Yes.
does he see rook h8 or king h6? He wants to calculate those variations.
That's
so
right.
once he knows what's going to happen after, he wants to play it immediately. King f4, Abhimanyu responds within 36 seconds, and then again, one more move.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. So for example, let's just put that on the board. You king f4, let's go rook h8. So in my mind, I'm thinking king f4, rook g8, rook g1. Now, I would imagine h2.
But now I can go h2, right?
h2,
Yes.
rook h1,
And king
king
g6.
g6, king g3.
But now I go rook b8 back.
Rook back
and
to
we
b8.
get to the same variation.
Yes, exactly.
And you cannot defend rook to b1. You cannot defend that pawn on b4 because of just simply rook takes b4.
Exactly. So those.
But that rook
forcing
h8
moves.
is critical.
And
If he
can I
doesn't
go?
find rook h8, he's losing.
After rook h8, can I go king g3?
Yes.
That definitely is another move I would be.
And
probably
right now,
I
once
would.
again, rook to b8.
And if I go rook c7 now?
And then you take a pawn.
Take a pawn, yes.
Take a pawn.
You take on
Well,
c6.
careful. I think I'm taking too many pawns, aren't I? Or am
I'm not sure if you take
And if I
that.
take on f6, what is this endgame?
Maybe king g6.
I have
or
to
king g5. King g5, you go f4, though, is the big problem. Wait, so how is it? How do you stay in the game right now? You see, this is what I'm saying. It's not easy.
Tricky.
This endgame is extremely difficult.
This one, I take a pawn. You took a pawn.
Yes.
I go after this one. Maybe you go c6. I'm not
Yes.
sure. I go check.
And I
Or-
hide my king h2.
Right. So I make a pretense. Well, in that case, if you go to king h2, I'll go king here. So with your passive king.
Right, I'm never going to activate my king. I cannot push the pawn.
But again, I mean, Mishra is going to have to find some really good moves in that whole sequence that we have. Let's bring up the game of Fabi, because this game between Wesley So and Fabi has taken some time. And what Darush was saying is that Fabi is actually given some chances to Wesley.
Has he?
Well, according to Darush, yes.
But where are the chances?
I have no idea. But
I really don't see them. Maybe there are, but
the engines were
he's a bit
terribly enthusiastic, but they did feel that Wesley was the one pressing a little.
It just
First
feels
of all,
so dry, though, right?
The last move, defending the pawn on b6, pardon me, kind of I put you in a little bit of a passive situation. Imagine
Okay,
I go here.
That's the thing. Bishop h5, bishop e8. I want to capture that knight and capture an extra pawn on b6.
You got it. That is a very...
So Ray Robson managed to draw the game against Levon Aronian. He found the best variation to survive that rook endgame.
Yeah. I think Levon will be pleased that
He tried his best.
Yeah, and he got something. He definitely had the advantage against Ray. And
kudos to Ray for defending so tenaciously.
Exactly. So once again, bishop h5. For Fabi, I'm thinking to myself, I got to get rid of this knight. I mean,
So bishop e4?
The most natural move on the board is bishop e4. Now, how can I
I think if I can trick you into playing bishop e8 now.
Right.
And you capture knight, I capture knight.
Yeah, bishop e8, I capture.
And now if you capture my bishop, that's a very nice endgame for me.
That's right. White is certainly winning this one. I probably do have the move bishop e4.
No, this cannot be anything.
No. You don't have time for g4. But after bishop e4, bishop e8, I can...
Let's go back to Moke Niemann, guys. He played the move. He played the move,
did.
and right now, Abhimanyu down to his last 30 seconds. So, critical moves right now. Rook to g3 was played.
Rook to g3?
Yes.
We see
You have
15
some
minutes,
options. You can
15
go rook to
seconds.
b8 immediately. You can go h2. In fact, all of those moves seem to be equalizing right now, and he makes the move h2.
He's using his h-pawn as a decoy to get his rook to b4.
Now
so
we're gonna
if I
see
go...
rook h3.
Yes. King g6. King g5. Yeah.
You capture rook b8.
Right. But at the end of... No, here, maybe the king should be on g6, because here, if I can check you and force your king on the h file...
Right.
Yeah.
That's a very passive position.
King g5 is losing. You better stay on g6. And he plays it.
Instantly, by the way.
He was like, no, I'm not going to g5.
He spotted that one.
I'm not going to g5.
Nicely done by Mishra.
And he's back over a minute. This must at least feel better right now. He's not down to his last 30 seconds.
I don't see a better move. Rook takes h2. Rook to b8.
At least you have a few.
You can play king f4. You can just delay that capture.
But you will still have to take it.
Right.
So probably taking it. But as Yasser mentioned, think right now.
Yeah.
Think and set up a sequence. Take on h2, obviously that's more or less forced at this point. You know rook to b8 is going to come. There's no other move for black.
Exactly.
So prepare your next move after that. What's your next move after that?
No, for a moment there I was asking myself a question. Does it make sense to toss in b5? In fact, none whatsoever. Captures and rook c8, and black thanks me for blundering a pawn.
But I'm curious, where did Hans go wrong? Because we were saying his position was winning, and then we didn't look at the critical position. At least, I don't remember.
c5 was fine.
That's the best move we
It was really
talked
not
about.
easy. Really not easy. It's a pretty tricky endgame. Yes, g5, king e3 is still fine. h4. G takes h4 is still fine. G takes h4. And now the best move would have been f3, check. Not an easy move because
Forcing
you're
king
more or less
g3?
forcing my king to go to f3, and now rook to f4.
Maybe something crazy? Like...
Oh, so you lock the king there, not allowing the pawn to promote, and now you are just pushing two passers in the center, on the flank.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
That's nice to
That's not
ensnare.
easy.
To ensnare black's king like that. That would
Also, rook f4 is fine. You're still winning, I think, even after rook to f4.
As played in the game.
Yes, rook to f4, king to g5. But right now you have to go f3 once again.
Right.
f3 is the critical move, not only because
So h3?
it gets you ready to go and catch that pawn, but also it defends the pawn on e4. h3, rook to g4, king to h5. Rook
Right.
to g3 or rook to g8, both of them are winning right
And the
now.
rook on e6 is a little uncomfortable. It's not
That's
doing
right.
much.
Yeah. That's right.
Compared to the position where it's attacking our pawn on b4 with rook
Nice.
b8 and stuff like that.
That is
Got it.
really some subtle maneuvering there.
We can go to a different game if you guys
Sure.
want. I will keep an eye on this one. Whenever Hans makes a move, we will go back just because Abhimanyu
I'm
is
just
down to
going
his
to
last
check
minute.
on Wesley. So, knight e3 was the last move by Wesley. Wesley's still got this ideas. He's got bishop h3, bishop f5 on his agenda, knight e5. Maybe that was a very crucial move, by the way. If white got the chance to play knight e3 to c4 check, keeping black's king and knight very passive, there's no chance for bishop h3
Very good
in this
point.
case.
Very good point. Yes.
Because the king can step up.
Well,
Also,
can you? There's knight
there's-
c4 now.
Pardon me.
Perhaps king e6 instead.
c4 or knight. Pardon me, f4, trying to trade off some pawns.
Bishop to b1 after bishop to e2.
Is time a factor in this?
Well, both of the
matchup?
players have around 15 minutes. So as they play more and more moves, if one of the players start thinking, and most likely Fabiano, he's the only one who could be potentially in trouble, right?
We thought this game was over 3 hours ago. It's still going on.
They
guys.
almost repeated 3 times. I think
Right.
they repeated 2
3
times.
or 4 times. They've almost...
I think Fabi went out of that repetition for what appears to be no reason.
Right. The never-ending story. We'll keep an eye on this game again.
Let's take a look at the game between Megan Lee and Anna Zatonsky. I'm curious if it's winning for Anna because she had, of course, great chances to win. She walked past the win, and now she's in an endgame. I don't know. Is this still winning?
I want to say yes, just because I do believe in the exchange, but I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't.
Like, I understand you
wager-
want to start pushing your a-pawn.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, this pin, I would love to use the a-pawn as a decoy. For example, this would be a dream come true for me as black. I get a position like this where once you give up the d file, I get to play this. So the fact that Megan is already in a pin means that the a-pawn is potential issue there.
So I need to get out of that pin. So king c2.
Okay. And for better or for worse, let's use the pawn as a decoy. Once again, if I can get something like this, this is, again, a dream come true as far as Anna Zatansky is concerned. One of the things I would ask myself, funnily enough, is, I don't think it's going to happen, of course. In this position, we just saw rook b8, right? I'm not sometimes you have these really strange moments where you think to yourself, if the king was on a4 or a3, would this be a draw? You know what I mean?
Right.
Right?
If we can get that pawn, then rook against bishop, that's a draw.
That's a draw, yeah. Interesting moment. But we have a social media.
Yeah,
question,
Anastasiya Karlovich was saying that there is a giveaway for blankets that were also given to players.
I think I won that already, by the way. Sorry, guys.
So we have a question from Cecile Jimmy on X. What was the best winning streak from the US Women's Championship before Carissa's amazing streak? And we have an answer.
We do indeed. Da, 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 da.
So historic performances in the US Women's Championship. So you talked about Aksharumova in 1987?
The wife of Boris Golko, Anna Aksharumova, I'm messing up her name. She had 9 out of 9 before the modern era of the 12 players.
Irina Krush, 1998, she had 8.5 out of 9. That's an incredible performance. So she is still a little bit, what do I want to say? Carissa is 8 out of 8. So if Carissa loses the next round, then Irina Krush is still having a better performance.
Anna Zatansky matched her. Irina
Jennifer
Krush,
Yu was to 11 out of 11.
Wow.
In 2019. 10 out of 11, that's not bad at all.
Oh yeah, I remember. It was like bowling pins. She was just knocking them down left and right.
But look at Irina Krush 3 times on the graph.
Impressive. Yes. And I bet she probably won those titles in those days. That's my guess. It's just an educated guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's why he gets the big bucks. Captain Obvious. Nice. Thank you for the question there. That 9 out of 9 historic occasion there by Anna. Impressive. What do the engines say about the Megan Lee versus Anna Zatansky engine? Draw, yes. Really? Yes.
I thought that pawn is a very powerful pawn that's going to decide the game.
Seems to be a draw.
This is just a endgame database?
Yes. Seems to be a draw.
Wow.
So the idea is that you are just waiting for the pawn to be pushed, or?
We do have some moves. She has played king c2.
It's not
a5.
that straightforward, obviously. But I'm just going to go rook h7, then rook to c7 to cover checks. So how do you continue? Give me some moves, because
A4.
obviously you can play in a million ways.
A4, right? Let's go.
You're going to continue with a4.
Decoy.
Now rook to c4 seems to be extremely powerful. Start attacking that pawn.
Rook to c4?
Yes. If you go a3, and this is not easy at all.
Yeah, just...
Now I go back.
Oh, so you don't mind the skewer because you're going to finish with bishop c4. So you go a2 here?
a2? No, but a2 I take and then skewer and then rook a3. I defend, right?
No, but there's bishop c4. So I can take with rook.
That's right.
And king
and then
c3.
Bishop king c3, rook c8 though.
Then king d1.
You're playing with fire, yeah? I think king c3 works, right? Because of king b3.
Yeah. Oh, right. I can defend the rook.
Yes, I think this should be fine. Very tricky, still extremely tricky. So by table base, sure, probably it's a draw. Right. But in practical chess, still Anna very high chances of winning this one.
Go back a few moves there, Cristian, because that was a very intriguing moment. You were playing rook to c7. I was playing a4. I think you actually played check first.
I gave you a check. The idea is that whenever you get to a2, I have this bishop to c4 business. Then not clear at all.
Now I went a4, you went rook to c4. Pause here for just a moment. So if I go rook,
You want to go behind the pawn?
Yeah, I was thinking
Rook to
about
A8.
Bishop E4.
Yes.
Now you have to be careful because if you leave the back rank, then there's
And I give
H7
you
and I
yeah.
go to the back rank promoting my queen.
That's right. That's right.
Crazy.
Not easy. Not easy. Truly not easy. So look, her chances have increased to make a draw, but it's still Anna, I would say, the favorite to convert this one.
Okay.
It's all about the clock, yeah?
Right. And that's
Anna has 1 minute and Megan has 16 minutes.
Megan is doing quite well on the clock. Yes, that's very true. Let's go back to Moke Niemann because I think they did play some moves. Rook takes h2, rook to b8 is on the board. I'm curious what happened after.
So we have f5 and king f4.
And only 20 seconds right now. Things are getting
So
feisty.
can we simplify pawn takes?
Rook to
No,
c4,
starting rook
going
c4.
behind the pawn. Best move in the position.
I just was looking, pardon me, at the Nasi Talia. Remember that was that knight ending. It looks like Nasi is drawing. We'll keep an eye on that. And I'm going to go to the Hans Niemann game. Oh, that was the Fabi game, pardon me. The last move was rook to c4. Time has been a factor for quite some time for Mishra, as he's the one underneath the minute, and he's been living on his increments.
King e5.
Take a pawn.
Now we are simplifying. You recapture, I capture on c5.
And I go king d6, yeah?
Yes.
And then I'm
Rook c1.
assuming we go down. We've got that. Rook c1. And now, big moment. I'd like to go e5. I'd like to play rook f2 as well. Which one makes the most sense? Let's go e5.
But I think now, I think this is theoretical draw now if I play rook
Yes,
d1.
But how easy is this? Like, theoretical I understand, but
practical.
With a minute on the clock, how easy is this?
Yeah, practical.
Okay, I understand. I'm not going to take that pawn. That's why I think rook f2 is just practically a little bit, let's say, more
practical,
right? Rook to a5.
Rook to a5. Okay, so
he's trying to keep the rook on the side.
He's trying to say, if you go takes, now I'll play king f6 and king e6, and I'll make an easy draw. My king will be in front of the pawn.
Yeah, so you have to go e5, right?
If I go e5, now I'll go check.
King e6?
Or, no, wait a minute.
No, I think you
Should
want
I
to go
king?
c5.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I think you want to go c5.
Now I'm confused. c5? Really?
Why
Okay.
not, right?
So
what do you do now?
e6, you're going to go check.
I'll give you checks for a long time, basically forever. And if you do
Until-
that, then I go king f6.
And you'll get in front of the pawn.
Yes.
Nice. Wow. I tell you, I've seen rook and pawn end games, and I remember, a single tempo move,
Can we go back to that variation, Yasser?
Which one?
So, just the one that we were talking about. e6, yes, check. Here, king f6, king d5, king f6.
Yes.
Can I go rook h7 here?
Rook h7.
So you cannot capture the pawn
I'll go
so
c4.
far. c4.
I'll go c4, yeah.
Rook f7, check.
King g6. I don't think you can make too much progress, right?
And now rook f3.
Rook f3, rook f8.
Rook f.
Okay, now I'll start giving you checks again. So check on a5.
So anytime I take the pawn,
I go
rook
to
to e5 is the bad move.
30 seconds. There's two moves right now. c5 and rook to d5, apparently. Everything else is losing.
c5 and rook to d5?
Those two are still drawing. I feel that c5 is easier from a practical perspective.
He's reached for the pawn and he's
going
played
for
it.
He senses the moment. He senses that finally he has a very serious chance of perhaps drawing this game.
Hans was just reaching for the e-pawn.
e6 on the board.
e6 on the board. Now there's only one move, guys. We were very wrong. Rook to a6 is not good. Rook a6 loses. only one move.
Nobody wants to speak,
Do you wanna-
including
I
me.
cannot
Do you
play
wanna
King
try?
F6. King F6, I'm just get check.
King
Huge
F6
moment.
check. That
Huge
is-
moment, guys.
So rook.
I'll tell you after he plays it.
Gee, I mean, I would have thought rook a6.
C4.
C4.
That's the move. That's the move.
He's going to
He found
use
it.
his pawn as a decoy.
Impressive. Impressive. Because without this move, you're losing.
Okay, so let's have a look-see. Why is it a draw after rook check?
King F6.
Rook check?
King, let's say G7.
Okay, so I did the
Even though,
wonderful
do I
job.
want to go to G7 or do I want to stay on G6?
I did the wonderful job of cutting off your king.
Right, but now I continue giving you checks forever.
It's not forever.
I'm going to be using the checks forever strategy.
And then you go
Now I
back.
go all the way up.
Gotcha. Nice. Nice. And anytime I try to bring my king up, you've got the rooks check forever strategy. And Hans has
Rook
done
G2.
the check.
King F6, again, only move.
Only move?
Oh yes, don't go to the H file. Do not go to the H file.
No, that I would imagine is losing. But yes, king f6 looks like a forced move. Check.
And again, another very big moment is going to come. No, not rook king G6.
No, you went king G7.
King
I'm
G7
sorry.
is
That
the only
was-
move.
Yeah.
King G6 actually loses.
I understand, yeah.
Oh no!
King F5.
King F5 is losing. King F5 is losing right now. And Hans is like, whoa, 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 wait a minute.
He bounced back.
This was not supposed to work. What did you just do?
I just play rook E2, right?
Rook E2 is winning. E7 is winning.
Yeah,
Rook
I'm just
F2
supporting my
check
pawn.
is winning.
Hans understood instantly. He had a sixth sense that was not the right move.
Oh my goodness, what a mistake.
I mean, this
After
is the
fighting so
problem when you
hard.
have just seconds on the clock.
Exactly. Your time travel cost you so many half points. I've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
Maurice Ashley says it well. Time travel makes fools out of everybody. And that last move, King F5, just when he was so close to the
Yes.
finish line, King F6 would have done it. E7 is
E7 wins.
E7 also wins?
Yes.
also wins.
E7 wins.
Right, because if you go rook E5, I can just go back rook G8.
Yes.
to
Now,
support that
now if you
pawn.
start giving checks, rook A6, king D5, rook A5, then I just go king D4.
So the point is, if you had played King F6, there was no E7 check.
Right.
And the king is ripe for plucking the pawn.
Right.
King F5, E7, oops.
Oh, this is a big blunder. This was a big, big
Oops.
blunder.
And even if you go king F6, let's say the
Not
correct
now.
move,
Oh, sorry, back.
and you give check, you always keep the king kind of closer anytime the pawn goes to E7, right? You always
Yes.
wants to go there.
I'm just going to refresh the board to the current position. King F5 was the massive blunder. Check.
Now
We're
we go
expect-
up. And you don't have rook E6 move.
Nope.
I'm going to give check on F2.
Exactly. And if you, if you ever go backwards, then I can give check and rook F8, amongst other things. I think there's this just completely winning.
20
now.
seconds, and I think Mishra finally realizes right now. Rook to A5, king to D4.
Not
Do not capture that pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
King D4 played, and that's it. You go to A8, I go rook F2, followed by rook to F8, and the game is over.
And here we go, rook F2.
What a turn of events after a fight worthy of the US Chess Championships.
Definitely.
I mean, an absolute
I mean,
masterclass
Hans
in
was pushing
defense.
the whole game, right? He
Yes,
had an
he was.
advantage. He had a winning end game, but then maybe misstep here and there. It was a draw, but a very difficult one. And with little time on the clock, Abhimanyu made a mistake, and it's a
Yeah.
win for Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Hans. By the way, I liked the way he moved his pieces. I thought he was playing very correctly, Hans. I was just looking at Wesley.
Can we just take a look quickly at Nazi Paikita's game against Talia Cervantes?
Absolutely.
Because it's a really interesting endgame. Nazi has been calculating now for about 6 minutes to figure out what she wants to do about her knight that looks a little bit trapped. But of course, this should be... I don't think this is winning for black. This knight should stop these pawns, but you want to be sure how you're going to do that.
Exactly. Just the fact that white's king is so close. If I go knight g7 here,
can I take on f4 first?
Yeah, let's take it. Let's look at the most forcing.
That?
Okay.
But I don't think this is so. Takes.
What do you take with?
Pawn.
Pawn.
Okay.
Pawn. I can go king back. Yeah.
I was thinking king d4.
Well, but now I go king h3.
No, I was thinking
and
king
this is
d4.
winning.
Let's go king d4 or king d3. Both of them, I think, work very well.
No, but king f3. This is winning.
No, f3, king e3.
Sorry.
King f3. Yes.
This is winning because I'm giving a check. King
that's
g2.
Right. So that's why king d4. Let's go king d4 first. So take king d4.
By the way, I would never play knight f4. I don't know what we're looking at here. I mean, this is an attempt at suicide, but I think it's a draw.
You would be afraid, yes.
So if I go...
But is it a draw? I'm not convinced. King f3?
King f3, yes.
Where's the draw?
You have to go h4.
I'm not sure. Do I?
I mean, if you don't go h4, then I'm just winning.
Yeah,
king
but now
G2.
you go back, right? No, king g4.
Yeah, but...
No, this is winning.
No, I go king e4.
And f3?
Okay, no, then it's winning. So you cannot sacrifice the knight.
Okay, I shouldn't sacrifice the knight. Sure.
That was like the worst piece of analysis ever. What's wrong with you people? Are you crazy? Don't give up a piece.
And Nazi's not giving up that piece. She just played knight f6.
Okay, that looks like a very decent move.
Compared to...
Well, you go, what? You guys are crazy. In case of king h3, knight to g5, obviously I want to take, and I'll go knight to g4. Pardon me, in case of g4, I'll go knight to f2, check. That should be...
king h4.
King h4.
If you're going to capture now on g4, is...
What? No. I just want to wait.
Should we go back to our marquee matchup?
Of course.
The Fabi versus Wesley.
Yeah.
Just because it's still not over.
It's still not over.
It's still not over, and maybe Wesley is gaining some ground in this one, especially on the clock, and this always becomes the problem. 3 minutes, in fact, under 3 minutes right now for Fabi.
What? Okay, under 3 minutes for Fabi.
Wesley has 6 minutes and Fabi has 8 minutes.
Never mind. It means my
and
computer is not correct.
Leinier Dominguez against Grigoriy Oparin.
Yeah, that one we didn't think that there was any real advantage in the position for Leinier. Bishop e6. This one is too subtle for me. Why is Wesley any better off than he was 10 moves ago?
Well, can I play bishop d5 now?
Yes.
Because now you cannot go back king d6, right? You're just getting into knight c4.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna go king e5.
Don't I get to trade a lot? What?
Well, I want to trade.
No. You do want to trade. Let me... Excuse me. I beg your pardon. Bishop back.
Bishop c6?
Why did
or bishop
we go?
f3? Bishop f3, I'm going to guard that pawn.
Why did we allow this king to go to e5?
No, that was the set. This is a starting position.
No, knight f6 is unnecessary, right?
This is the starting
bishop d5.
position. Bishop to d5, sorry.
I don't think we should allow the king to go to e5.
So what do you want to do? Because you're a little bit in Zugzwang.
King d6, what was the problem with that?
Knight c4.
King e7.
Well, I have a good knight. That's a start.
It does look a bit dangerous.
Maybe
That's
knight e5. So king e7, I go knight e5.
Okay. That makes sense. Knight e5. So right now, if I take on d5, what do? You take on
This feels
d7,
like real
probably.
pressure.
I may
This
first
feels like
take the
a-
knight, yes.
Yeah, this is pressure. This is definitely pressure. Well, bishop d5 is on the board.
Yes, it is.
Let's wait and see. Perhaps Wesley is starting to believe. Inspired by Hans. Maybe he's seen that.
And
he's been
also
following that
Anastasiya versus Megan. That's another game that might go down to the wire, where even though we know from the table base it's a draw, it's very hard for Megan to defend that game.
And actually the position changed because Megan played h7 in that on the board. So we may take a look at it after.
But that
after we
one is
see
not
what-
very consequential towards the standings. So I think we should stay with this one.
Sure.
Bishop
By the way,
d5.
Anastasiya is definitely drawing this game by not sacrificing her knight.
Yeah, so we just want to simplify
Don't
the
give the
most
knight away.
forcing
huh?
line.
Don't give the knight away.
I mean, you know how hard Nasi worked to win that knight, and you wanted to give it away?
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to this idea. King d6, knight c4, king.
Yeah, and here we're just seeing the end of this one, as Nasi has just got the perfect blockade.
She's going to put the king on f3. The pawns cannot go forward. She only has a knight. So there's going to be 3-move repetition.
Absolutely. Yeah. She even
Or
went
this
after
works
the
as well.
pawn.
She's just going after that pawn.
Yeah.
So let's go king d6, knight c4, king e7, knight e5. Yeah.
Once again, king d6. We're looking at the game between Wesley So, who has the upper hand, king d6, knight c4, king e7, and sorry,
You
Cristian,
said knight
wanted
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Indeed, I did.
So what if I try to stay
Solid?
solid with knight c5?
Makes sense. Stay
Okay,
solid.
there's a knight on c5 anyway.
You started with knight c5.
He
Just a
started
second.
with knight c5,
No,
yes.
apologies, just to refresh. Want to make sure.
And my guess is
knight-
that he, in fact, wants to do sort of the same thing. Knight c4, knight d7.
Okay.
But if I go king e5, now I understood after king e5, I think you have knight d3.
Right. So my question for you would be, give me knight c4.
Right. Knight d7.
I just want to make sure that this is the problem that you're facing.
Yeah, this actually looks dangerous.
Dangerous. So you would go back. Yeah.
And by the way, we see a draw on the game between Nazi Paikidze and Talia Cervantes.
Hard fight there. I think both of them are looking forward to the free day at this point. It's like, oh dear. Okay, so knight c5, knight c4. What are you doing? Knight to d7?
Yes.
Okay, not knight b3, but knight to d7.
Let's say knight d7.
And we were looking at knight e5, and we're going back, right?
So can I try something different, knight g6? Yes, and if you go king d6,
Okay.
I'm going to play knight f4.
Okay.
Don't know if it's helping, it just sounds good.
Okay.
White has the more
Wait, no, but
active
now I can take.
pieces.
No. Now I can take.
Knight takes.
And draw. Knight b3, knight d2, knight b3, knight d2.
Knight b3.
Oh, got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or knight a5. Doesn't really matter. Just giving you checks.
Yeah, that's easy. That's the easy one. Very, very consequential game for our tournament standings. Fabi.
Well, I mean, if
coming
Wesley
in.
manages to somehow win this game, this would be an absolutely huge result.
For sure.
Knight to c4.
This is the Anna Zatansky game you're showing me too. Yeah.
Is black now winning since
Yeah, something like a check, no?
because rook b3?
Rook b3 also. Ooh boy. Tough, tough, tough. We're torn between the
Just feel we have to
Okay,
stay
repeating
with
knight d7.
knight d7.
So we call it a draw 3 hours ago, but
Yeah.
This is not
the never-ending game.
It's a draw, but it's
It was a fight.
not one of those easy draws.
Wow. No.
It's a very tense draw. Mm-hmm. Surprisingly so, because the material is so limited.
Right.
But it's just the fact that white has so
The
much
more
space
active,
advantage.
More active pieces.
It's the king, right? The king is in the center while yours is not. That's basically the big difference in the position. Okay, how do you break through, if you can? How do
we
you
were
create
looking
something?
at a line that was something like this, and then we were playing knight c5, then we were looking at knight g6.
But king d6, knight f4, and that was the draw.
Right.
I feel like we exhausted all options here. Because the knight on c5 is really strong. Plus the king on the d6, they're not allowing the white king to get any closer to the black pawn on b6.
I'm not sure about options. I'm pretty sure about me. He exhausted me, not all the options.
Knight e5, okay.
Knight e5. We're doing our best.
And
so
now,
they.
knight c5 we said, right?
Because again, if bishop captures on d5, we are not going to be recapturing that bishop, allowing some knight f6, knight takes h5, and targeting the g3 pawn. Because
Not
we
at
are
all.
first going to capture that knight.
With glee. So
And
that
we
we
see
can.
some trades, by the way. So
Did we?
Yes, they captured. Let's refresh.
So after knight e5, a surprise for us, we kind of came to a standstill after the move knight c5. Fabi captured, and it's sort of like one of those moves that you make when you're absolutely stone cold certain that you're making a draw. Bishop to d7 on the board.
Well, the thing is, right now, you are losing a pawn, right? Either b5 or h5 as white. And I think if one of those fall, then
But why are you losing that? So bishop c4
Bishop c4, he wants to go bishop e8.
bishop e8.
and bishop e2.
Aha.
e2, bishop d7.
And so essentially, he's saying, you're going to have to give me the h pawn or the b pawn in favor of the f5 pawn. And that
Bishop c6 was
should be
played.
enough.
Now we're expecting bishop to e6, right?
Sure.
No way to exchange that on c6. Don't think
Never allow the exchange of bishops. That would just be a pathway to defeat.
Bishop to e6 was played.
Exactly. So the problem that Wesley is facing is that...
the threat is bishop f7.
Yes.
Bishop f7, and we get to the same position with the bishop on e8. Bishop
Exactly.
f7, bishop f3, bishop e8.
Mm-hmm. So at a certain moment, I think Wesley has to decide on... Oops, what am I doing? I just did something. I blundered something. Bishop
Yeah,
e6.
just bishop e6.
Sorry. Yeah. And I was going for some position like this. And I was saying I can't make progress.
No,
I
and if you
lose-
go king d5, I guess that's the only way to try to pass the time. I just go bishop e8 back, right? Now you're not attacking my pawn on f5. So it's this dance, the bishop is more or less arrested. The e2 square to defend both pawns. You have to go back to e5, then I go to d7.
Exactly.
I guess just bishop e8, bishop d7 is the dance of the bishop that makes the draw.
I think with this last move, bishop to d5, more or less a draw off for bishop c6, bishop e6, bishop to d5. And the draw from 3 hours ago will be...
Not yet, Yasser, not yet. Don't get ahead of yourself, okay?
Just as I was about to bolt for the exits, I got my sneakers on. I was all ready to...
Wesley's like, what's the rush?
Yes.
I still want to play chess.
It's such an enjoyable day. Nice.
Okay.
By the way, I had that that issue. I had a match with Mickey Adams in Bermuda, and we were playing at this beach house, and there was this open ocean. It was a gorgeous looking day. It was like, why are we stuck playing chess when we're in Bermuda? Really a paradise on earth, I must say. Bishop to d7. And I don't think time's a factor for either player at this point.
I mean, Wesley has 2 minutes, Fabiano 8 minutes, but they're just blitzing out those moves.
If you don't mind, I'm going to turn our attention to the game between Megan Lee and Anna Zatonsky, because that was a very, very difficult game for Megan to defend.
Like this is a position that Black is happy about, right? We are pushing the pawn. The king is blocked from getting closer to the pawn on h7. You don't have those checks, rook h7.
Got ideas, checkmating patterns based on rook f8.
And I just want to push the pawn, a3, rook a1, a2.
Exactly. Rook f8 on the board. So if I guess I'm in Megan's shoes. Deep breath. Do I want to bring my king to the A file?
I think that's what you want.
Okay.
I'm just worried about getting checkmated. So if king
that was the deep breath. That was the deep
king
breath
c1,
part.
yes, good move.
Okay.
So now can I do something like...
I feel reassured, by the way, when you say good
like
move.
rook g2. What are you going to do after rook g2?
I have no idea.
Because my idea is to go rook g5 to pin that bishop.
And that's very,
and
very
I'm also looking at the back rank checkmate. So probably the only move in the position is bishop d3.
To defend f.
But that bishop is a little shaky. If I go now rook d8.
Ooh, no.
Or maybe check, rook c8 check.
Rook c8 check. I don't want to step in front of the bishop, but yes. Somehow I feel like every move I'm making is an only move. Ooh,
by the way,
rook
Anna
a2.
is very low on time. She just played a move with 10 seconds on the clock.
a3.
She pushed the pawn.
And finally, both players are looking at each other and say, what took us so long?
Both having a smile on their face. They're happy it's a draw.
Yeah. And Hans has been waiting for a paper, rock, scissor contest.
A partner.
A partner.
To continue.
Yeah.
Paper, rock, scissor.
But Awonder Liang, the arbiter was like, guys, I was ready
yeah, right.
5 minutes.
Right. I'm sorry, no dinner for yourselves.
So
A3 by Anastasiya. You were telling me about the time trouble.
Yeah, so this is the last game of the round that's still in progress.
Okay.
So Anna is on the seconds. She's under 1 minute. Megan Lee,
increment.
Yes, Megan Lee has 5 minutes, and she needs to play accurately because this pawn is looking more and more dangerous.
Well, for sure, and we were just talking about the necessity of getting the king to a1. Why? Because if it's Anna's move, she's wanting to play rook to f2 and a2, and then, well, the a pawn will skewer a rook.
So if I go king b1 here?
Okay, that is the question. King b1. Let's say I tickle the bishop. Now remember,
bishop d3.
Yeah, you have to more or less play a move like this because otherwise I would play rook b2 check and rook f1. Yeah? So, bishop to d3. A check? No.
Because once I...
Sorry.
looking for
current position.
Some stalemating options when I get the king to the corner.
So a3, you want king b1, right?
Of course, I'm very worried about the position, but I feel like that's my chance.
Exactly. So if I go rook to d2, just giving you the move.
Okay, king a1.
King a1. All right. That might be a very good move because after rook here...
So I'm going to go bishop b1.
Yeah.
And you never can do that with the rook because you have to be careful about your back rank.
Exactly. Well, I'm sorry to say it's come time for us to close the show. This has been the 8th round. Tomorrow is a rest day. it's been the Carissa. Yep.
She's unstoppable. She's
it's just
not
been
looking left and right. She's
absolutely
just winning her games.
fantastic. Just a quick summation, if you don't mind.
I mean, just an incredible performance so far by Carissa. She's literally unstoppable for the moment. She's taking it, and she has the right mentality. That's the problem for everybody else. She just wants to take it one game at a time, and then, sure, at the end of it, they're going to count, see if she made 11 out of 11. She's not putting additional pressure on herself, it seems like, and that's the right mentality, the mentality of a champion, mentality that a woman that could potentially rewrite history right now. This is what we're looking at. So I cannot wait for the next 3 rounds.
Maybe in the future it will be the Bobby Fischer, Carissa Yep.
Exactly. We're rewriting history right now at this U.S. Championship.
Thank you, everyone, for joining with us. We certainly enjoyed your company. We'll see you all on Monday.
Right,
Meanwhile,
because tomorrow there is a rest day.
that's it. Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.